Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Oof. Ooh, child, things are gonna get easier. Listen, y'all, I'm so fucking disappointed in this whole fucking space, and it just confirms why I don't fuck with these people and why I really am out. Like, really, like, we're trying to handle this situation right now, and I just will forever consider myself an outsider. I do think this space needs deconstruction. I think so many people just switch teams. They just change from one religion to another. Y'all really do treat atheism like it's a religion. Y'all really do. Y'all really do treat atheism like a fucking cult, like a fucking religion that's image has to be protected and the fucking high priest have to be protected and all of this bullshit. And y'all have mistreated me for fucking years. I have been mistreated and abused by this community for fucking years. I have been mistreated and treated abusively by this community for years. And so much of this is me talking to myself about why. Why am I giving my best to people who have never given me anything but their ass to kiss? Why am I doing my best work for motherfuckers who don't care and won't show up to protect themselves? Why am I trying to pull people out of a cult like I was doing in Christianity when it's clear the motherfuckers don't want to lead a cult? Why am I trying to make a community safe that I'm not even a part of that has ostracized and blackballed me time after time after time after time after time? And y'all don't even want to be safe. Y'all don't give a fuck. Y'all don't give a fuck. Y'all don't give a fuck. I don't care what nobody says to me. Nancy was thrown down the stairs, sexually assaulted and strangled. And y'all are out here on some thug atheist shit. The way we say Christians is thug Christians, the way Skeptic Girl be saying, yo, they thug Christians. The way she be saying they thug. Matter of fact, I want to play this shit in real time. This is my show tonight. Y'all, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck with how nobody wants the show to go. I don't give a fuck what y'all think about the aesthetics. I don't give a fuck what you think about how organized or unorganized it is. I don't give a fuck what you think about the music. I don't give a fuck what you think about my presentation style. You might as well not even leave comments on this video because I don't really care what none of y'all have to say about shit. I really don't. I'm gonna be so for real with y'all. Even a lot of my friends not gonna like this stream. A lot of my friends probably gonna be hitting me up this stream, and they gonna be trying to say some passive aggressive shit about how they ain't really like how they felt certain things was taking shots at them. Be lucky I ain't name your ass. If I don't name your ass, I wasn't taking the shit personally enough to even name you. And if I named your ass, it probably just was in the flow of the moment. I was probably talking about you or thinking about you, and it ain't popped in my mind, and I used you as an example, and I kept it pushing. But I really don't give a fuck. I really don't give a fuck. And a lot of my friends not even gonna like this stream. I really don't care. I really don't care. Cause look at how much I've been doing, and I ain't saying and doing shit. So I really don't care. I really don't care what my friends fucking think at this point. Cause they ain't doing shit. Ain't nobody doing shit. Ain't nobody doing shit. Ain't nobody doing shit about shit. Y'all don't care. The truth is, atheists are more thug than Christians. We say Christians is fucking thug Christians because we be like, yo, Christian. No, let me pull up the shit. We gonna pull up the shit. I said I want to do this shit in real time. I'm gonna pull this shit up in real time. I want to rearrange the order of the motherfucking show. This is my motherfucking channel. You don't gotta watch. Go away. Y'all niggas don't really care about what the fuck is going on with me anyway. Y'all don't give a fuck when shit happens to me. Y'all don't give a fuck what I really care about or what I'm involved in. So why the fuck do y'all have editorial decisions about my motherfucking show? Shut the fuck up. I don't care what none of y'all gotta say about shit. I don't care what none of y'all have to say about shit. I don't care what none of y'all have to say about shit. What do I feel like showing today? I want to find that Skeptic Girl clip. Oh, here we go. Here we go. We're gonna rerun this back real quick. Yeah, here, right here. Here's the good shit right here. Let's go here, right here. Let's go right here. Let's go right here. Matter of fact, I'm gonna just go to the beginning. I'm gonna just play from the beginning. I don't even care. We're gonna listen to like a few minutes of this video. Go ahead, girl. Let them know.
So many things wrong with Christianity, and there are so many things wrong with Christianity.
So many things wrong with atheists. So many things wrong with atheism, and in particular atheists. Continue.
And especially with Christians.
I'm having a drink.
Now that may sound harsh, but what I have been exposed to after a year and a half, maybe 2 years of creating deconstruction and atheist content online has made me come to this conclusion, and I've said what I've said. If you can have your own experience and your own testimonies that validate your beliefs, so can I. But what I want to focus on in this video is how incongruent internet Christians' beliefs are. And again, I say internet Christians because those are truly the only Christians who I interact with, those who are capping for Christ.
Because the reality is most Christians don't give a fuck. And most Christians kind of know they shit is sitting on some bullshit, so they wouldn't dare defend it. I kind of got to tip my hat actually to internet Christians. Internet Christians, y'all don't get enough credit. I'm going to give y'all some credit because at least you care enough about your shit to go online and actually try to defend it. You fail every time. You fall flat on your face every fucking time. But shit, at least you try. The motherfuckers you be in church with, well, it's crazy because a lot of internet Christians don't really be church Christians, and then a lot of church Christians don't really be internet Christians. So them Venn diagrams don't really completely overlap. But to the extent that internet Christians are still in church, let me tell you something, internet Christians, you one of the real ones. You really are. You one of the real ones because at least you willing to go online and defend your shit. Hey, internet Christians. Internet Christians. Let me tell you something, internet Christians. At least y'all ain't fucking cowards. Because I can tell you something about these internet atheists. Oh, these internet atheists, they so bitch made. Oh, it's not even a fucking competition. Atheists cannot hold a candle to Christianity when it comes to audacity. Atheists might think they don't have fairy tales, and they got their own fairy tales. Their fairy tales weren't written by ancient men thousands of years ago. Their fairy tales were written by AJ Ruley, a fucking flying monkey shit troll. Yeah, that's who wrote their fucking mythology. But they believe in that mythology, and they'll defend that mythology till they die or other people die, because atheists don't really give a fuck if people die at their conferences or die as a result of cover-ups or what goes on at their conferences or die as a result of having their fucking safety threatened for speaking out about what happens at their fucking conferences, or can't speak out about what happens at safety related to safety at conferences because they're too afraid of the Godfather. They're too afraid Godfather engineers going to blackball them, and then they're gonna lose their fucking ability to grift off you. But since you don't give a fuck if somebody dies or this costs anybody their life, or if people are living in fear because atheism has literally become a racket, it's literally a criminal, corrupt organization. It's literally just the same type of messy fucking ugliness that was over here on the church is now over here on the atheist side, and y'all don't give a good goddamn. Y'all don't give a fuck. Y'all do not fucking care. The only thing I get at is because, trust me, I'm so disappointed in myself for ever having been a part of this space, for ever having even thought that any of y'all were worth investing in and wasting my goddamn time. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't regret shit we've done because, oh boy, have I met me some real ones. Oh, and have the real ones gravitated towards this motherfucking channel? Let me tell you, the real ones have always gravitated towards this motherfucking channel and been holding it down here with this motherfucking channel for years. We have had the best of times. We have the worst of times. We have had fun. We have grown. We have loved. We have lost. We've done all that shit together. People have been there with me from grad school days through postdoc days into faculty member days. Love y'all. Love y'all. And I'm still here because of y'all. We always gonna be good. The channel ain't going nowhere. I'm not going anywhere. What I'm doing is finally letting those people know how I really feel about them. And today, I know we don't be talking about how they've been treating me, but today I'm gonna give a little bit of attention to how these motherfuckers have been treating me over the years, so you can understand what is really going on. So don't get me wrong, it's all been worth it because I've held it down with the real ones, and it's gonna be worth it because this atheist shit is so gross and corrupt and nasty. It needs to be fucking exposed. And now I'm here for it. Shit, summer break coming up. I got to figure out what I'm gonna do for my little summer gig to make sure I keep the little bills paid and all that. But hey, I ain't got shit to do all summer, but work, keep the bills paid, and shut down fucking NanoCon. You know what I'm saying to you? Work, keep the bills paid. Hashtag shut down NanoCon. All that boycott, I tried to tell y'all, but y'all don't be listening. Y'all don't be keeping up. I told y'all that boycott shit. Now everybody, I told y'all everybody late. White people always fucking late for some fucking reason. Y'all always fucking late. Now everybody finally realizing what happened to Nancy. Now everybody talking about boycotting NanoCon. What the fuck did we tell y'all? Boycotting NanoCon was so 3 weeks ago. Boycotting NanoCon was so something y'all could have done when Nancy released that letter and y'all got motherfucking serious, realized what the fuck happened and said we got to boycott NanoCon. And then we could do the little boycott. They could do the little NanoCon. You know, they numbers kind of will be there, but the boycott will maybe reduce the numbers and all of that shit. And we could call it a victory because we boycotted it. Nah, them days is long gone. Them days is long gone, son. This is about shutting down NanoCon. It is about making sure the NanoCon opening session is the closing session. It is about making sure NanoCon does not fucking happen whatsoever. If you are boycotting NanoCon, you are a month behind the movement, and your lazy remedial ass needs to get all the way caught the fuck up quick, fast, and in a hurry. Let this woman talk, because I came here to let her talk real quick, and then I'm gonna be right back on your ass. I want to take a sip of my drink. I want to hit my motherfucking vape, and I want to listen to Skepti Gal for a second, and then I'm gonna be right back at your head, neck, and shoulders. Let's go, girl.
They are fervent soldiers in the army of Christ online. Mind you, these are the people who are supposedly the salespeople to us non-believers. And I can't help but always ask how they could have the same one product that they're pushing, but with varying, widely vast instruction manuals and guidelines for this product, and wonder why we're not sold. It's like, did you all not go through the same training? Y'all didn't have the same training manual to make sure that you're all on the same page when you go out trying to pitch this to us? No? Oh.
Nope.
Okay, so maybe you should work on that.
Don't worry, the atheists worked on it though. Notice how atheists did that shit differently. Notice how when the NanoCon shit happened, all the atheists that was there, they all got together in their little meeting. See, that's what they don't want you to know. They don't want you to know that not only did they not call the cops, they don't want you to know that they all got together and they had their little private meetings and they had their little conversations and they got their shit together. They got coordinated. They got on the same page. They got on the same page about what the story and what the narrative was going to be. And then the police became involved later. What does that mean? You ding, ding, ding. It means the cover up was given a head start before the investigation. Now, why would those people, and then why would they put so much social pressure on the victim to tell them it was okay not to call the cops instead of knowing somebody was thrown down the stairs, sexually assaulted, strangulated, you automatically calling the cops off rip? Why were they even conversations had? Why were conversations had? Could you imagine me being at an academic conference? I had one of my students come up to me and say, Dr. Bundy, yeah, somebody just threw me down the stairs, sexually assaulted and strangled me. And I said to her, I'm going to go find the manager. Don't worry, sweetheart. I'm going to go talk to the board. Don't worry, young lady. It'll be all good. I'm going to go see if I can find one of the sponsors. Hey, hang on a second. Have you told the host? Let me go tell the host of NanoCon and see what they think. Or do you think I would have been like, oh shit, here's my phone. Hit it with the 9 to the 1 to the 1. Hello, one of my students was just thrown down the stairs, sexually assaulted and strangled. Yeah, y'all should have been here yesterday. What do you think I would have done? 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 Yeah, I'd have been on that phone. But nah, they didn't handle it back that at NanoCon. But for some reason, you won't ask those hard questions of the people at NanoCon. For some reason, your white ass doesn't want to ask hard questions of the people who organize NanoCon. Now I wonder why your cowardly white ass doesn't want to ask those questions.
Started when I posted a video on TikTok that is currently going viral of me reading Judges 19 and likening it to how Christians are unaffected or unbothered or undisturbed by the Epstein files and child sacrifice.
They don't care about child sacrifice because the God that they worship killed his own son and then called it love.
Oh, that's nothing. The old man stepped outside to talk to them. No, my brothers, don't do such an evil thing, for this man is a guest in my house, and such a thing would be shameful. Here, take my virgin daughter and this man's concubine. I will bring them out to you, and you can abuse them and do whatever you like. But don't do such a shameful thing to this man. But they wouldn't listen to him, so the Levite took hold of his concubine and pushed her out the door. The men of the town abused the concubine. I will bring them out. The old man stepped outside to talk to how Christians are unaffected or unbothered or undisturbed by the Epstein files.
Unaffected, unbothered, undisturbed by the Epstein files. Let's put the claim on the table right the fuck now. Christians, unbothered, undisturbed, uninterested in the motherfucking Epstein files. They don't give a fuck. You with it so far, right? You're with it. You're nodding along. You're nodding along, aren't you? Because you're an atheist, so you're nodding along. Yeah, them Christians, they don't give a fuck about the Epstein files. Them Christians, they're so hypocrites. Them Christians don't give a fuck about the Epstein files, right? Let's listen.
Judges 19 and likening it to how Christians are unaffected or unbothered or undisturbed by the Epstein files and child sacrifice.
They don't care about child sacrifice because the God that they worship killed his own son and then called it love.
They don't care about child sacrifice because the God of their Bible sacrificed his own son and called it love. I agree. Round of applause. Wouldn't it be crazy if I actually am a college professor and I taught that today? Wouldn't it be crazy if I spent my afternoon as a university faculty member teaching actual real college students at a top research institution about what it means to be a thug Christian and how the Bible is immoral? Damn, wouldn't it be crazy? Because it almost be like that amateur bullshit that the YouTubers be doing and they just be rambling saying a whole bunch of bullshit is actually my job description in real life as a science educator. Wouldn't that be fucking crazy? Wouldn't that be fucking crazy? No, it wouldn't be crazy. You know what it would be for me? Tuesday, motherfucker. Tuesday. It would literally be called Tuesday. Yeah. Started with my Darwin's Law class about how, because I teach anti-creationism in the classroom because that's my job because I'm an evolutionary biologist. So part of my curriculum is to make sure my students understand evolutionary theory. I have to teach people how evolution works. It's my job. Literally my fucking job. And then I have to explain to them why it's not okay to be letting creationists take over the science classroom. I have to teach that. It's literally the job description. And so then we got into a conversation about how actually Christianity just wants to fuck education all the way up. They want to get rid of evolution. They want to get rid of sex education. They want to get rid of economic education. They want to get rid of fucking history. They don't want you to talk about slavery, right? So we had to have that bigger conversation. And so that led into a conversation about how religion is on the decline and is not coming back. So I had to explain to them and show them a TED talk about how religion is on the decline and it's not coming back. And part of the reason is because if you're an adult, then adopting a new religious culture is strange to you. And then we went into Christopher Hitchens. And Christopher Hitchens gave him the whole thing about why I'm an atheist and how the Bible's immoral and how it's all not true and all this shit. And we tied that right back on into how creationists are upholding the structures of patriarchy, capitalism, and white supremacy and how that is undermining education. Yeah. Then in my sex and evolution class, I decided to talk about the assault at Nano CON. Because I had a room full of a room full of young women, many of whom will unfortunately have already experienced or will soon experience sexual or gender violence. So we used the assault at Nano CON in class to teach about the actual ways that communities fail victims. So we went through the video I showed y'all about how women had lost their last safe space, how the whole the women being drugged and raped by their husbands was really them losing their safe space. Yeah, the video we did on this weekend stream, that was related to the CNN video that we've also covered on the stream about women being raped by their husbands. Yeah, that's what I taught in my class because I have a class about sex and evolution. So I have to teach about sexual assault and gender violence. Yeah, once again, literally the fucking job description. So we've been talking about NanoCon and NanoCon, and so I broke down, and then I played the video for them about how alternate histories are actually policy decisions, and silence is somebody's policy decision. And then when you get a false history narrative, that is actually somebody's decision. Yeah, the same shit I covered, on this channel over the weekend. Yep, I was literally giving y'all college level curriculum analysis. And I went through that same set of materials with my students today and showed them how AJ's writing the story and how Bre almost killed herself because she didn't want to go along with AJ's story and she was trying to speak out, but how the people in her chat were trying to coerce her into not speaking out while she almost committed suicide live on YouTube. Then I have a class called The Social Determinants of Health. It's about how race, class, and gender negatively influence your health outcomes. I say it's about how race, white supremacy, class, capitalism, gender, patriarchy. So a class about race, class, and gender and how they influence your health outcomes. Another way to say that is how capitalism, patriarchy, and white supremacy get people killed. Damn. Wouldn't it be crazy if the last time I taught that class, Thursday, my supervisor was in the room? And he leads a fucking center at my institution all about health disparities at a top research institution. And here my black ass was telling his mostly white students, not all white, my school is very diverse, don't get it twisted, that society is comprised of interlocking structures and those structures are failing us. And so my students need to burn them to the ground and build us something better. You know, the same type of shit y'all be saying, we too woke and I'm too divisive and I'm too crazy and I'm too angry. You know what he saw? Transformational teaching. And then he came up to me after class. He said, "Hey, Dr. Bundy, remember I was saying like maybe early semester, next semester, me and you should get together for lunch?" He said, "Yeah, we can't wait for all that. You and I need to get together as soon as possible. Let's have lunch next week." You know why he said that? Because he was so fucking impressed with my students. So he recognized the transformational teaching instantly. Because it's his fucking job to identify transformational instructors. So in that class on the social determinants of health, we circle right back around to that same old thing I did in my first class where I talked about how the reason that shit is fucked up is the patriarchy, the capitalism, and the white supremacy that we've been talking about all semester. So my students already was on it. They was like, "Yeah, Dr. Bundy, we know patriarchy, capitalism, white supremacy gets motherfuckers killed." And I was like, so let's talk about today how Christianity upholds that structural intersection of patriarchy, capitalism, and white supremacy. And I gave them the same thing. We talked about how religion's declining and it's not coming back. And then I hit them with the hitch and we talked about how religion's not true and it's immoral and all of that shit. So when I tell you that I will call using Nancy's story to actually contribute to higher education at the university level, and actually, for real, doing professional counter apologetics, but tying it to science education. When I tell you motherfuckers that I just called that Tuesday, that was literally my motherfucking day today. And would you look at that? It's motherfucking Tuesday.
Well, that's nothing. The old man stepped outside to talk to them. No, my brothers, don't do such an evil thing, for this man is a guest in my house, and such a thing would be shameful. Here, take my virgin daughter and this man's concubine. I will bring them out to you, and you can abuse them and do whatever you like.
Good to see you, Ryan.
But don't do such a shameful thing to this man. But they wouldn't listen to him, so the Levite took hold of his concubine and pushed her out the door. The men of the town abused her all night, taking turns raping her until morning. Finally, at dawn, they let her go. At daybreak, the woman returned to the house where her husband was staying. She collapsed at the door of the house and lay there until it was light. When her husband opened the door to leave, there lay his concubine with her hands on the threshold. He said, "Get up, let's go." But there was no answer. So he put her body on his donkey and took her home. When he got home, he took a knife and cut his concubine's body into 12 pieces. Then he sent one piece to each tribe throughout all of the territory of Israel. Yeah, them files ain't nothing. This is in their book. They don't give a
Did you make the connection yet? Or would you prefer that the professor break it down for you? See, what she started with was saying Christians don't give a fuck about the Epstein files. They're unbothered. They're undisturbed. They're not uncomfortable. They don't give a shit. What she used to demonstrate that was she then opened the Bible, read a story about how a grown-ass man talked to a bunch of apparent travelers and grown-ass men, and they were about to fuck another grown-ass man all the way up. And he was like, nah, don't do that. Take my child instead. And whatever else, right? And then they did what they thing. They violated that person all night, and then they chopped it up in 12 pieces and sent one to all the different tribes. And then she said, this is in their book. They don't give a fuck. And that's why she calls them the Christians. Yeah. Maybe I need to reach out to her. Man, she is one person I haven't emailed. Look at that. I just got an idea. Maybe I'll email Skeptical, tell her what happened at NanoCon, and see if she don't give a fuck. Because what I could tell her about your ass that's watching me right now, is you could go to YouTube real quick. You could hit it with the Pocket Locker 86. You could watch the stream we're watching right now when white saviors won't show up. The video you're watching right now. Look at me. I'm hearing myself talking real time. And then you could go down, read Nancy's letter for yourself, then share it far and wide. Read Nancy's letter for yourself, then share it far and wide. Read Nancy's letter for yourself, then share it far and wide. You could hit it with that. Damn, I went through and OCR'd the whole thing. Do y'all know what OCRing a PDF means? Because if you don't, it's probably because you ain't a motherfucking professional that has to do that type of shit on a regular basis. If you regularly take pictures of educational materials or books, and then you need to convert that into text that your students can actually search and use, that's called OCR. And I don't even know what this shit stands for. But when you OCR a PDF, it looks through the image of the PDF and extracts the language. And then it creates a layer underneath the PDF. It embeds a text file into the PDF, basically. And that's how the PDF becomes searchable. When Nancy originally wrote her letter, it wasn't searchable. It was just a regular PDF. Just a series of pages, images of pages that were scanned. I took them and OCR'd them so that when you click the link, it was searchable. It was searchable. You could have just hit it with a simple search like Control F stare. A horrifying incident took place within the concrete back stairwell of the lodge at Montgomery Bell. He took my hand once more and led me through a different door and led to the back stairwell. It was then that I flew violently down the stairs behind me, toppling over a couple times before my head smashed into the concrete wall. He had just pushed me down the stairs with both open palms. Then he walked up the stairs. I followed cautiously, assuming we were returning to the lobby, which I was relieved of. Remember that? She put the shirt back down. He exposed her. Then he put the shirt back down. Then he walked up the stairs. I followed cautiously. She's feeling relieved, right? Assuming we were returning to the lobby, which I was relieved about. Once we both reached the platform of the steps halfway up, remember the last moment before she reaches safety, he spun around yet again and strangled me with both hands. I was too shocked to even admit it to myself what had just had happened. I slowly made my way up the stairs, leaving from the door Elliot had exited out of a moment ago. I'm sure you get the point by now.
Yeah, them files ain't nothing. This is in their book. They don't give a after it's
Yeah, them thug atheists. This in the descriptions of their videos. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a shit. They getting ready for NanoCon. Ain't none of them making videos. Ain't none of them doing debates. Ain't nobody doing no call-in shows. Matter of fact, you call in and try to talk about this on the call-in show, they're gonna hang up on you and then tell you got to talk to the board. Now, when I talked to my college students today, they pretty much understood if you have to call the board before you're allowed to talk about a sex crime on there, you're witnessing a cover-up. So my students understood that. But y'all, for some reason, thug atheists. That shit is in the Nancy files. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. So now we're all, the whole planet is fucked. Because Christians, they been not gave a fuck because that shit was in their book and they totally was willing to look the other way and they was keep thugging it for Jesus, let the gravy train keep rolling. Then you came over here to secular humanism. You thought the shit was all sweet. You thought it was going to be safe over here. Now them atheists don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. Not none of them big platforms. They don't give a fuck. They know about it. It's been almost a year. So you have to be so fucking for real and acknowledge that either these people that you keep saying you're in community with for a year somehow have not heard about this. Somehow for a year, the most violent thing that's happened at any atheist convention, they didn't hear a word about it. And you're still claiming to be in community with them people. You're still sending them your money, sending them your super chats, getting ready to go get tickets to the next conference, yucking it up in their chats, sending the likes and the subs, all that shit. They've been making content in your face nonstop for over a year about NanoCon. They ain't say shit about it. And you still cool with it. You still subbing, you still like, you still, oh, here's a $50 super chat for your live. Oh my goodness, I love the way you argue against the Bible. Y'all don't give a fuck. You really don't give a fuck. Y'all do not give a fuck. And let me tell y'all something else. Ooh, y'all don't know. Y'all are fucking killing Nancy all over again right now. All of you. All of you, my friends included. All of you are killing Nancy over again right now. Why? Because you're letting him get away with it. She overdid her part. She gave this community everything it needs to do to nail these motherfuckers. And y'all don't give a fuck. You don't give a fuck. Let me tell you something. Y'all don't deserve to have people like me in this community. I'm here because I needed the connection like many other people need the connection. I'm here because I needed to process my trauma like many of y'all need to process your trauma. And now I'm here because this is my neighborhood on YouTube. This is where my friends are at, and we're trying to do the best we can. But this community has been nothing but abusive to me for years. I'm a goddamn dual PhD, professional evolutionary biologist, anthropology professor, but I also teach cultural anthropology. I also teach sociology. People say I make things too much about race. Yeah, I was literally trained by Sam Richards, hosts one of the biggest educational streams going on YouTube right now, the Social 119 YouTube. It's a sociology class about race. Yeah, I used to teach that fucking class. I was one of his facilitators way back before he was on YouTube, when he was written about in as one of the most 100 dangerous, the 100 most dangerous minds in America. My mentor, the guy who I learned to teach the sociology of race from, is such a prominent and popular academic teaching one of the biggest classes in one of the biggest universities in the country. I was his mentee. He's one of the most 100 dangerous minds in America. What do people tell me on YouTube? I make everything about race. I was fucking trained to teach the sociology of race. I became a trained facilitator in how to facilitate dialogues about race, class, gender, religion, and other sensitive topics. I trained other people, not only at the university. I trained other TAs and other people how to have those conversations on campus. I also would be brought in by them to train people in the community and how to have those conversations. And y'all motherfuckers tell me I make everything about race. You're constantly insulting me about my expertise. Y'all say I make everything too political. Wait till you find out my dad's a political media commentator. Wait till you find out my dad's literally a politician. Not an elected official, but anybody who will be considered a professional politician if they are in the politics business professionally. Yeah. In New Jersey, they call people like me and my dad politicos. It means you were born into the political structure of this state. Growing up in politics, growing up working on campaigns, growing up in the room when the decisions are getting made, the policies are getting written, the press releases. They trained me like that as a kid. They used to think that shit was cute. They used to just like love to have me in their meetings, and I would literally just like come up with ideas and like press ideas and shit, even as a fucking child. And they would let me contribute to the meeting. So by the time I was in high school, as a teenager, they're like, "Oh, great, Jason's here. Jason, we need to know what you think about this. Yeah, can you help us come up with this press release? Yeah, what do you think about this?" Because they realize, even now, with my dad, if I swear to you, if my dad ends up in a meeting with the governor next fucking week, he will call me first. He'll be like, "Jason, next week I'm going to sit down with the governor's team to talk about this, and this. I need some good talking points. What do you think of the main policy part?" Yeah. My dad, whose job it is to give other people political strategy, calls me. I've actually been in business with somebody. No, fuck off, Sue. Shut the fuck up. Don't fucking tell me how to do my goddamn show. What the fuck is wrong with you? Fuck you think you are? Read the goddamn thumbnail. This show's about me. You can have a timeout. Like I said at the beginning of the show, some of my friends are not going to like what I have to say today. I don't fucking care what any of you think. You come on my fucking stream and tell me what to talk about? Y'all have gotten way too comfortable with me. And you're so uncomfortable with how insecure I make you that you want me to move the fuck on when I'm trying to tell you the problem. The point is, I've run fucking political campaigns for major people running for major offices and had to write their fucking plans for the city. And y'all motherfuckers tell me I make things too political, I make things too racial. You shame me for speaking from my fucking expertise. While you sit there and do jack shit. And no, that's not directed at Sue. Sue's been down for hardcore, but right now nobody's gonna control this stream. Nobody other than me. So I will talk about what the fuck I want to talk about when I want to. And if you can do so much fucking better, you go live on your channel and you do it there. Yeah. Be real interesting to see what happened if Dr. Bundy really decided he doesn't give a fuck what any of you think or what happens to any of you. The same way none of you give a fuck what actually happens to me. Same way y'all don't give a fuck. Y'all think Christians don't give a fuck about the Epstein files? Y'all don't give a fuck about what happened to Nancy. And you don't give a fuck about any of the people that have been trying to bring it to you. Any of the motherfuckers that have been trying to tell you what's going on. You just keep coming up with excuses about how they're not handling it right and you don't have enough information. Then there's too much information. Then you can't sort through all the information. Then there's too many conflicting. Y'all are literally repeating the same exact shit that fucked it over to begin with. Now, let me tell you why y'all are really fucked it up. Before I was so rudely fucking interrupted when talking about my background in politics, there's a fucking reason I mentioned it. Despite what y'all think, I'm not here to just brag about my fucking resume. If that were the case, I would have just pulled up the fucking CV and read it to you. The reason I brought up politics, motherfuckers, is timing. Timing fucking matters. And we are running out of time. A campaign is not executed on election day. I won't give you the whole life cycle of a motherfucking campaign, but understand something. You really need to definitely just consider 4 years out. Things get a little bit more serious 3 years out. 2 years out, we really get into the fucking swing of things. Again, I'm assuming a 4-year cycle. 1 year out, this is it. This is fucking go time. Fucking go time. But the last 100 days, the last 100 days is an all-out, non-stop onslaught. It is when the press attention peaks. It is when the fundraising, all the last-minute fundraising that's going to get done is going to come in. It's when any undecided voters are going to start to make those decisions. It's when all the debates are going to really be popping off. It is the time to shine. It is the time when now you've been working on this campaign for 4 years, but the rest of the people in the city, they really only going to pay attention for the last couple months. Now, what Nancy gave y'all was a 10-paged notarized letter about exactly what happened. With more than 100 days until NanoCon. And y'all are such fucking amateurs that you don't realize that this is the fucking critical window. When NanoCon starts, and it's sexy, sexy, sexy time at NanoCon, Y'all know everybody gonna be doing everything under the sun to look the other way, pretend nothing's happening, make sure nobody hears anything about anything, okay? And then after NanoCon, since y'all are so fucking dumb, let me show you how it's gonna play out. After NanoCon, everybody's gonna be like, NanoCon was fun, it was great, it was safe, nothing happened. So then when your ass finally decides it's safe to speak up about what happened to Nancy and hey, somebody really talk about what happened at NanoCon 25. Now the community's going to tell you that was a couple years ago at NanoCon. They just had another NanoCon. There was no incident. It was perfectly safe. NanoCon is fine. I don't even know. Why are you talking about NanoCon 25? We just did NanoCon 26. NanoCon 26 was fine. Nobody got thrown down the stairs, sexually assaulted or strangled at NanoCon 26. Why are you also talking about NanoCon 25? And then you're going to be like, well, don't you think they should do something about the next NanoCon? It's like, no, I don't think we should, because there was the NanoCon where the incident happened and then nothing happened. Nobody did anything. And then they had NanoCon 26 and it was perfectly fine. And everybody was safe. So, of course, we're going to have NanoCon 27 and NanoCon 28 and NanoCon 29. Because once you let them do NanoCon 26, it's over. These are shit political strategists know from real life experience, working on real campaigns and understanding the critical fucking window. If you can't catch the analogy, the day they start NanoCon is fucking election day. And if you ain't got your shit together by then, it's too fucking late. This is the window. She gave us the 10-page notarized letter with plenty of fucking time to shut down NanoCon. All you got to do is step the fuck up, make some fucking YouTube content, and get them to shut down NanoCon. And instead, you want to sit on your fucking ass and wait and think about the perfect time to say anything. Meanwhile, their gravy train is headed to the station. And when it pulls in, it will be too motherfucking late. Just like this community is always ready to handle the fucking situation after it's too late. After they have their little sexy time at NanoCon this July or August, whatever beginning it is, nobody's going to want to talk about NanoCon. They're going to be like, NanoCon just happened and it was fine. And the next NanoCon doesn't happen for literally 365 days. So they're going to look at you like you're crazy for even wanting to talk about NanoCon. They'll be like, NanoCon was just fine. We just did it. It was safe. Nobody cares anymore. And there's not another NanoCon for a year. Why are you even talking about this? That's how it's going to go down. Because she gave us the letter with plenty of time. And y'all decided to sit on it. And I was the only motherfucker who understood the assignment. Not just that she wrote the letter, oh, it's out here now. Now we have the true story. Let's document it. Let's freeze it, take a picture of it, and throw it in a fucking time capsule. No, she gave us the letter. We have time between the letter and NanoCon. We take that letter to the streets. We make sure everybody knows what happened. We make sure everybody knows there was a coercive cover-up. And we handle fucking business. Time to roll out. But y'all would rather jump into my fucking work adventure to tell me to stop rambling. And since you're so anxious for me to get into today's fucking show, I'm gonna do what the fuck I want to do. I wanted to start today's shows off with music, and then I decided to rant first. So I'm gonna play fucking music so I could catch a motherfucking vibe. Then I'm gonna start the show. Then I'm gonna lead the show how I want to lead the show. Because I can be uncooperative like a motherfucker too.
In this life, only one or two will last. You're going through all the pain pain and strife. You turn your back and they're gone so fast. Oh yeah, and they're gone so fast. Yeah. Oh.
Guess I gotta mod my chat too. Thanks for the super chat, Patty. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate that. Their instruments all sound amazing. Y'all, this shit is so funny. This is just people. This guy is just pissed that they didn't get Trump. That they didn't get Trump. That no matter what happens, that you never get Trump. But it's exactly how I feel about Elliot.
And how the fuck y'all keep shooting everything but this bitch? Fuck.
We're a rich company. Confident. Few people know about this.
Yo, y'all out here getting everybody can get it in the atheist community except this motherfucker that threw that woman down the stairs, sexually assaulted and strangled her. Man. Patty can get it. She's a fucking liar. Patty can get it. I need y'all to never forget that this community is not only one, because this has to be such a part of the fucking story. How the community is not just one in which a content creator was thrown down the stairs, sexually assaulted and strangled. It's one in which she was staying with her sister, who, by the way, people said she was going to take him back to her room and fuck the shit out of him with her sister and her sister's child in that room. But again, y'all don't give a fuck, right? But not only that, but her sister was with her. And her sister is part of this. Her sister's not nobody, not an unknown entity. Her sister literally ran the channel with her. And her sister, who ran that channel with her, told all the big content creators, all the organizations. I was saying this earlier, Patty, I wish you just came to us sooner. I was thinking about this, and part of the big problem that I'm going to try to break down for y'all today, but, you know, we'll see who listens, is the reason this failed was the structure. It's because the structure of who's in positions of power, who are the key players, who are the influential people, right? Those are the people you think when some fucked up shit happens, you should go to. But since this community is built on racism, capitalism, and white supremacy, who did she go to? You went to the people who were in central leadership positions in the organizations. Big mistake. Fucked with the capitalism. Went to big content creators. Big mistake. Patriarchal white boys. Not going to throw one of their own under the bus for a woman. So reached out and it was trying to just trying to do what the responsible people do. Go through the system. Go through the approved channels. Let the people who are responsible know. They ain't do shit. Who did the responsibility ultimately fall on? Couple of down ass sisters. Sumami, Kyle, and PC. Particularly, Sumami was the one like, hey, they telling us this crazy shit. Here's the story. That's what we thought. All of a sudden, Kyle was like, nah, they telling me the same crazy story and the shit ain't adding up. Went back to Sue, was like, yo, Sue, Kyle saying this shit don't make no sense. Started putting the story together, being like, yeah, no, it's not making any sense. Reached out to Patty. Patty was holding it down like she had been the whole time. The whole time, Patty just been sitting there like, I'm sending out everything to everybody she could think of. And if anybody ever just came to her and was like, Patty, what's up? Patty was like, I'm here to talk. Like, just come, just hit me up. So we hit her up and she was like, here, she's the whole thing. And I said, would you talk to the girl? She said, yeah, I'll talk to her. And that was it. And then who wanted to come forward? Notice Sue just came in here, yelled at me, tried to curse me out on my own goddamn stream. What I do, I put on timeout because that's the type of mood I'm in. I would time my mother out. All right, real talk. I fucking hate my mother. I would time my father out. I don't hate my father yet. But not for real. But his timeout is over. Why? Because that's my down ass sister right there. That's somebody I know would actually ride or die for me. She just don't need to hear my credentials because that's not important to her, and she treats me appropriately. Like she knows we riding together, so she like, Jay, I don't really need to hear your resume right now. I'm like, Sue is saying about you right now. These people do need to hear my resume right now. They really, really do. They really, really do. Because if y'all had my resume, that's the funny thing. I literally get shamed. I go on air one time and talk about who I actually am in the world. It makes motherfuckers so insecure. Motherfuckers are flipping out at me. I'm sucking my own dick on there. If y'all had my resume, you'd never talk about anything else. How do I know? Because you won't stop talking about your resume and y'all ain't accomplished shit. That's how I know. How much you think Matt Dillahunty would talk about a dual PhD if he had one? Exactly. Once again.
And how the fuck y'all keep shooting everything but this bitch?
How the fuck y'all keep shooting everybody but this nigga Elliot?
We're a rich company. Confidentiality.
Everybody could get it except for the motherfucker responsible, bro.
I can guarantee you.
And black folk just laughing because we understand and we just like these motherfuckers.
So yesterday I made a video.
All right, cool. Look. Oh my goodness. What are we even doing? Oh my goodness. Oh, I was like, we supposed to do another music thing. I don't even know where this shit went. Here we go. Y'all, what's wrong with this community? More money, more problems. Atheists got their little hustle together. Started getting a little scratch. Getting a little bit of that cream, dollar bill green.
Sing this at home with us.
Now, who's hot, who's not? You tell me who.
It's hard to pull off rap in a live setting like this, but The band makes the damn music sound so good.
Lot to sell out the store. You tell me who rocked, who copped the blue drop,
Who juice got rocked,
who
who
was mostly goldie down to the tube side. The same old pimp, mace. You know ain't nothing changed but my lip. Can't stop till I see my name on the blimp. Guarantee to make yourselves pulling all the love. You don't believe in all the world, then double up. We don't play around. It's a bet. Lay it down. If you didn't know me,
91, I bet they know me now.
I'm a young Harlem hitter with the goldie sound. Can't no PhD people hold me down. Cooler, scoop me to the game. Now I know my duty. Stay humble, stay low, flow like Hootie. Real pimps, they spend no dough on the booty.
It's like the more money y'all come across, the more problems we see. It's like the more money y'all come across, the more problems we see. Y'all feel it?
You would rather see me die
Than to see me fly. Oh, I gotta hear that again. He said they rather see me die than to see me fly. Ooh, that's a Diddy line, but hey, even Diddy can hit it with a good lyric, because it's just racism. It's just racism all black people understand. They rather see me die than to see me fly.
I'm the D to the A to the DDY. You would rather see me
die than to see me fly.
I call all the shots,
whip all the spots, rock all the rocks, top all the charts.
I know you're thinking now when all the ball is stopped. I'm never home, gotta call me on the yacht. 10 years from now, we'll still be on top.
Yo, I thought I told you that we won't stop. Now what you gonna do?
For the group, I got money much longer than yours.
And my team much stronger than yours.
Like me, this will be your day. We don't play.
Mess around with DOA, be on your way.
Cause it ain't enough time here.
Ain't enough time here for you to shine here.
Deal with many women, but we treat them fair. And I'm bigger than the city lights down in Times Square. Yeah.
It's like the more money y'all come across, the more problems we see.
Yeah.
The more money y'all come across, the more problems we see.
B-I-G-P-O-P-P-A.
No info for the DEA.
Federal agent.
Nah, lie, we snitching over here. I know we told the Christians on y'all. You know we told the Christians on y'all too, right? We snitching over here.
Just mad cause I'm flagrant, tap myself
in the phone in the basement. My team scream, stay clean. Triple beam, miracle dream, I'll be that.
Catch a seat at all events, spent cats and posters, girls on shoulders. Playboy, I told ya, being nice to me. Bruise too much, I lose too much. Step on stage, the
girls boo too much.
I guess it's cause they rubber lane do too much. Me lose my touch.
Never that. If I did, ain't a problem. To get together with the true players at. Throw your roses in the sky, wave from side to side and keep your head high.
I give your girl a eye.
Play it please.
Lyrically, people see B.I.G.B. flossing, jig on the cover of Fortune. 500 is my phone number. Your man ain't got to know. I got the dough. I got the flow down. Bizak, platinum plus like Trizak, dangerous on Trizak, Leo ass Blizzak. Yeah. Yeah. The more money we, the more problems we. The more problems we, yeah. I thought I told you that we won't stop.
There it is. I thought I told you that we won't stop. I thought I told you that we won't stop. I thought I told you that we won't stop. I thought I told you that we won't stop.
Give it up for Jovan.
See, I thought I was coming out here to tell y'all treat me so badly, I'm quitting on y'all. No. I'm here to tell you. Y'all been treating me badly for years. I don't know why y'all think this gonna change shit. I know you ain't finna switch up. I ain't finna switch up. I thought I told you that we won't stop. I thought I told you that we won't stop. I thought I told you that we won't stop. I thought I told you that we won't stop. Let's start the show.
Ready for takeoff?
Whoa. Working hard on my stump, what's the problem? I ain't had shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams to the wax for my conscience. Brown James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Just a John on them jets, cause you wildin'. But the bowl is a party on the island. Moment moment of silence. So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocka. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pops flipped. Knew his name, that's it, never bothered. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. Took a seat at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof with my first whip. Split the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen a change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute just to front, nigga. Goddamn. Had to grow up quick, I made my own rules. Had my first child, got it jumping with music. Can't really hang with nobody who losing. I thought by now that you would go and get it, but I could hardly see niggas as distant. Know you get cropped if you not in the picture. And I made that zag and went got a bag. Shots to the Henny and OG prescriptions, put rebel shit on the map. Took a leap from where I started at. Started ballin' now, Chris Paul and Cats. Got them steady calling for the mold, but I'm on a roll, gotta call him back. And that's all fact.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. All carry-on items should now be stowed securely, either in an overhead bin or under the seat in front of you. All aisles, exits, and bulkhead areas should now be clear. All electronic devices should now be turned off and stowed, as they may interfere with the aircraft's navigational and communication systems. Once airborne, we'll let you know when you may use approved electronic devices, but note that some items may not be used at any time during the flight. You'll find a list of approved devices in the in-flight information section.
Cheers, AR. Good to see you. Always good to see you, bro. Damn, AR must inspire me. I just took the whole shit down. Y'all, there are 94 days until Nano CON 2026. Now that you know a little bit more about my background, this is one of them times I would be sitting down literally in my candidate's home at the motherfucking kitchen table. And I'd be looking them in the face like, do you want this thing? That I'm being so for real. That will be my job. Part of being the lead strategist, candidate management. You got to actually, the same way the candidate got to go be the hero for the whole city or the state or whatever they running for. Yeah, somebody got to have a back and hold them down. It's usually a very small team of people. They inner circle. And sometimes you got to let that inner circle stay in certain supportive roles where they can't really challenge that person in certain ways. So it becomes your job to sit them down at that kitchen table like, do you want this thing? For real. Do you want this? And make sure that you wait and you listen and you let them think. And when they nod and they get like yes, you let them know we have to take it, and we have to take it right now. So I don't know what else you got going on. I don't know, work, pressure, family, personal space, fitness routine. I don't know about none of that. But we gonna have to take it right now. And that's that conversation where you're letting that candidate know it's go time. It's go time, and whatever else we got to deal with, we will deal with the morning after the election. Until we shut this damn thing down on election day, win, lose, or draw. Oh, trust me. Ask me how we handle a loss. I'll do a stream on that sometime. But win, lose, or draw, whatever we got to deal with, we will deal with the morning after the election. From the moment they say, yes, I want this, and you tell them it's now time to take it, we are 100% locked in on the mission. Ain't no time for eating, sleeping, none of that. You get enough rest. That's literally how it is. It's about getting enough rest. That 8-hour, 9-hour sleep, ain't none of that. Ain't none of that. It's, did you get enough rest? Are you eating? You need to eat. Yep. Make sure you eat. Make sure you take your, you got to do your self-care, but ain't no days coming back. Ain't no hours coming back. This is crunch time, and that clock is ticking. Remember what I told y'all. When they kick that next Nano CON off, whether it's safe or not, whether anything happens or not, y'all saw what happened last time something happened. So imagine if something happened again, especially if it ain't quite to that level, even if it is, and now they know, oh shit, we really can't say nothing, right? Because then people, right? So even whether something happens at Nano CON or not, we'll never know, right? But I'm telling you, they're gonna pretend it was safe. And once they could say that thing that happened was Nancy, that was really unfortunate, but whoop, that's a 2025 problem. And we did it in 2026 and it was all gravy, baby. And the next one don't even happen until 2027 summer. Y'all gonna have missed the moment. They're gonna be saying Nano CON was just fine. I don't know why you're bringing up previous old drama. Oh, get ready. You think they being dismissive now? Oh, wait till the day after Nano CON starts and Nancy's story officially becomes quote unquote old drama. You heard it here first. I want y'all to come back to the chat of this video and be like, Jay, I literally heard them say old drama today. Come back to this chat. Let me know. I deserve that. Let me know I was right. All right. Now, for real, then they're gonna tell you the next Nano CON is not for another year. So I'm just trying to, I'm gonna move on. But I need y'all to understand the importance of this timing. Polaris Financial Planning, American Humanist Association, the American Atheist, Godfather Engineer, Black Bullshitters, Humanist of Tennessee, the Atheist Community of Austin, Secular Rarities fucking company that nobody should do any business with ever, Recovering from Religion. It should be Recovering from Religion. That would be a better name. The Secular Student Alliance. Yeah. Heavy emphasis on student. The Clergy Project. Reformed grifters looking for new opportunity. Listen, clergy people, let me holler at you, clergy people. I get it. You need retooling. The clergy thing. Look, don't trust none of these atheist organizations. They're all grifters, dang and shit. You need some real skills. Maybe they will help you, but if they ain't talking about real training, get the fuck out of there. Okay, don't fuck, because really a lot of these people, they just trying to sell you on the atheist grift. They want to professionalize YouTube atheism. They want to turn YouTube atheism into a legitimate endeavor and in a legitimate business. And so that's what a lot of this stuff that you see, all these secular leadership classes and all this talk of secular leadership and living beyond religion, they're grifting. Okay, they're literally repositioning themselves now as life coaching, and we're going to do life together and join the cult. It's a cult, right? And so please understand, get some real skills, get a real education, go to a real school. You don't got to go back to college necessarily. Get beautician school, maintenance school, HVAC. You know what I'm saying? But some shit where you're going to learn some real shit. Americans United for the Separation of Church and State, Nashville, Think Squared Media, Stephen Barry, LMT Massage Services, and Think This Through YouTube channel. The speakers, the featured speakers, this fucking asshole right here. I don't know. Matt Dillicunty. Let's go with that. Lack of promise Backlund. Underachieving Backlund. I don't know. It just, I'm having a hard time with promise on that one. The Friendly Atheist. Now, I want to say something about the Friendly Atheist. How friendly is he really? Because again, y'all love to talk about how genuine these people are and how sincere, how real they are, how caring, how authentic they are, how you feel this genuine connection, parasocial connection with them. So please explain to me why you haven't heard anything about this from Hemant Mehta. Because I know a lot of you want to protect your heroes here, and because you're not willing to fire your heroes into the sun. You should be like me and just keep firing your heroes into the sun. Eventually you get used to that shit, and it's easy. Like, I'll give you one right now. I've known Cory Booker since I was 12 years old. Not known him, like put him on my resume, use him as he's throwing me parties, giving me gifts. I know his family, he knows my family. One of my mentors, probably done 5 or 6 different internships with him. Known him my whole life. motherfucking sellout for APAC. Motherfucking sellout for APAC. And a complete and utter disappointment to the point of being humiliating and an embarrassment. See that? Boop! Just fire one of my heroes right into the sun. Because with practice, the shit gets easy. With practice, the shit gets easy. But y'all ain't ready to do that. So then explain something to me. Since you want to protect him and Meta, you're going to tell me he doesn't know. So then why the fuck do you celebrate him as a leader in this community if the most violent incident in the history of atheist events happened at NanoCon 2025 and he hasn't said anything about it because I guess he doesn't fuck around in community drama, quote unquote. So here we are nearly a year later. He said nothing about it. So fine, you want to take the innocent route. He doesn't know. But how can you continue to call him a hero of a community where something like this could happen and a year later he doesn't even know about it? See, this is what I mean about parasocial. There are people who watch this channel and you get fucking weirded out because you're like, he talking about parasocial relationships, but then he talks about Sue being like a sister to him. Yeah, because my relationship with Sue is different. She's not just a mod in my chat. She's not just somebody I know on YouTube. I've known Tsunami for fucking years. I know all types of ups and downs about Tsunami that you'll never know, and I'll never tell you. Tsunami knows real shit about my real life. None of y'all will ever know. I can't even remember all the times. The difference is when you want me to change something on stream, you got to like put it in the comment section. Tsunami wanted to say something on stream. She just jumped in the backstage and just literally started cursing me out. My friends could do that. I might time them out for a second, but they could do that. You see the fucking difference? If one of y'all threw my black ass down the stairs, none of y'all would give a fuck. But Sue would be at your head, neck, and shoulders like I'm at your head, neck, and shoulders about Nancy. She sure would. Now, what about your boy him and Meta? Because you don't watch me that much. Y'all don't give me no money. Y'all don't watch Sue. Y'all don't give her no money. But you probably such a huge fan of how genuine and sincere and all the bullshit. And then him and Meta, he be doing all that investigative journalism type shit, right? Every time it's a crazy controversy or scandal or some priest does something fucked up in Christianity, he got a whole investigative journalism approach. He string the shit all the way out for you. So the way I see it, either he's not really a part of this community at all and he's never heard of this because he don't give a fuck and he doesn't actually consider this himself part of this community. He just uses y'all for money. And he only gives a fuck about covering stories when they're happening way the fuck over there and they can't affect his bottom line. Option B, he knows and he got wrapped up and brought up into the flying monkey narrative. And so he was coaxed into silence about this like everybody else. That's a possibility. Or maybe he knows exactly what happened and he just doesn't care enough to address it. Wouldn't it be crazy if I sent him an email? All right, Monte Mater, Fish Stark, Forrest Valkai, Candace Gorham, Glenda Jordan, Kevin Crow, Christina Celeste, Gail Jordan, partner of the internal investigator, who's now on the board, David Teachout, Sam McGuire, Will Judy, Jake Villa, and that human waste of a perfectly good ejaculate. The queen of the cover-up. Say my name, say my name. Could it be SR? Down the stairs, another lady. Because if you took it there, first of all, let us say we are not the ones to sit around and be played. Say my name when no one is around you. AJ, we don't love you. You've been running games. Say my name. You acting kind of shady. Ain't acting like a lady. Better say my name. Y'all enjoy that NanoCon experience. Sounds super safe. This is a video done by Filbert. Hit him with it.
Tonight's episode discusses a real account of sexual assault and violence. I'm not going to be graphic or sensational, but the subject matter itself is heavy. If that's something that's difficult for you, please take care of yourself. Step away if you need to, come back later, or just skip this one entirely. Your well-being matters more than any video.
Hello, fellow heathens. My name is Phil.
Thank you, Michael.
Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the Mighty Filbert Show. It's the Mighty Filbert Show.
Hello, Mighty Ones. I am the Mighty Filbert, and tonight we're going to talk about something a little different than what we normally talk about. We're not going to be looking at music or movies or anything else like that tonight. Tonight I'm going to talk about an incident that happened last year at the 2025 Nano CON in Tennessee. This is an incident that involved Nancy from the Apostate Sisters and another YouTuber named Secular Rarity. I'm not going to sensationalize anything. I'm not going to speculate or spin anything. I'm going to do something very simple. I'm going to listen. Because Nancy told her story, and a lot of people decided they didn't need to listen. So what I'm about to talk about comes directly from Nancy's own written statement, which was read by her sister Patty on the Apostate Sisters channel. Well, once again, I'm not summarizing rumors. I'm not pulling from secondhand commentary. This is Nancy's account in her own words. And I'm going to quote parts of it directly because, frankly, I don't think paraphrasing does it justice. And you don't need to read the whole thing to understand what she's describing. But you do need to hear this. Nancy starts off by saying a horrifying incident took place, and she says it took place within the concrete back stairwell. She said the most cruel and brutal, humiliating and frightening event that I've ever endured. Then she goes on to describe what happened in that stairwell. She says that she was thrown down the stairs, overpowered, assaulted, and then strangled. She said nothing that occurred was consensual, not even close. Now, this is where people start getting uncomfortable. This is where people start looking for ways to soften it, reinterpret it, reframe it, and turn it into something easier to digest, I guess. But her words are not ambiguous. They're not vague. They're not confused. She described violence. And then comes the part that would shake people even more, because she didn't go public immediately. She tried to handle it quietly. This is what she said. I wanted this to stay within the community. I believed we were a family that supported each other. She even describes forgiving him at one point, trying to understand him, trying to help him. Now let that sink in. She was trying to help the one who hurt her. And then everything shifts, because according to her statement, she said, people told lies about me to protect my abuser. They actually told him I liked men to rape me. A complete force of character destruction. Yeah, not disagreement, not skepticism, destruction. And this is where I'm going to step in for a minute, because I've seen this before. I saw it when I was in ministry. I watched churches, people who claim truth, morality, and righteousness do the exact same thing. They circled the wagons to protect the abuser or the leader. They questioned the victim, shamed the victim, blamed the victim. They rewrote the story, and I remember thinking, how does this happen in a place that claims to care about truth? And now, here I am watching it happen all over again. Different environment, yeah, but same behavior. It's not skepticism, it's tribalism. And Nancy describes what this did to her. She said, I felt alone, betrayed, scared, disgusted, and hopeless. I wanted to die, not because of what happened in the stairwell alone, but because of what happened after. She tried to go through the system. She filed a report, and what happened? No footage, not enough evidence, case goes nowhere, right? Happens a lot in cases like this. Once again, she says the legal system failed to protect me. So let's keep track here. We have an assault, then we have community failure, then we have system failure. And still, she told the truth, but no one would listen. And then she asked a question that I think every single person watching this needs to sit with. What do you plan to do? She said, do you plan to remain complicit? Is it more important to protect the vulnerable or protect ratings? Now, that's not me talking, that's her. So I'm going to answer that. I stand with Nancy. I support accountability, transparency, and consequences for people who abuse trust. And until that happens, I'm standing with this effort to boycott the 2026 NanoCon conference. Stricter security measures need to be put in place to ensure things like this don't happen again, because safety is not optional. Now, let me leave you with this. She told them what happened. She wasn't vague. She wasn't indirect. She didn't spread it as a rumor. She wrote it down and put her name on it. She told the truth as she experienced it. And what did people do?
Brief interruption. I'm sure you would feel some type of way if something like that happened to you and this community gaslit you to the point that you felt the need to write down, document your own story. And I imagine you taking the time. I imagine you taking the extra time. Maybe you typed it. Let's keep it more realistic to Nancy. Maybe you typed it. Now I'm going to imagine you taking the time to say, I'm not just going to type it and send it. I'm going to print it out. I'm going to search this house for a pen, because who writes with a pen anymore these days, right? So unless I got plenty of pens, I'm a school teacher. Right? But you may not. So you go rumble around, dig out a pen, and you sign it. And you send it, right? I imagine that meant a lot to you. Because you decided, I'm not just gonna tell my story. I'm not just gonna tell my story. I'm gonna print it out and I'm going to sign it to add the weight of authenticity, to say this is in fact my story as told by me, signed right here with my own hand. I just want you to remember, Nancy thought enough of these people for some odd fucking reason. She took hers to get it notarized. And these same people, at least one of them, made a video deconstructing what it means to get something notarized. Need you to understand what you're really dealing with.
They questioned her. They rewrote her. They turned her into the problem. And now we're here at that moment where everyone has to decide not what they say they believe, but what they actually stand for. Because this is bigger than one story. It's about whether truth matters when it's inconvenient, whether people matter when it costs you something, whether believing the victim was ever a principle or just something people say until it's their guy. So here it is, clear, simple, uncomfortable. She told you what happened. Now the question is, are you going to listen, or are you going to do what every broken system before you has done and pretend you didn't hear it? I stand with Nancy, and I hope you will too. So until next time, remember, you don't have to be religious to do the right thing. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and stay mighty.
Yay, now I get to criticize somebody else's content. Oh my goodness, now I get to tell somebody else all the way what they the fuck should have done with their motherfucking channel. Brother, you fucked it all the way up. We told you we're not boycotting NanoCon, man. I tried to tell y'all, man. Boycotting NanoCon was so last month. Shut down NanoCon. We are trying to make sure NanoCon doesn't even open, doesn't get started. People cancel their tickets, they cancel their flights. We want to make sure. I don't care what money they laid out that they trying to recoup. We don't care none about that. We trying to hurt their pockets. That's the motherfucking point. And a boycott will probably hurt their pockets, but shutting that shit all the way the fuck down and then shutting down Rocket City right behind it, because we coming for your asses and we gonna keep on your asses, coming for all y'all money. We coming for all y'all monions. All your monions. We coming for all your money. I'm telling you. Because I ain't gonna stop, and you ain't gonna stop. We coming for your monions. All right, so anyway, we don't have to keep shutting down these conferences. I just want y'all to be aware of that. But yeah, we trying to shut down NanoCon. Other than that, no notes. No, literally no notes. That was fucking beautiful. Fantastic. Fantastic. Round of applause. Round of applause. A++++. 100. 100. I grade shit. Sorry, I'm gonna just hit you with the grade. Sometimes I'll be grading shit. That's what I do. That's what I do. I'll be grading. That right there, 100. Professor Bundy says 100. Professor Bundy says 100. No notes. Fantastic. Inspirational. Hashtag shut down NanoCon. That's what that would have been my feedback right there. So for real. That would have been my feedback. All right. So for real. All right. Now listen. Let's talk about some critical shit. Those of y'all that are here. Okay. Let me tell you something. Today's stream is all sorts of fucked up, because this stream is really me just trying to get out a bunch of fucking frustration and fucking venting, okay? The shit is connected, it's relevant, and it matters. It's just, if you care to get through it, you just got to fucking bear with me today, because I don't give a fuck anymore. And just please understand, I have tried, and I'll try to make this point at different points throughout this broadcast. I have tried to give this shit to y'all as digestible as possible over and 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 over again, right? And nobody gives a fuck. And again, all that shit is here on this channel. So at this point, I'm just on full-blown shutdown NanoCon mode. And honestly, I'm like not burnt out and like when you're like just like done with something and you don't want to do it no more, but burnt out in the sense of like I'm over the presentation politics. Like, I did this as presentable as possible for so fucking long. At this point, I'm just trying to enjoy the good work of trying to shut down NanoCon. I'm not trying to do shit perfectly. I know I fuck up. The streams would be better if I was scripted. I should probably go back and edit shit. Ain't none of that happen. At this point, I'm thugging it out. We at their head, necks, and shoulders every fucking day. I try to bring a lot of substance to the streams, but you just got to kind of hang in there, ride through it, and put it together, because it just is what it is at this point. Now, some of what I'm really here to talk to y'all about is the real dynamics of this community and how it has kind of fucked me up for years. Now, again, I don't really be making all this shit about me. I know everybody's going to say and then use this stream to prove that I made it all about me. But again, I think I got like literally over 100+ hours of content on this shit, and I've never made it about me. And again, really, for real, the only reason I'm making it about me today is because literally it's about me. Like, y'all, that's part of what y'all don't want to see here. Part of what y'all refuse to see is that this is not actually just about Nancy and Elliot. It's about me. I've become the problem. And that's because the people are still trying to keep the situation under wraps and under control. And let's be real with the lay of the land. Nancy pieced up on out of here, right? Obviously, look at what happened to her, right? So people keep wanting her to come back. Why they keep asking for her to come back? Because they know that that's very unlikely, okay? So you have to understand that this is not an accident. This shit played out this way by design. What your dumb ass needs to be asking is, whose design was it? The answer is a lot of fucking people, actually. Yeah, that's the thing people don't want to tell y'all about. The actual problem is not really Elliot. Here's another thing y'all about to do. You're going to learn a lot tonight if you pay attention. And you might have to go back and rewatch and take notes. But for real, they're all about to scapegoat Elliot. I'm just telling you right now, this whole community is about to scapegoat Elliot. First off, what they're going to do is they're going to let Elliot slide out the back door. I'm just keeping this so real. He probably already in the process of sliding out the back door. Like, he got some appearances and shit coming up, and people are scheduling him, and, you know, his organization that he started is about to sponsor NanoCon. But once the pressure really cranks up a little bit, the first thing to do is people just going to get distance themselves from him. So he going to slide out. They'll just remove Secular Rising as one of the sponsors. You know what I'm saying? Those channels will just, like, cancel those streams that are upcoming. A lot of them, most of them will probably try to hide the shit they've done with them in the past. Like they'll try to scrub their catalog for anything they did with him. So watch out for that. If I were y'all, I'd be snapshotting their catalogs. I'd be going to all their channels, taking screenshots, capturing all the shit they did with Elliot, all the shit they did with RFR, all the shit they did with all the organizations that are involved in that shit. That's what I'll be doing for y'all. But you know what I'm saying? Y'all don't want to do your homework. Y'all lazy like that. I know lazy students when I see them. I'm sorry, it just is what it is. I know lazy students when I see them early and often. This is a very quick read as a professor. Very quick read. That's why my friends are my friends. You can say what y'all want about my friends. Them women is not lazy. Them women is not never lazy. Not never, not one time, not one day in their lives. PC, Kyle, Sumami, Patty. Ain't an ounce of lazy amongst the four of them. Not an ounce of lazy. That's what I mean. Like when I say my team supreme, stay clean, triple beam, lyrical dream, we be that. That's us. When we say our team better, we mean our team's actually better than y'all. That's the funny shit. It's like people be like, "Oh, it's Jay's team," and then there's just yeah, and our shit is winning. Our shit winning like a motherfucker. Crazy. A very small team of not lazy people versus an entire community structure of lazy, useless motherfuckers. And look at the results. Anyway, so to keep it real with y'all, they're going to let Elliot slide out the back door real quick, right? They're going to all distance for himself. They're going to try to scrub him from their fucking channels. And then they're going to be like, yo, nothing to see here. We're not involved with that. We're not involved with him. We distance ourselves, whatever, right? So, and then they don't give a fuck because they're hoping y'all will just fuck off quietly. And then the turnover, like the newcomers, there's always, it's called the Endless September. Look into the Endless September. But it's always newcomers. And so newcomers allow you to ignore turnover, right? It's sort of like, the seniors could all be really miserable as shit, but they gonna graduate. You see what I'm saying? And when they graduate, they're gone. So now they graduated and they're gone, and now there's a bunch of freshmen showing up, and the freshmen don't know shit. They're just excited to be in fucking college, so they don't know this place sucks yet. You see what I'm saying? Like that's kind of the university hustle. And I'm not talking about my current institutions. I actually like the schools I work at, but I'm just saying in general. You guys catch the vibe. So that's how turnover works, and it's the same thing in the atheist community. Like every time you just get so disgusted with all the bullshit and you just dip, they're like, great, cool, because now there's some new kid on the block coming around with new likes, new subs, new super chats, and you was asking too many fucking questions anyway. So they're glad you're gone, right? And they're just glad the numbers keep going in the right direction. So you're gonna let Elliot slide out the back door, then they do the hokey pokey and they turn themselves around, they do a little institutional shuffle. And then even if y'all put pressure on the people who are responsible, they'll just get rid of them people. Right. And so then they'll be like, oh, nah, them people not here no more. Oh, he's not right. And then they could keep the gravy train rolling. So, you know what I'm telling you, that's what's gonna happen. Okay. So yeah, just be on the lookout. Be on the lookout for that. All right, now let's keep it rolling. Now let's talk about some of why I'm really here to talk to y'all about why this is about me. Because part of what's happened is y'all are gonna scapegoat Elliot, because part of what we've been saying since December is that this isn't about Elliot. I mean, I didn't understand the level of rot and greed. I'm telling y'all right here on air in real time. I had no idea what the fuck I was stepping into. No clue. Well, like I say, when you first get involved in a situation or learn about something, you get a snapshot. The snapshot I got on day 0 for me, which was when I first talked to Patty, was like, oh, this is a community level failure. I was like, oh, Patty, the whole community like fucking failed your sister. Like everybody failed. None of that was supposed to go down like that. That's not how any of this works. Anybody that's like a professional and goes through any like mandatory safety training about how to deal with real shit in real life at real events, and like your professional life depends on you knowing that shit and responding appropriately. It was like, nope, none of this is how that works. None of that. Nope, none of it. So I was like, yeah, the whole community failed your sister. And so when we went live, we were like, yeah, so this is all a NanoCon thing happened, but also the whole community failed her. So that was my snapshot on day 1. Okay. We're way beyond that. We're at like, how do I say, RICO charges? I don't know. I used to speculate about RICO charges over here with the Trump shit. I probably shouldn't even be telling you this one. I probably was saying way too much on air right now. No, I'm not, because I didn't do this shit. But for real. Basically, there's just a bunch of overlapping kind of criminal type organizations, right? And they've been conspiring. They've been collaborating and working together to pressure the community into silence. Wouldn't it be crazy if that shit was documented on YouTube? Wouldn't it be crazy if there were links in the description documenting that happening on YouTube? Wouldn't that be crazy? Wouldn't that be crazy? And then wouldn't it be crazy if they kept doing broadcasts with the people? And then by just seeing the overlapping broadcast, like let me just keep it real. Let me just tell you something. I'm not going to talk about anything tonight that you couldn't put together if you've just been paying attention to what's been broadcast already. Like, the reason I can say that shit so casually on the fucking stream is because it's all public. They did all this shit live on YouTube. They did all this shit live on YouTube. So I ain't even got to talk about the shit I know that I'm not talking about. Yeah, I ain't even talking about the shit I know that I'm not talking about. I ain't talking about none of the private information. No, I'm talking about just straight public information, just based on what's been broadcast. So you have multiple organizations with some kind of common motive. And then they've all been doing this influence peddling and coercing people. You're going to lose your friends if you tell your story. We got to get the black guy who's been talking about it on his channel fired. We got to make sure everybody knows the whistleblowers who are also assault survivors themselves are transphobes, even though the thing we said they're being transphobic for was actually inclusive. Oh, man. Because, wait. Did that happen on air? On YouTube? And it's recorded? Oh, fuck. Y'all did all this sloppy bullshit and like y'all are YouTubers. And it's like y'all forgot about the fucking cameras somehow. Y'all like the footage from the stairwell proves, the footage from the stairwell proves, the footage from the stairwell proves. Man, what if people started scrolling through all the footage about NanoCon? But y'all, that's what I'm saying. These people just been playing in your face the whole time. Let AJ literally be making videos like, say my name, 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 say my name. And then she'd be doing streams on the NanoCon channel with the guy who did the internal investigation that's in a long-term relationship with this one of the keynote speakers at NanoCon, who's also the mother of another one of the key speakers at NanoCon. And then he said he used to be on the board and he's about to be on the board. Say my name, when conflict of interest is around you. AJ, we don't love you. You've been running scams. Say my name. You acting kind of shady. Ain't you Rico's lady? Ain't you Rico's lady? Better say my name. Wouldn't it be crazy if that everybody that's been running around smearing Nancy was like, talk to AJ, talk to AJ. Did you talk to AJ? I talked to AJ. Did you talk to AJ? Well, AJ told me. Well, did you talk to AJ? Did you talk to AJ? Is that y'all telling us that y'all were participating in the smear campaign based on what that same AJ told you? Say my name. When no one is around you, AJ, we don't love you. Oh, shit. I was talking about us. Yeah, when I said, oh, y'all thought I was singing. No, I was talking about my team over here. No, me over here. You know, over here, we don't love AJ. Over here, none of us are around AJ. Over here, we don't have no love for her because she been running game. No, y'all been in thick with AJ. Y'all been loving AJ and promoting AJ and broadcasting with AJ on multiple platforms, on multiple organizations, multiple registered nonprofits and not-for-profit companies. Man. And wouldn't it be crazy if it seemed like there was a very obvious profit motive for a coercive cover-up, and then a video of a trans woman almost blowing her head off over this? Over a story she said was written by who? Say my name, say my name. Say my name, say my name. But I thought I thought nobody could listen to us because we were transphobes. But then y'all homegirl Bre almost did the dirty on YouTube. Some people had to turn that broadcast off. They didn't think she would live to tell the story. But the story she told was of a coercive cover-up of people trying to get her to change her story. And I talk about what happened about NanoCon. And now none of these trans-defending superheroes are talking about the goddamn cover-up that woman was trying to put the community on notice for. But let me guess. She threw me under the bus too, so I probably find that embarrassing. Or maybe there's a link to it down in the description, because I really, 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 really want you to see it for some reason. But for some other reason, there's a whole bunch of people who seem to really, 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 really want to make sure she never said those things live on air, and then also seem to try to make sure it became private and disappeared really, 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 really quickly. It'd be a shame if that same person would summon y'all into Facebook threads to also participate in the smearing of said victim, and y'all came running once again on Facebook in public. I don't understand how YouTubers just don't understand how cameras work. This shit just baffles me. Again, none of this is private information whatsoever, at all. But for some reason, the only person who's really a problem in all this is me. For some reason, people are trying to get me fired. They say, I guess the things I say are doing too much damage to them. I wonder if they'd be able to demonstrate that I knew I was lying about these things and that I said them anyway. And I did so with the intent of causing them damage, and that they did in fact suffer damage. Or would it turn out that all I did was hold up a mirror and say, "Is this you?" I also used to work in a prosecutor's office. But I hear y'all don't like when I talk too much about my background. So maybe I won't say any more about that at this time. Woo! Y'all having fun yet? Oh, these fucking people. Phil Bird. I fucking love this shit, my dude. We got to talk about some more shit, but let's get some Uncle Bobby in this bitch.
All right, gang, no intros, no outros. As you can see, I didn't even bother to bring out my fucking risers for this one. But before we jump into it, gang, if you are not in a place to hear about sex crimes of any kind, tap out. This isn't the video for you. There's nothing wrong with admitting that. Keep yourself safe. But the first thing that hits my brain space.
Pause the tape.
Again, after
holy shit. Gang, you witnessed it here. I hadn't thought about this. Andrew, man, I'm gonna just tell you the beautiful part about all this. Y'all want to hear me white-splain this shit? Y'all want to hear me get my white on real quick? Let's do it. Sweet Caroline. Oh. Sorry, I had to get all the way into it. Let's find a silver lining, shall we? We all love a good silver lining around these parts of town, don't we, folks? All right. So the silver lining is the community did fail Nancy. It did. It sure did. But boy, when a community realizes it and comes together and says, well, we may have fucked this all the way up, But at this stage of the motherfucking game, do we have anything to lose by going down swinging and trying some crazy shit up in this piece? And then we all looked at each other like, hell to the no. I love this idea. Andrew, this way to contribute. Look at the community come. Look, I just gave y'all a unifying message and you still ain't happy. Can't win for losing around this bitch. I'm trying to bring people together and celebrate the contributions, that the fact that the chat is contributing to the show, which is contributing to this community spot. I'm trying to paint you a beautiful picture, and you just, for some reason, you just don't like when people like me find joy in strength and in serenity in a harmonious community. You just rather see me die than to see me fly for some reason. But goddamn it, I think we got to make a call to Fox News. I'm a scientist. I'm gonna just look. Y'all like, Jay, please don't talk about science. I didn't like science. I didn't like science either. Real talk. I became a scientist. I didn't fuck with science. I'm a social science guy. For real talk. Oh no. I never took a biology class as an undergrad. Not one. Hell to the no. I had way better things to do. Okay. But for real. When I really tell people what it means to be a scientist, at heart. Okay, now not all the technical babble bullshit. At heart, it means I be experimenting. That's what it really means. I tell my students all the time. At the end of the day, y'all, I'm a scientist. What that means is I be experimenting. I put it to them just like that. I don't like to overcomplicate things. I like to keep it real in my classroom. It means I be experiment. I mean, we just be trying shit sometimes. I let my students take an exam in groups. Yeah, really, my last midterm, I don't fucking care about exams. Who gives a fuck, right? I don't give a shit. And then we was talking in class about how, like it's all about social behavior and your social environment really determines how you thrive. And it should be normal to be socially supported. And we should consider it weird to be not socially supported, right? And then the whole purpose of them taking their test is to prepare them for their group project, right? So I was like, if learning is a social endeavor, and then we need you to do with the results of your learning is a social endeavor, why do we evaluate y'all in isolation, right? So I had them all study for the test. I didn't tell them. And then when they came in for the morning, the day of test, I said, now look, y'all have a choice. You could either just take the test by yourself or you could take the test with a partner. It's up to you. And you just accept your grade based on your choice. Some of them took it by themselves. A whole bunch of them took it with partners. If they needed help, I let them ask each other for help and shit. Cause I be trying shit. I just be trying shit. And maybe I could build a bridge of love and understanding from here to Fox News. Probably not. But I just be trying shit.
23 years of teaching women self-defense, hundreds of different classes, hundreds of different privates, probably right at or right under 1,000 women have been in my care in regards to this topic.
Now ask yourself this: in this secular atheist community that cares so much about women and secular values and why do we have this black mountain of a man? I think like a former All-American fucking Division I player, fucking at fucking University of Texas, signed an NFL contract, knows 17,000 different martial arts. He literally has like, I don't know, 4 different black belts. I don't even know all the fucking degrees, like 92 degrees of black belt in one person, okay? And his job is, I teach women how to fight so they don't get raped. You know how I gave y'all a whole science education and law experience and sociology professor is my actual day job and y'all don't give a fuck? Yeah, well, my homeboy Uncle Bobby is a fucking world beater, actually teaches women how to fight so they don't get fucking raped. I literally think I am a generational counter apologist. I spent my afternoon showing students in a college classroom that the entire concept of God is sitting on some bullshit. And I think Uncle Bobby is the best counter apologist on the planet. I use his shit in my classroom as educational material. And again, his job is to teach women how to fight so they don't get raped. He signed an NFL contract and played football as a fucking legend at the goddamn University of Texas. You know how much white people love football in Texas? $501 subscribers. 501 subscribers. Yet here he is. Whole 16-minute bit on NanoCon. And I had to thank the mighty Filbert because he was literally the first white boy I heard talk about this. So Filbert, you're excused from this conversation, but white boys, where y'all at? These supposed to be the women you care and love about so much, the organizations you're running, the fucking show. This your show. Y'all making all the monions. He has 501 subscribers. I have less than 2,000 subscribers. I don't make dick on YouTube. He makes jack shit. Y'all making all the monions. He has 501 subscribers. And y'all don't got nothing to say about NanoCon? Why might that be?
There's still a couple of stories that just stand out. That if you hit me in the back of the fucking skull with a sledgehammer, the world's worst concussion, I still would remember about 5 or 6 of these stories. And this one involved a little girl, probably around 16 years old, and a very prominent member of Austin's kind of high society, right? Something happened. That's all I'll say about that. And it just became Austin's most openly kept secret. Now, of course, I do not blame the little girls. They're little girls. They're babies. But when you talk to the little girls, and I'm sitting here trying to gather as much information as I can, like, yeah, oh, that happened. Yeah. Oh, okay. Then I started asking the adults from that community. Gang,
I'm going to pause there for a second, Uncle, Equus, because I want to acknowledge this comment. He said, I find myself, this is just straight up sitting on some bullshit. Uncle Bobby is awesome. Uncle Bobby has contributed so many, we call them Uncle Bobbyisms. And, you know, I've talked to him about it, like, dude, I just steal your shit on my show all the time. And he's like, oh, it's community property. It's all love, you know? But, you know, that's why I play his shit in my class, because he does the heavy lifting that I need, the actual educated response to, you know, the counter apologetic bullshit, so I can have my students see the structure of the fucking problems. But it's such a heavy conversation because, you know, most of my students are in fact religious, and, you know, find the sort of secular perspective very difficult, especially when it comes from me, because there's a certain power dynamic in our classroom, right? And so, you know, it's just a tense situation. And so being able to play Uncle Bobby stuff, you know, it gets them to laugh, and they really enjoy it, and they like it, and they don't feel as attacked, and, you know, they can kind of hear it straight, but hear it in a way that they enjoy, and they feel like it's a treat. And so I say that to say that, like, so not only is he everything I said before, you know, women's self-defense instructor, legendary football player, badass martial artist that could literally murder all of us with his bare hands, and I mean all of us at once, and but again would rather buy everybody drinks, of course, but he's also a fantastic entertainer, and everybody that watches Uncle Bobby knows that, because they know how often they find themselves in real life using the Uncle Bobbyism, sitting on some bullshit kiddie table, please go fuck yourself, you know, the list goes on.
Sounded just like the little girls. Oh yeah, that happened. Like, oh, and That's when you call 911, right?
But again, for some reason, they would rather make sure the only people who get enough feature and prominence to be professional at this, for some reason, are always unqualified white guys. And their little, tap dancing coon friends. They're their little good little tokens, right? And then when they see black men who really have earned their way into whatever clubs we've earned our way in, well, fortunately for us, we've earned our way into those real clubs. Because they definitely ain't trying to help us get no love in these fucking YouTubes. Now, the goal of this stream is not for you to leave feeling bad for me. You realizing I'm a human being who doesn't deserve to have my life all the way fucked up for, taking what little limited free time I have as a college professor who works at multiple institutions to cover this story, because this is something that happened to my friend and the sister of a good friend of mine. And it's something that could very easily happen to one of my students. But the reality is, I have been blamed for all of this. Because, like I said, they weren't expecting any of this to happen, but because we went public about it, we did you all a favor. None of us realized it at the time. And I'm going to break into some things, but the favor we did y'all was we made this story public. And I got to give credit where credit's due, because that's Umami. This community handles things in hushed tones. A dynamic you need to see in this YouTube community is that they use YouTube as the storefront. They use YouTube to push the product. But anytime some real shit happens, they want to handle everything behind scenes. Facebooks, Discords, private meetings, phone calls. So the trade that you're making is you're allowing them to use the branding of community to push the product. And you bite on that. You buy it. Even if you don't pay for super chats or pay for tickets to NanoCon, you buy it every time you accept that label of community. Because it makes you feel like a stakeholder in what happens in this space. But the reality is, to the people that are selling you the product of community, this is a business. And you are not in any way, shape, or form a stakeholder in that business. And if you were sharp, you would learn that as soon as something incredibly dangerous, like someone almost dying, happened, and all the structure people got together and decided, for some reason, the stakeholders in the quote unquote community that, again, is built off of the YouTube viewership of people like you, they decided y'all shouldn't hear anything about this at all. And then when they couldn't keep a lid on that conversation, they couldn't enforce the silence any longer. They wanted to make sure you heard an alternative narrative that they got together and constructed, which is coincidentally the same narrative that they got together and constructed before the police were ever involved. And we know that because they've told us. They've all talked about and shown us their shit and talked about them being the witnesses and providing police testimony. So you think they're running around spreading evidence to you now, and that evidence is inconsistent with whatever they would have provided to the police at the time? The cover-up has been right in front of your face the whole time. So you have to start to ask yourself, what does it mean for a community to be built on YouTube viewership? But then when the real shit happens, it's shielded from the YouTube viewers. So the reason you should care about what happens to me is because what is happening to me reflects the structural racism produced by the intersection of capitalism, patriarchy, and white supremacy that I teach about as a professor. And that racism is being used as part of the cover-up, telling you to not pay attention to the coverage of the story because it's coming from me. So what we're going to do tonight is we're going to talk about what are some of the consequences for everyone of that type of focus on me. One of the consequences that I want you to pay attention to right now is that by trying to put coercive pressure on me, you know, like trying to get me fired, running around telling everybody I'm a transphobe, is that the idea is that would make me go away. If my supervisor taps me on the shoulder and says, I don't know what you're doing on YouTube, but shut it down. Then my coverage goes away. They've already begun deconstructing Nancy's letter. So they think by deconstructing what notary means and telling you that Nancy is still lying, and just because she got something notarized doesn't mean what she got notarized is consistent. They think they can just make the letter go away. After all, there's really nobody other than me talking about it all the time. The other thing people do is they do the one and done. You know, people do a video, they drop it, and then they think it's over. They don't understand how the dynamics of this community work. But I've been out here for years. You cannot tell these people anything once. They're slow learners. You have to tell them over and over and over and over, and you have to get louder every time. And then eventually, you literally just have to start taking people's heads, bashing them together, WWE style, smash their head into the fucking turnbuckle 10 times, hit them with the fucking rock bottom, pin them 1, 2, 3, so they're embarrassed in front of thousands of people. You have to make sure they're embarrassed in front of thousands of people. Then they might start acting right. But what's going to happen is once they finally start acting right, when it's already too late because they waited until it was safe. What I meant when I said what happens when white saviors won't show up is they will associate my channel and my coverage with the drama, with the controversy, with the ugliness, with the stank, with the divisiveness. Then once my coverage is the thing that led to them making their flying monkey response public, right? Because it went from people privately understanding and being aware of the cover up because of what was happening private, but now you're aware of the cover up because you can go through and see all of these organizations continuing to work with these people, continuing to platforming these people. You can go to these people's channels and see them thumbing their nose in your face and wearing flying monkey t-shirts and selling merchandise. Wait, you guys should have seen my students' face when I showed them the actual merchandise. It was crazy because I know they couldn't believe it. They were just like, when I showed them the teeth, like they're like you could, they're all their jaws just dropped. Like, because again, this is obvious to people. Like they were like, what the fuck, right? All public. All public, thanks to that coverage. And so now you have the flying monkey response, now all public. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You have like Bre's video where she almost kills herself and reveals that she's been being coerced. Mm-hmm. And then tells people on air to pass around the evidence back and forth between themselves. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But now that it's out, once it's out and it's too big to cover up and it's too big, now what they're going to do, and here it ties back to Elliot being the scapegoat and Jay being the scapegoat. It'll be all about Elliot. It'll be all about the assault at NanoCon, finally, when it's too late, right? And since it'll be all about Elliot, they'll all be trying to throw Elliot under the bus, Elliot under the bus, Elliot under the bus, Elliot under the bus, Elliot under the bus. And they won't want to talk about the cover-up. And since it's safe to talk about the assault at NanoCon, they'll point you to things like Nancy's letter and Patty's video reading Nancy's letter and Filbert's video documenting what happened at NanoCon. Where they won't direct you is to my channel, where you will find coverage of the cover-up. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that's what I mean when I say the racism of white saviorism. Mm-hmm. See, the structural bullshit that we've been documenting on this side over here for years. This is like I told Patty, this is not our first rodeo with these people. We go through this with these people once or twice about every other year over some fucking dumb shit where these fucking dumbs think they've outsmarted all of us, and then they start playing in our faces about it, and they do all the shit publicly on YouTube, and we put out all the pieces, and then we expose it, and then everybody hates on us for exposing it and calls us divisive and tells everybody to not hang out with us and tries to get us can't like we've just this how it is. This is what we do over here. You're new to this. We're true to this. We've been down this road plenty of times with these people. A little bit bigger this time. Few new fish in the pond, but same shit, different day. For real, for real. And so what happens is now that Elliot's the scapegoat, they'll point to all of the safe content where the story's just about what happened to Nancy. And that would allow the late blooming white people who refuse to say or do anything about any of this, even though I was begging them to say and do something about it, and even explained how critical it is that we do it before the next NanoCon, because you think they're sweeping this shit under the rug now. Wait till you see how they treat this shit after the next safe NanoCon, and then they pretend the next NanoCon is safe, and then when they pretend that, oh well shit, there's not another NanoCon for another year, why the fuck we talk about it? Y'all are missing this moment. This would be me sitting my candidate down with the heads of their team being like, y'all are gonna lose this election because you think 100 days out you can sit around and strategize like you have 4 years. If you do not wake up tomorrow morning calling every single member of your motherfucking street team, organizing your fucking districts into fucking captains who keep track of the next levels leaders down, and having, you need to be, those people need to be in touch with each other every day, touching base at least 3-4 times a week. And then as you start to get to 90 days, oh fuck no, daily you have to be so fucking serious. You are trying to comb through the entire electorate and make sure you leave no fucking vote unturned. And I'm gonna tell y'all some real high level master strategy shit on politics. It all starts with the number. There's an actual number. There is a number. I'm telling you what the number is. We just say the number. Me and my dad say, what's the number? We already know what we're talking about. But what we mean when we say the number is elections are not magic. There is a number of votes that will win you the election. Your job as the candidate and the candidate's team is to know what the fuck that number is at all times and how close you are to it. And what you're going to do to make sure that on election day, you do not fall short of that number. It's not guesswork, it's math. So when you're 90 days out, you are about combing through all of your potential voters, through all of the people and infrastructure you've built up in your campaign to make sure you are checking in and confirming that your voters are ready to go. You are like calling them like, no, you're like, no, I need to, it's like, well, yeah, what is your plan on the day of the election? You said you go to work. What time do you work? Oh, you go to, are you planning to vote before or like it ain't no fucking games. We're keeping track. We are keeping track of exactly how many confirmed voters. And on election day, we keeping track. We even got people at the fucking polls. They're called challengers. They're allowed to challenge any vote. They're allowed to check the ID of voters so that we know a person that told us they're voting for our candidate, we know they showed up at the goddamn poll that day to vote. Our challenger watched them walk into the booth. And if they tell me the number coming out of that polling location doesn't match my fucking number at headquarters, we are going to court. Because I have confirmed voters on the roll, and I will call them and confirm their votes if I have to. Because now it's a legal issue. My point, y'all have to get so serious about using these last 100 days, 94 days, whatever it is, to drive the pressure on NanoCon to that critical mass where they just can't do it. Too many sponsors are pulling out, too many speakers are pulling out, too many emails are coming in, too many people are having to call too many fucking meetings, too many future opportunities are getting pulled, too many donors are calling. I don't know what the number is. If I knew that number, I'd tell you. I'll give you a critical number. Can't be me. The purpose of this conversation is for you to understand that the structures of this community are set so that what happens is once I've done the ugly shit that makes it safe for you to speak up about what happened to Nancy, they're going to allow the safe, whitesome and delightsome content creators to come in, make it all about Nancy. That's going to make those whitesome and delightsome content creators look heroic. Like they were there to take up for the victim. They did the victim's advocacy. They were there to make sure Elliot was held accountable, right? And what are they already doing when they make their content? What do they not do? They stay clear of mentioning me. They stay clear of pointing people towards my channel. Why do they do that? Because it's not safe over there. They've already put the stank on this channel, and people unwittingly have already bought into it because they're trying to, out of their best advocacy for Nancy, and that's what I would recommend, they're trying to do their best to like not make this about the drama or the controversy or what's going over there on the Pocket Locker channel. So they're gonna do what? Direct them to the Apostate Sisters channel. Right? So that allows the whitesome and delightsome people to come in, make it all about what Elliot did to Nancy. Then, like I said to you earlier, Elliot gets to slide out the back door. Those content creators get to pretend they're the hero. Those organizations get to say, hey, look, we got rid of Elliot. And then the gravy train keeps on rolling. Then they'll anoint those whitesome and delightsome content creators that swooped in after we did the dirty work and it was already safe and easy. They'll anoint them the heroes of women's safety and the new conference safety team and the fucking women's power supremacy team and all that shit. They'll get the rub, they'll get the push, okay? And then forevermore, they'll be like, don't go over there and fuck around with that Pocket Locker shit because what they was doing over there, that's just the drama, that's just the stank. So that's part of how the racism of white saviorism, how they'll allow the white saviorism to come in, but really it's really allowing the structure, it's allowing the patriarchy, the capitalism, and the white supremacy. Remember those three? It's allowing all that to stay in place untouched. It's just the whitesome and delightsome people get to show up and be the heroes of this one victim. Everybody gets to focus it on this one villain. He gets to slide out the back door. The structures and the organizations and all that shit involved, they get to keep the gravy train rolling. And then everybody just forgets about what we doing over here because now it's convenient. Now the site that was talking about the coverage and the cover up and the conspiracies and all that crazy shit that was going on, well, we told y'all he's a transphobe, he's an asshole, he makes things too political, he makes things too much about race. He hangs out with the crazy transphobes, Sumami, PC, and Kyle, and all they do over there is drama, 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 drama. So now you won't want to direct people over there because then you'll be accused of supporting and participating and promoting the drama, drama, drama over here. And then the racism that allows them to shit all over me and try to get me fired, and nobody gives a fuck about whether that's illegal or not. Because this community is racist and doesn't give a fuck about people like me. Remember that thing on the thumbnail about this community being racist and treating me like this for years? You're going to see some more of that today too. So that's the okie doke. Is they're going to want the whitesome and delightsome to make it all about Elliot. Let Elliot slide out the back door. Don't point over here towards the community structure and then use me as the bad guy to say don't focus on the cover up and all that other shit. Now, the only way that doesn't fucking work is if the rest of y'all start carrying the load of that cover-up coverage. The rest of y'all had to say, Dr. Bundy told us this is exactly what they was going to do, and we have to hold the organizations and the entire structure of allowing anointed or whatever content creators start to play these gatekeeper, Godfather-like roles where they get to gatekeep access to economic and influence opportunities. And so it's a combination of economic / influence peddling type, coercive type, manipulation type shit. And wouldn't it be interesting if it turned out that they were doing that to the victim immediately after as well too? So that's why I've been begging y'all since the day one to step the fuck up and make content about Nano CON. Because the fact that you're not making content about Nano CON means the only channel covering the cover up and conspiracy at Nano CON is this channel right here. But none of y'all want to go there because that's going to stop you from being able to inherit the merit of the whitesome and delightsome response that focuses on Elliot. And notice how even the people who are starting to turn around and want to talk about what happened to Nancy, what are they all saying? Elliot, 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 right? They're doing it right in front of your face. That is their way of protecting the influencers, protecting the influential, protecting the power structure, protecting the business model, while pretending to be the heroes, while they scapegoat not only the original assailant, but the black professor who covered the coercive and conspiratorial cover-up. That's what you're here to think about
tonight. Why not? And gang, if I asked a dozen adults, they all had the same answer. Oh, that's because he's, and dropped the name. And I'm like, you say that like that's supposed to mean something, right?
Y'all act like your fucking names mean something to us. Y'all act like the name Secularity means a goddamn thing to us. Y'all act like the name Matt Dillahunty, Seth Andrews, all these fucking coward ass white boys that have known about this shit for a year. And if they haven't, it's proof positive they're not part of this community. If they come out and tell you they didn't know about what happened at NanoCon, unsubscribe immediately. They've been grifting, pretending to be a part of the quote unquote community that something like this could happen into. And here we are a year later. So are they going to be honest and either tell you that they bought on the flying monkey bullshit, or honest enough to tell you they really just didn't care, or honest enough to tell you they really don't see themselves as part of this community, didn't even come up on their radar?
Does that name mean you're absolved of all guilt and responsibility? What? And I still remember the last person I asked. An adult male. It's like, did you hear about his response? Yeah, everyone knows.
Yeah, if Forrest was doing this coverage, I'd be a hero. But what does it say that to motherfuckers that they don't give a fuck about this channel at all, but they're up Forrest's booty hole? Forrest never had a bad day in his life. And then, boy, isn't it fucking obvious.
And I looked for this.
Oh. Also glad to know that hearing about this wasn't a bad day for you.
One dude, that I was waiting for him to sound like, well, yeah, that's when I went over there and ripped his face off like I was a chimpanzee infected with fucking rabies. He did nothing of the sort. He exact same thing that everyone else did.
Yep.
Nothing.
Yep. Wait till y'all find out about all the Discord communities that knew and dogpiled. Ooh, this shit is so deep. Thank you, Kyle.
And when I asked this person, well, that's when you did something, right? No. Well, why not? Because he's right. And this story is from so long ago, gang, that at this stage, and I haven't kept tabs on her, she's old enough to be married with at least one child. And I wouldn't be shocked, and I would not blame this child if she packed her gear, moved out of Austin, never came back. Imagine a scenario, gang, where your emotional well-being isn't even worth a fucking phone call, a conversation.
Imagine a situation where that happens to you and your well-being isn't worth a fucking phone call. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab some more alcohol.
If that bullshit would have happened in the neighborhoods that I grew up in, and the moment the dudes found out that this slapnuts did X, Y, and Z to a little girl, let's just say the men in that neighborhood would have given him the proper motivation to change his behavior. An incredible opportunity for improvement would have been afforded this set of truck nuts. No one did a thing. Imagine a story to where the talk of sexual violence is the second worst thing in that story. Now, gang, I openly admit I've only watched one video on this. But after 20 plus years of teaching women self-defense, I believe it. When a woman steps forward and tells you about stories of sexual violence, believe her. When a man steps forward and tells you stories of sexual violence, believe him. You believe the facts and you believe the story behind the facts. And I've done this long enough to be able to sniff out an actual story of sexual violence. Now, first, I want to give an apology to our main man, Cousin Jay. He sent me this about a week ago, and just yesterday, I'm just now seeing this. So that is 100% on me. I don't know. Do you still have access to my channel? If you do, please post that video on my channel. But cutting right through it, and again, gang, this is just a quick rant. I'm going to do more on this either later on today or tomorrow, but this deserves more attention. But Nancy from Apostate Sisters, again, I will do a longer, more detailed account, but I do believe this story. Hey, prove me wrong, I'll issue an apology and I'll take this video down. Why do I have a feeling this video is going to stay the fuck up, though? Nancy from Apostate Sisters went to NeoCon last year. I just found out what the fucking NeoCon was. Elliot Martin interacted with Nancy from Apostate Sisters in a highly aggressive and sexually violent way. The details were difficult to listen to. It was about a 40-minute video that went by like 9 years. Again, just go fuck yourselves. And a little bit about this Elliot guy. He's exactly what it is I've said at the beginning of every self-defense seminar. And that is, if a predator looked like a predator, they would never predate. Gang, this is one of those moments, stories, to where, damn, where the account of violence is the second worst thing about this story. Sex crimes are unique, gang. They're unique in that the victim, the survivor, is made to feel shame, right? If you're just walking down the street and someone takes a billy club and hits you in the shoulder so hard it just completely shatters your shoulder capsule, I mean, it's like the greatest orthopedic is just sitting there looking at it, it's like, we just have to amputate this bone. There's nothing you can do about it. The narrative wouldn't be, well, what was that person wearing? Right? What did their shoulder do to bring this upon themselves? We would just say, that's fucked up, right? The victims of school shootings, we don't ask, well, what were those kids doing? Were they talking in class? That's some bullshit. No. But in sex crime, you're just as likely, apparently, to feel sympathy and compassion for the rapist as you do the rape survivor. It is a very unique and dehumanizing fucking crime. Again, I'm going to do a longer video on this, but I just have to address this right now. That is happening. And apparently the online atheist community dogpiled this woman, collectively blamed and harassed the victim and the whistleblowers. What are we doing here? No means no, and no, you can withdraw consent at any time during the sex act. I'm going to be very stereotypical and talk about heterosexual interactions, but ladies, if his dick is in your mouth and you're like, I think I'm done here, you have the power to say no. His penis could be occupying space in either your rectal cavity or your vaginal cavity. You've been at it for 30 minutes, and anytime during that activity, for whatever your reason, you have the right to withdraw consent. This story sounds a little different, gang, because it sounds as if consent was never given.
And again, for the record, for all the people who want to pretend that this was somehow consensual, which is disgusting in and of itself, please stop talking about this. It's just victim blaming. You cannot consent to being thrown down the stairs. I can't believe I feel the need to do this again. Here's another Uncle Bobbyism. It's Googleable. It's Googleable. That's one of the new Uncle Bobby classics. It's Googleable. Wouldn't it be amazing if my students knew it's Googleable? That is correct. In legal terms, you cannot consent to acts that cause serious bodily injury or death. Pushing, throwing, or causing someone to fall downstairs is considered a violent act that constitutes criminal battery, regardless of whether the victim agreed to it beforehand. All right. I literally cannot believe we had to have that conversation amongst us here grown adults on YouTube. But apparently, we needed to have that conversation here on YouTube amongst us grown folks. And y'all don't seem to understand why we need to shut down NanoCon. Interesting.
Ever. From the get-go, out of the gate, there was nothing
on the people's iPhone of knowledge.
This to me.
It's another classic.
Now, gang, this just sounds like one of those cases where the assault is the second worst thing that happened. Apparently, Jennifer's not on YouTube. Nancy's not on YouTube anymore.
Where my secular girlies at? Ladies, this one is for y'all because I love you. Wouldn't it be fucking wild if after this happened to her, she was pressured into stepping away from YouTube and he got put into turbo overdrive elevation, started flexing, calling himself the secular Jesus Christ on air, where he was being celebrated for his secular leadership courses with Dr. Darrell Ray, the founder of Recovering from Religion, and I think like the Secular Therapy Project or some shit too. Wouldn't that be crazy?
And at the end of that video, she's feeling the physical effects of what her emotional state is manifesting in her body. Depression, losing weight. When you come forward, again, like that little girl I told you all about 10 minutes ago, when your emotional well-being is not worth an ounce of effort, what do you think that little girl, she probably has the most rancid trust issues ever. It reminds me of the Jerry Sandusky bullshit and why Mike McCreary will always be the biggest bitch I've ever heard in my entire life. A former Penn State football player, 6'4", 2 double nickel, walks into the shower after practice to see Jerry Sandusky doing something to that boy. Again, if you were familiar with the term rhythmical slapping, became a punchline, but it's not funny. Guess what Jerry Sandusky was doing to that boy in a shower? And when you read the account, the little boy said, "Our eyes actually met. I thought he was going to help me." Mike McCreary walked away. My point is, that 10-year-old boy turned into a 20, 30-year-old man who doesn't even trust his own shadow, probably.
Now, another little smidget of my history here for you. I was at Penn State when the Joe Paterno controversy happened. I met Joe Paterno before it happened. One of the happiest days of my life. I was a Penn Stater. I'm a kid who grew up in Pennsylvania. Like, you go to Penn State. I went to Penn State on a full academic scholarship. Full ride. So the whole thing is like, of course, you're a Penn State student, the big football team, everybody's at the football games, right? There's all the trophies. So like what happened was I'm gonna just tell a story because again, this is my show. I was in a class, it was a civics project. Interesting. It was a civics group project based on an issue, a safety issue in our community. Yeah. There was an interracial couple that was harassed at a football game. And so our class, because our teacher, our civics teacher, her name was Rosa Everly, one of my mentors, one of the legends. So many legends in my team of mentors, one of them for sure. She really covered, like, she made her bones covering the tower shooting. I think, like, maybe, I want to say University of Texas, maybe. I forget the school, but like the first real big, like, tower school shooting thing. Anyway, so what our class decided was that we wanted to put together like a public service announcement about how, that type of harassment wasn't acceptable at Penn State sporting events. And so what we wanted to do was get Russ Rose, who was the head of the women's volleyball team. And at the time, the women's volleyball team had won like 4 national championships in a row or some crazy shit like that. And, Joe Paterno, because those will be like, big figures to get in this media package. And since I did like multimedia stuff, I got to help with like shooting and stuff and putting it together. One of our classmates was a football player. So he set up a meeting with Joe Paterno. And so we all went. We met with Russ Rose first. I got to go into Russ Rose's office. Amazing, because like they actually have their trophies and shit in the office, so like you can actually see that shit. And we just sat there and just kicking it with him and like talked to the coach, and it was a really great time with the volleyball coach. And then we met Joe Paterno, the same thing. Like they bring you in the office and you can see there's fucking all the championships and the Rose Bowl trophies and all that shit. Like, cause like you walk through the trophy room before you walk into his office and you finally walk into, you're in Joe Paterno's motherfucking office with Joe Paterno. And just a small handful of us. And he went around the room, asked us where we were all from. And everybody told him. And based on wherever you were from, he's from his years and years of recruiting all over the state of Pennsylvania, right? Most legendary winning college football coach in history of college football. He knew the state of Pennsylvania like the back of his hand. So he went around every single one of them, introduced himself, say where he's from, and he would tell us crazy stories from like that area, like where you grew up, because he'd been there to like recruit players and shit. And he talked to us. He helped us with the project. We told him about it. He said he was down. Like it was great. Like we pulled it off. It's a great thing, right? And first thing you do is like you call your parents. Literally, call your fucking parents. I just met Joe Paterno. Oh my god, my Penn State career is complete. Now I just got to graduate. You know what I mean? Like that's that call. It's like, I met Joe fucking Paterno today. I'm not even on celebrities, but come on now, y'all grew up watching Penn State football. This is what it is. But yeah, that happened to us. And now forever, when you put that Penn State on your resume, people think of that Sandusky story and Joe Paterno's connection to it. Same way earlier I told y'all I'm disappointed by Cory Booker's politics, becoming fucking APOC Shakur #2. I had to fire a hero into the sun. I told you shit gets easy with practice. Got practice with Joe Paterno. Joe, that was fucked up. They took down the motherfucking statue. We fire our heroes into the sun around here, dog. And then I was at Michigan State in the PhD program when the Larry Nassar situation happened. So my whole identity on paper, every time motherfucker try to figure out who's Dr. J. Bundy and where does this motherfucking scholar come from scholastically, Penn State, Michigan State. So we got to carry that differently than other people. Because we got to show them Penn State alumni don't fuck with that shit. Michigan State University alumni don't fuck with that shit. I'm just telling you.
Sex crimes are unique. And that, God damn it, and any other.
Wait, but here was my point. I almost let y'all slip up out of here. But nah, check this out. You just heard for real, a women's self-defense instructor explain to you that it was fucked up to not intervene in that situation. He said he heard the situation. He saw the situation and he walked away. That's what he said. And that was fucked up, right? Now you got to explain to me why y'all still over there putting all that money in the line. All this time we done all been promoting and cheering on Dr. Ben. Dr. Ben walks up to Nancy before this shit happens. And apparently him and Elliot have a conversation. And Elliot asked Dr. Ben, is this a good idea? Dr. Ben says he told them it was not. We've heard this from multiple parties. They go off. This happens. Nobody hears shit from Ben. Who, by the way, was roommates with Bre, the lady who almost blew her head off on YouTube over the coercive effort to get her to not talk about what she knows about NanoCon. Her roommate, Dr. Ben, one of Elliot's good friends. Think that might have something with the coercive effort she said she experienced for months not to speak out about what she thinks about NanoCon? And then when AJ, queen of the cover-up, author of the false history, queen of the cover-up, author of the false history, summons Arden, Glenda Jordan from NanoCon, and Dr. Ben and Arden Hart from the line. Come on, get in here. And Dogpile, didn't one of y'all say she was all over him? Almost as if Dr. Ben was being summoned to publicly dogpile on the victim. And Dr. Ben showed up. We've covered it like 3-4 times on this channel by now. Showed up when summoned to say, yes, that is exactly what I saw. I haven't been felt like saying much about this lately. Remember with that self-defense instructor, that guy who teaches women to fight so they don't get raped? Remember what he said? He said, when you see something, you're supposed to intervene. Now, we all make mistakes and look back and say, yeah, I probably should have done something differently in that situation. Which is crazy to me because your professional training also tells you, at least from in my case as a college professor, and my one black friend talked about this on his own. I didn't ask him to elaborate. I asked him, I asked him off air, do you have professional training about safety and things like that? He said, yeah. So, okay, cool. We might talk about it on the show. He brought it up unprompted on his own. I kind of, to be honest, I forgot about it. But he brought it up, and the first thing he said was, yes, I do have training like this. And he immediately went into, we're trained how to intervene. There's a number of different tactics and all. And then we had a whole conversation about it. And I said, I know. And I said, it resonates with me because I know the same thing from the same trainings. You distract one of them. You say, hey, Ben. You say, hey, Elliot. You know, they said they're doing a thing for the planners and the organizers, and they need all the people who were, presenting tomorrow to go to the thing over there. Oh, hey, Nancy. Patty just hit me up, and she said they need you back in the room. Yeah, Patty just hit me up. She said she needs you right now. So I don't know what it is. I didn't ask. Family thing, I'm sure. Right? You find a way. Oh, hey, y'all, what's up? Y'all, we all about to hang out about that. We about to go play a game. Now, y'all gotta come. No, we wanna go. No, y'all gotta come with us. Y'all, we doing NanoCon once. Y'all coming with us. I don't know what y'all's planning to do. Y'all can do that shit later. Come on. But nobody did anything. Nobody hit her up. Nobody hit her with the girl texts when you get back to your room. They texted each other, allegedly. Allegedly, they texted each other relief that it looked all consensual. But they was worried about him. They was worried about him because she was all over him too much. But they didn't hit him or her up with the text me later. But again, y'all not really ready to talk about why we're trying to shut down NanoCon. Interesting.
Situation, we immediately take the side of the person on the receiving end of the bullshit. With sex crimes, for some reason, it's like, nothing. What you don't do is support the fucking rapist. You don't do that. What you don't do is like, do you really want to ruin this guy's name? I mean, shut the fuck up. I'm going to wrap this up because I'm going to save it for the other show.
It's like I'm going to have a fucking conniption.
This is me the fuck off. Gang, we sit up here and we make these fucking videos and we sit here and we point fingers at Christians, the Catholics, the Southern Baptist Convention, all the bullshit. Right? It's amazing, the atrocities you can get away with so far as long as you have clerical qualifications. Gang, we're no different. We're no different. Now, again, I didn't tell you to go harass this dude. Matter of fact, I'm telling you, don't harass this man. Don't. If you know his physical location, you put your hands in your pockets and you walk past his place without doing a goddamn thing. That cures not nary a fucking ill. Don't go after this dude. Do not do it. But so far as long as we continue to juggle people's nuts all in our mouth, knowing that they've done something fucked up, then we're just as bad. We're just as guilty. And just like those fucking adults from that first story I told y'all, you might as well held that little girl down. I can't tell y'all what to do, but I can tell you what I can do. One, I'm doing this. 2, I'm going to make a second video on this. And again, it's like,
where is the fucking content? That's the crazy. Remember I said earlier that the fucked up thing is that they use the YouTube community, they use the YouTube viewership to sell the product, to promote this whole community bullshit. And then when the shit hits the fan, even though you're supposed to be a stakeholder in the community as a viewer on YouTube, they're like, no, you're not a stakeholder in this business venture. So they try to handle everything behind closed doors so it doesn't fuck up the cash flow. But you just heard again from a women's self-defense instructor, somebody who teaches women how to fight so they don't get raped. So he can pay his bills. And he's taught us a lot. He said, yeah, you got to intervene when some fucked up shit's about to go down. And he also said, what can I do? He said, well, isn't this community promoted through YouTube? Isn't this something that happened between 2 YouTubers? Hasn't the community failure response been broadcast on YouTube? Isn't the next NanoCon being promoted on YouTube? I can make a YouTube video. A women's self-defense instructor said, I think the best thing I could do to help in this situation is make a YouTube video. That would almost be like a real world professional whose real life professional responsibilities in the real world are to use his years of education and experience and literal ninja skills to teach women how to fight so they don't get raped. And then he recognizes, like, I interact, through my channel. He don't really be in the community. He don't really like in people's lives and in comments. He don't be like paying attention like that. He doesn't pretend to be part of the community like that. He pretends to do his shit, respond to his apologists, interact with the people he knows through his fucking comment section and chat, and keep it pushing. But even he says, well, ain't this on some YouTube shit? Ain't all y'all supposed to be on some YouTube shit? I can't fucking, physically go there and like protect you through YouTube, but damn, like, let me make a YouTube video. But for some reason, I've been on this channel just keeping at y'all head, necks, and shoulders, begging these YouTubers to make YouTube content. And it's almost like a professional whose job it is to reduce harm to women in these type of situations is literally telling you the thing not just that he recommended, he ain't even recommended, the thing that he actually chose to do himself in this situation to contribute in a way that would, help out the thing we've been asking y'all to do since December. Was to make a YouTube video. You just heard a women's self-defense instructor tell you the thing you could do to make YouTube safer so that this type of shit can't be promoted and happen in YouTube-based communities is to make a fucking YouTube video. But for some reason, all these great atheist, secular community hero champions of virtue and rationality and secular humanism, no YouTube videos. Wayne, they got me back in the content desert day. Remember when we would all just fucking be all over fucking anywhere just so that somebody was live, just so we could all be in the chat, and we'd always end up in some fucking Nazi hellhole that they drag us into and then be like, yeah, we're done. That's why we started doing our own shit for real. That's why we started with our Discord and our gathering shit, because we literally got so sick of like just wanting to interact with people and having good conversations, kicking it with the crew, and then you're constantly dragged into fucking Nazi hellholes because all the white boys want to do is fucking debate philosophy and Bible bullshit. So we was like, yo, we just got to start doing our own shit. We literally used to be live like all day. I used to go live all day I used to do my work live, study live, then do a show, then game, then do some bullshit, then play playlist of like video games and content and shit overnight. I used to do overnight streams where we had it over on a casino channel. I would literally put together a playlist of like dope ass competitive video game tournaments and like fighting game tournaments and shit, or great broadcasters just playing dope games. And it was on the casino channel, which was our gaming channel. And then at any time of night, people could just tune into that live stream just so there was a chat. Literally, we had to fucking build our own shit. That's what we did. We was like, yo, we're gonna build our own shit. We're gonna have our channels. And then I was so committed to the shit. I was like, I'm gonna find a way to make sure my motherfuckers have a place to go and they ain't gotta hang out with these fucking Nazis even when I'm fucking sleeping. So you know what? The OGs knew. The OGs knew I was in go mode when I made that stream. Remember, I did 5 streams the other day. Y'all, it was a lot of people tripping. Jay, are you okay? You're gonna be all right? Are you gonna be all right? Like, whoa, that was a lot of content. I mean, are you gonna be okay? You know who wasn't tripping? The OGs. The OGs, like that nigga used to stream like 8, 9, 12 hours just for shits and giggles. What are you talking about? And they also knew when I made that 6th stream, and I was like, when I wake up, y'all motherfuckers is not making motherfucking content about NanoCon, I'm gonna be right back at your head, neck, and shoulders. They was like, that's exactly what's gonna happen if they don't make this fucking NanoCon content. He ain't playing with these fools. But for some reason, even though Ninja Warrior Bobby over here just told you, you can make this whole community shit way safer. Just make a YouTube video. I don't want to make YouTube videos all of a sudden. I find that shit very peculiar.
The Catholic Church continues to do what they do. They don't have any motivation to change. The SBCs, there's no motivation to change. Donald Trump, no motivation to change. They still sit in a position of power, prominence, and popularity.
Prominence, power, and popularity. What was
Motivation
that?
to change. They still sit in a position of power, prominence, and popularity. They still sit in a position of power, prominence, and popularity.
Power, prominence, and popularity. And then when I say shit like, motherfuckers like that shouldn't be in power. And if this type of shit happens when you are in power, you should no longer be in power. And then I'd be like, we got to be more critical about who we put in these roles of prominence. Because they fucked this shit all the way up. Maybe they shouldn't be in these positions of prominence. And popularity would allow these people to get away with this shit and then play in your face about it. Because they had to play in your face about it. That's the other part. Let me tell you some shit. Motherfuckers who really crime and just kind of want to get away with some dirty shit, they gonna just do their dirt, hope to get away with it, and piece the fuck up on out. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about if you really smoke weed, right? If you really smoke weed, let's go back. I'm legal. I've been legal with weed for so long. I'm going back to a previous era in American history. the dark years. They were terrible. Okay? But for real, what was it like when you met up with your dealer, right? Y'all picked somewhere very, very discreet, maybe the privacy of one of your own homes, somewhere insignificant. You could just do a quick little video, a quick little car meetup real quick or something, you know what I'm saying? Slide through a fast food joint or something, quick little handoff. You see what I'm saying? And you always try to do that shit, what? On the low, right? On the low. You know what I'm saying? On the low. And then you went on and you smoked your weed and it was good. It takes a certain type of nasty motherfucker to want to literally drop breadcrumbs about how fucked up you are in your bad behavior in a situation like this. You know what I'm saying? Do you remember the shit? Do y'all remember Home Alone when fucking I think it was like Marv or whatever, he would get on the dumb one. Remember the tall dumb one? Because the tall dumb one wanted to always leave a faucet or whatever on. Like, oh, we gotta have our signature, and this is what leave the faucets on our signature, the wet bandits. You know what I mean? He'd slap him upside the head. Like, no, you dumb shit. Like, you don't intentionally leave behind clues and shit. You see what I'm saying? These people, because they're touched. I'm gonna let you do your homework on these folks and figure out what type of touch you might think they are, but they're touched. I'll just put it to you like that. They're whatever type of touched where you got to make sure you leave those public breadcrumbs of you playing in people's faces about it.
I will never support Elliot's channel, and I'll never support a creator who supports.
But yeah, when we say don't put these people in positions of power, prominence, and popularity, what do they call us, y'all? Cancel culture, right? And they've been saying that for years. And so when y'all come over here and I talk about leaning into being a cult leader, don't give me a hard time when y'all listening to motherfuckers run around and call me a cult leader and tell my friends that they're in a cult. When I call myself Captain Cancel Culture, don't fucking come at me like oh, I'm fucking up and I'm saying problematic shit. No, I'm telling you how these motherfuckers been treating me for a long ass time. And just like the N-word, I reclaimed the shit and I could use it whenever the fuck I want now. Cause I've earned it. And y'all made sure I earned it. So yeah, in this shit, even right now, in the middle of what's going on with Nancy, as much as I'm down for Nancy and I fuck with Nancy, I could lean all the way to fuck in and say, part of what I've been teaching around here is when you're doing that good work, you find the joy in it. In my worldview, it's professional fucking wrestling, not fake ass secular humanism. Think about that. My worldview is professional wrestling, not fake ass secular humanism. And I have a much clearer moral compass using professional wrestling as my worldview. So when I wake up feeling heel energy, and everybody's making me the problem and the drama for your mama and hate that guy and get him fired and boo-hoo and fuck Jay Bundy and all that shit. Yeah, I get to show up and be like, yeah, I'm the bad guy. Yeah, I'm feeling like Captain Cancel Culture today. Today I feel like starting a fucking culture war. What you gonna do about it? I get to get down like that over here. I really do. Because I earned it. Over years and years and years. And so you're new to this. We're true to this.
Which is bullshit. Let me do just a little bit more research and follow my hunch that this is 100% spot the fuck on. I mean, give me a break.
Exactly,
again.
Wayne.
What do I always say about people like Turk? Made millions of dollars, has 1 million followers on YouTube, sells books and does seminars, all for avoiding intellectual responsibility, right? Why does
That's good news, Andrew.
He's got no motivation to change. He gets paid.
No motivation to change.
Again, I can't tell y'all what to do.
No motivation to change, y'all. I wonder what y'all could do to provide some motivation for change. Matter of fact, we got to start using that. We should run with that because it's kind of a play on words. See, the motivation for change needs to be their motivation for change. To change. You see where I'm going? The motivation for change, as in revolution up in this white supremacist, capitalist, patriarchal hellhole called YouTube atheist nonsense, needs to be their motivation for change because they're fucking grifters and they did it for the money. Did it for the money. Money. See, that's that pro wrestling worldview paying off again. That's that pro wrestling worldview. We know to follow the money all the way to the boss at the top. And we know no matter who you fucking hate in that ring, the real motherfucker power, that's the problem, is the money man. And the money man's always the guy at the top. we trying to tell y'all, follow for that money. And if for the money. Maybe you should be watching more pro wrestling. I don't know. Or go to real school and get a motherfucking education.
But I will never support channels whose creator is capable of doing some real horrific bullshit. And again, when the tale that comes out of my mouth is so fucked up that the actual sex crime is the second worst thing that happened, this is some bullshit game. This is some fucking bullshit. Now again, Nancy, the channel Apostate Sisters, go show them some love. And before I post it on my own personal channel, go check it out on theirs. But this woman was shamed off of YouTube because apparently she had the audacity to be on the receiving end of Elliot's bullshit. Sex crimes are unique, gang. They're one of the few crimes where we turn around and we question the story coming out of the victim's mouth more than we do the person who perpetrated the bullshit. No one is above an ass whooping. No one is above correction. I don't care how popular someone is. Right is right and wrong is wrong. And gang, as far as I'm concerned, wrong should be dealt with. Wrong should be punished. Keep your hands to yourself. Don't go harassing this boy. That's not the way to do it. But this story is straight sitting on some bullshit.
Here's another brother, Durante. We won't be playing all of this because this is like a full live stream. It's like a couple hours. But there's a lot of interesting stuff in here. He was kind of going off on this night, to be quite honest. It was really good. But listen to this.
Including myself. And I won't put everybody else's business out.
All right, let me back up to here at the beginning of that, I guess.
Protected.
Oh, hang on. Let's go back further. Here we go.
In a toxic community, power is hidden.
In a toxic community, power is hidden.
Inconsistent. Click-based. Or protected. One of the most interesting things that I've experienced over the past 2 years.
Now, you know when the preacher says one of the most interesting things, time to pay attention. He about to drive it home. Pay attention.
Because I've watched several people in this community attack several other different people in this community, including myself.
Speaking from personal experience.
And I won't put everybody else's business out there because I don't do that. I can't tell everybody else's story unless they give me permission to, but I can tell mine. And so I've had people attack me. I had seen them attack others before then. I've seen them. The email that I just recently got was them attacking somebody else. And in all of these cases, it's been one fucking couple behind every single one of them. I'd seen them attack others before then. I've seen them. The email that I just recently got was them attacking somebody else. And in all of these cases, it's been one fucking couple behind every single one of them.
Now notice, I've been covering not just what happened to Nancy, but the community failure and the motherfucking coercive cover-up bullshit. Uncle Bobby gets in, drops the video. First thing he talks about, yeah, somebody was supposed to intervene and do something about this. Why didn't that happen? How did she become the bad person in all of this? Why was he continuing to be in a position of power, prominence, and popularity, and she had to fuck off? Why is it that the response was just like the bullshit y'all be calling out in the churches as organizations. So when he talked about how fucked up it was, he talked about the structure in the organizations. Durante calls it out, and he's talking about the coercive efforts and the organized smear campaign. Notice how the brothers are being left to carry the burden of covering the institutional violence. Why is it that black men would focus on institutional violence, whereas white creators would focus on one particular badly behaving individual? Interesting.
That's what I mean, click-based. You mean to tell me that you can have over 5 different incidences where the secular community gets riled up to attack and dehumanize another person in the secular community, and there's always one couple behind all of them, and that don't raise no red flags for nobody?
Now, again, you have a public broadcast of a YouTuber alleging he has been on the receiving end of a smear campaign by a couple who is consistently involved in smear campaigns. What if that same couple is intertwined with multiple organizations in different channels? What if that same couple was cooperating in a coordinated effort with AJ Ruley? Literally, as a group working together, doing things, including look at think about AJ's message. When we show the message where AJ is summoning Glenda Ardenhart and Dr. Ben, who does she address that message to? Drew Beckius, who is the husband of Stacy, who found Nancy, and D, the daughter of D, right? Stacy's Mom podcast. D is Stacy's mom. Stacy is Stacy of Stacy's mom. Drew is Stacy's husband, the hottest couple at NanoCon on their Facebook page. They tell you guys they're the hottest couple at NanoCon. They're sexy comedy time at NanoCon. But that sexy time at NanoCon couple found, not the couple themselves, but Stacy from the couple found Nancy. But for some reason, Stacy and D have not spoken out publicly about what they experienced at NanoCon. And then Drew posted a link to the stream we did talking about all this and the Flying Monkey response on his Facebook page. And all these people in a coordinated effort coached each other and got all in there. And we're literally, you can see them coordinating their story in real time in a Facebook thread because they don't know how to crime very well. Because privilege makes you sloppy. They're so used to getting away with their bullshit wide out in the open with absolutely no consequences and accountability. And then for some reason, they really want the people who are talking about the wider cover-up to go away. So part of what I'm trying to show you about the racism of white heroism is how black men are the first to lead the charge and the call out. Filbert's video was great, but it's safe to talk about what happened to Nancy at this point. Nancy wrote a 10-page notarized letter. And all that talks about is the incident at NanoCon. Actually, I shouldn't say that. Filbert did a great video. Go watch Filbert's video. But the point is, the first people to call it out were me, Balabal Bobby, in some sense Oz, and Durante Lamar. And all of us talked about the structural problems. And all of us will be stiff-armed over here because the structure wants it to play out that way. The story can't become the sins of the entire community. If the story becomes the sins of the entire community, then, to put it colloquially, heads have to roll. What I mean when I say heads have to roll, people are going to, call my employers and say I'm threatening people's lives on YouTube. That's not what heads have to roll means. Heads have to roll means people in leadership have to pay the consequences for their lack of accountability. It means you have to hold them accountable, sometimes to the point of demanding new leadership or totally withdrawing your support and trying to shut down the organization. No, you guys failed in a way that is too big. It's not something you can apologize for. We're not going to accept a release of a public statement, and we may not even accept new leadership. We may say you have fundamentally broken the trust of this community so much we're no longer willing to platform or promote that organization within this community. Sometimes you have to tell motherfuckers this went way too far and there will not be a second chance. That's reality. That's what heads have to roll means. It means somebody has to be accountable for this. The main thing it also means is you cannot let people profit and benefit from it. Cannot let that gravy train called NanoCon 2026 pull into the station and let those checks clear. That's what heads have to roll means. It means shut down fucking NanoCon.
I had to cut off a friendship. Okay, I had a friendship. There's a certain person that I'd had on my channel. I had to cut him off as a friend because he confessed to me that he was afraid of that couple. And as a black,
everybody keep hitting us up. Let's talk. We just keep showing everything, and then they'll never follow up for some reason. They'll never follow up for some reason.
In the South, I can't have cowards as friends. I can.
Listen,
okay? I had a
listen.
There's a certain person that I'd had on my channel. I had to cut him off as a friend because he confessed to me that he was afraid of that couple. And as a black man in the South, I can't have cowards as friends.
There is a couple. Durante is saying there's a couple that not only has been part of a coercive effort to control his opportunities, but he had to cut off a friend because he had a friend that was so afraid of these people, literally to the point that they told Durante, I guess, hey, man, I'm afraid of these people. I can't say shit about them. And he was like, bro, I can't even fuck with you no more. Now, where would you look to figure out what couple that is? Some type of godfather figure? Have I been calling somebody godfather engineer? What type of man would be so afraid of someone that they would literally feel like they can't say anything negative about that person? Would it be the same type of person who would post a link to a broadcast discussing a violent incident where your wife found the victim, and now you're posting this here, this broadcast about an assault where your wife found the victim, and here comes all the flying monkeys and victim blaming, dog piling on this victim on your Facebook thread, when your wife, Drew Beckius, found the victim. You've done nothing about it. You did not correct it. You did not address it. And you have not spoken out about what your wife or her mother or you experienced at NanoCon. Where is the fucking content? Because you and your wife that found the victim do an awful lot of time hanging out with flying monkeys and hosting shows on places like Skeptic Haven that have continued to platform Elliot and AJ, the queen of the cover-up. So I find it very interesting that in the message where AJ, from Ways to Human, the queen of the cover-up, the one doing the broadcast about secular conference safety with Elliot Cantor, the internal investigator who handles these matters, but is on the board at NanoCon upcoming, in a long-term relationship with some NanoCon featured speakers. The same AJ that says she provided her 20 pages of testimony to the police, when the police say allegedly it was dismissed because of conflicting stories, but only the victim and the assailant were in that stairwell. So where are these conflicting stories coming from? I don't know. Maybe the woman saying, here's all my evidence that conflicts with the victim's testimony. And she's passing that around. And then Bre almost offs herself on YouTube talking about these people don't want me to talk about what happened at NanoCon. And she's living with that same Ben that was summoned to the victim dogpiling. Now they don't live together anymore. And as soon as they don't live together anymore, she's on YouTube almost offing herself over the coercive pressure she's been under for months not to speak out about NanoCon. And now that she's not living there and she's trying to speak out, here comes all these same flying monkeys again in that chat trying to stop her. And then summoning other people behind the scenes to try to stop her from spilling the beans on air where she's playing with the gun. So it's crazy to me that your wife found the victim in the situation and you dropped the link on your Facebook thread. All the dogpiling and summoning of more dogpiling and victim blaming happens on your Facebook thread. To the point that your mother-in-law came out and said, this is setting women back decades. But then she felt the need to come back later, even though her daughter found the victim, and say, I will never say anything about this again publicly. And then she got dogpiled as you were being dogpiled. But for some reason, you didn't say anything about the people dogpiling the victim, your mother-in-law, or you. And for some reason, your wife found the victim, and we still haven't heard shit from her almost a year later. It's almost like Bre Beckius is afraid of somebody. And in that message where AJ Ruley summons Ardenhart and Dr. Ben from the line, along with Glenda from NanoCon, is addressed to Bre Beckius, the fearful guy hosting the goddamn Facebook thread, and a Gleason. Yeah, the Godfather engineer Gleason. Mm-hmm. 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 It's almost like it's all right there on YouTube. Mm-hmm. But see, y'all ready to let Elliot slide out the back door. The safe white saviors come in and make it all about Elliot. Call the structural failings drama. Offload that onto the black men who are willing to call it out. Y'all never wanted us around anyway. So it becomes structurally convenient for the racism to now interact with the patriarchy, capitalism, and white supremacy. Once it's all blown off too big, make sure Elliot is the scapegoat, because Elliot's not responsible for the community failure. Elliot's responsible for the initial assault, but Elliot is not responsible for the coercive cover-up. Nope, that took a lot more people than Elliot. And since they don't want y'all to talk about all those other people, they want to make sure you don't listen to the black guys who are trying to tell you the safety problem in this community is way bigger than Elliot. Way bigger than Elliot.
I can respect what you need to protect. But what that also shows me is that when they come to lynch me, if you won't protect yourself, you damn sure won't protect me. So I can't.
Woo! Because when they come to lynch me, you won't protect yourself. Damn sure won't protect my black ass. Now, I hope my white listeners are ready for the uncomfortable part. They purchased your silence with your internalized racism. Mm-hmm. You have the chance to be the white savior. You have the chance to show up and be the hero. But you won't show up and be the hero, because if you show up, you'd be associated with me. And that's unsafe. So even though you know I've done nothing that I should be afraid of or harassed, you've nevertheless watched me be harassed. Watched me be deplatformed. Watched me get canceled from holiday broadcasts. Watch people say they can't appear on streams and broadcasts with me. Watch me lose friends. Watch me be derided and called the transphobe. Watch all my friends be harassed and deplatformed and lose their wrenches and lose all their friends. Watch these people try to get me fired. I've read the emails on air. Watched people blame me for their marriages, blame me for getting close to the brink of suicide, blame me for all the division and the drama in the community. Mm-hmm. You know what else you won't do? You won't talk about the larger structural issues. Because the only thing safe for you to talk about and maintain your white savior position is Elliot, 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 Elliot. Mm-hmm. Elliot, 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 Elliot. As soon as you deviate too far, from Elliot, and you start talking about structure, power, prominence, popularity, and payola, as soon as you start going after the power and the structure, as soon as you start talking about that shutdown Nano CON and all this entire atheist grifting thing, when you start saying all of those conferences are run by the same overlapping intersectional circle jerk clusterfuck, they're all incestuous as fuck. You go try to build the fucking family tree of those damn organizations and keep it separate. Good luck with that shit. You're gonna be tripping over yarn in half 30 seconds. They all tied together. All them conferences is corrupt. Most of them organizations is shady as fuck. You think they don't know about this shit? You crazy. You're crazy. You think they haven't heard about this shit. So when you do show up to finally talk about it, because you're gonna try to be the savior, y'all waiting too late. We're missing our freaking window. It's time to shut this shit down now. 100 days left. We ain't got time for the bullshit. Let's go. Step up the pressure. Where's the content? Time to shut down NanoCon. Y'all playing around like it's a game. I told you about the campaign shit. Y'all gonna wake up 3 weeks after NanoCon, pissed as shit. I'm gonna be like, you missed the window. I told you you was missing the window. This is the window. This is the chance to make it count, to hit their pockets. But y'all don't want to do that. Y'all gonna make it about Elliot. That way you could maintain the privileged position. That way you could get the come up off of this. That way you could be celebrated. You could get the data boys. You could maintain the possibility. Because I'm gonna tell you what Filbert did. I'm gonna tell you why I give Filbert props. He called out the fucking cover up. He called out the structural problems. And I gotta be honest, he put some skin in the fucking game. He is a privileged person in that sense, but he actually used it powerfully. And he risked something. I'm sure in an ideal world where there are larger channels and influencers that are part of this, and you know, if they're not tied up, people think about that. So maybe in the ideal world, he will want to be on the line someday. Maybe in an ideal world, he will want to collaborate with some of these larger content creators, right? But he did what was right, irrespective of proximity to influence and popularity, or hoped or desired for future proximity to power. And when you have to be realistic that in this whole secular atheist space, there's not a lot of channels, there's not a lot of directions you can go and like grow. You know what I'm saying? It's very hard because it's such a small little niche or whatever. And so these people that are gatekeeping the whole shit, it don't take many of them to do it. But he said, fuck all that. I came to build mine on my own anyway. And he just said what he has to say. And I appreciate that, because that's how you should handle your fucking business. But the rest of y'all are sitting around and you only want to say what's safe because you've bought into the bullshit about me. You've bought into the bullshit that what I do over here creates drama. And then you've let the aesthetic trick you too. I can't tell y'all how much y'all fucking tone police me. How much y'all act like I'm supposed to come at y'all like this every day. Like I'm supposed to come dressed in a fucking shirt and tie and speak the polite King's English for you. Because you mistake aesthetic for substance. I am a college professor. I am a professional scholar. I don't have to play the part on TV. I have to do it in real life. Most of the time when you see me like this with a shirt and tie on, it's not that I put a shirt and tie on for y'all. I teach in a shirt and tie every fucking day. And so these are the days I come home and say, I'm fucking with it. I've been wearing this all day. I don't really feel like changing right now. I'm going to get at the head, necks, and shoulders, and then I'm going to put on my sweats when I get off the show. Every other day is just a day I either work from home or didn't get dressed, and I just go live with whatever the fuck I'm wearing at the time, unless I'm in character. But the way y'all act like, oh, he does music and oh, he curses and he calls people names and all of this shit, then y'all try to act like I'm not serious. Like I ain't got 100 hours of this shit giving y'all everything, documenting the whole cover up, showing nothing but receipts, all the fucking evidence, all the connections, multiple fucking times. And on some real shit, y'all gonna keep it. This is what we gonna get into. This is where we getting into the real shit now. Because it's like, to keep it a buck, and I'm dying if I'm lying, I actually tried to handle this literally as like cordially as can be done. Literally, like Sumami was gonna go live and just blow the whole shit up and go off on everybody, which she would have been perfectly justified in doing. But at the same time, Sumami's content is not necessarily really connected to this space in a lot of meaningful ways. And even though a bunch of us follow her over there, like, it would have kind of fallen on deaf ears because y'all basically y'all do internalize misogyny to Sumami, and so Sumami's unfortunately been discredited by the same smear mechanism I have for years in this community. Unfortunately, y'all don't understand what an asset Sumami really is, so that's on y'all. But again, it's all about aesthetics. Like, it's all because when y'all get real fucking foul, she's the person willing to curse motherfuckers out, which everybody needs somebody like that on your team. But your internalized misogyny won't let you realize that y'all are uncomfortable, mainly because she's dark. Like if she wasn't a woman of color, like if she had all the way to complexion for the protection, y'all probably tell her she's fucking heroic or some shit like that. But I don't know, because then at the same time, y'all shit all over Kyle. But then again, like Kyle Mexican, so y'all just, you know what I'm saying? It's all in there. The prejudices is crazy. How y'all, even with amongst the women, is crazy. And y'all really treat these women like they're not the ones who were the ride or dies for Nancy, who were ready to fucking saddle up and ride when it was time to roll. That's who they are. That's all you could ever say about them. Y'all, none of you would know about this if not for Kyle. Everything you say after that is irrelevant. When I tell you none of y'all would know about this if not for Kyle, that means Kyle on the right team. Kyle already in the in crowd. Everybody else got it fucked up. None of you would know about this if it wasn't for Kyle. So I don't hear nothing nobody say to me about Kyle. Nothing. I don't hear nothing. Nothing. None of y'all talking about what Kyle be like. I don't like Kyle did this. I don't like Kyle did that. Kyle said this or so-and-so. None of y'all would know about this if it wasn't for Kyle. None of you would know about this if it wasn't for Sumami. Sumami was like the one that was like, yo, we got to go public, let the people know what's going on. Sumami, the one everybody hates and complains and says she's so divisive and she's a transphobe, she hates everybody. No, Sumami's the one who wanted to protect y'all. The rest of us was like, wow, this whole community is already rotten to the fucking core. I don't even know. Sumami's like, look, we just gotta look. Some of our people is out there. There's some people out there that need to know. You know what I'm saying? The community is rotten, but there's some people out there that are good people, and they need to know what happened. We're like, all right, Sue, you're right. So she was just gonna go live and go off on you, and I was like, nah, Sue, I'll go. We can use my channel. You know what I'm saying? And then I swear to God, I called Patty. Why do you think I called Patty? Let me tell you why. I called Patty and I told Patty, Mommy wants to go live so the community knows what's going on. I said that we could do it on my channel. And then I said it like this. You can ask Patty if you want. I said, Patty, if me and Sumami go live and tell everybody what's going on, they're going to say we're just trying to stir up some drama. They are going to say me and Sue are just recklessly trying to stir up some drama. So we wanted to have Kyle and PC on because PC is everybody's favorite mod. PC was the golden mod. Everybody loved PC. PC been down with us from the beginning. Kyle was there. They're also survivors. So we wanted it to be a team of whistleblowers who are also survivors that were there to support Patty. And I asked Patty, I said, Patty, would you be willing to come on the broadcast and tell the people what happened to your sister? Because if me and Sue do it, they're going to say we're trying to start drama. But if you go on there and they are all there to support you, maybe there's a chance people will hear you. Maybe there's a chance people will hear you. So wouldn't it be crazy if they turned around and said all we did was transphobia and misogyny and started community drama and we just hate everybody and we don't give a fuck and we just wanted to burn it all down? And wouldn't it be crazy if they just said that anyway? Wouldn't it be crazy if they just said that anyway? And it turned out to be exactly the opposite of what actually happened. See, it's almost like internalized racism looks for a reason to have a problem with what Black people do, regardless of what Black people actually do. Because I got all dressed up real nice in a shirt and tie that day. If you go back and watch that broadcast, I was literally in like show host mode. I was literally just sitting there interviewing Patty, having a panel discussion. And they accused us of it anyway. And then they accused Samami being transphobic, even though she was literally being inclusive. Then they said, we went live, we made all these accusations, but we didn't document any of the receipts. Where are all the receipts? Again, we had just gone live with the victim's sister. Wasn't enough. Told us there wasn't enough receipts. So we got together receipts about all the people we had talked about and mentioned and more. Then they say I ramble, my streams are crazy, they're all over the place, I'm doing too much music, I'm doing too many gags, I'm doing too many jokes, I'm doing too much pro wrestling. Got suited and booted up again, just for prom, just for y'all. Dressed for prom, because apparently y'all can't listen to me if I'm not in a shirt and tie. For some reason, the shirt and tie aesthetic is supposed to be a fucking difference maker. Y'all don't want to listen to me when I'm just sitting in my fucking hoodie chilling at home. I have to look like a professor. Oh, wait, you don't listen to me anyway. So I got suited up for prom for some dumbass reason. Like as if me keeping this fucking top button makes a fucking difference in how much y'all don't listen to me regardless of what I have to tell you. Made an entire fucking PowerPoint slideshow where I went through each person in each organization by name and showed the receipt for that person. I spent like all day working on this, like literally made a whole fucking PowerPoint. That broadcast was structured. I was literally going through the individuals and the links and the documentation showing everybody. Literally, people got so pissed, flipped off, lost their shit. We had to stop the broadcast because people were saying there was too much receipts and too much drama and too much we're showing. And then I was like, fuck it, y'all don't have to do this with me. I'll just go back and finish it. I went back live that night. That was the second part of that stream, and I finished the rest of it by myself, so that they didn't have to deal with the blowback from going through all the goddamn receipts. And I sat there with a PowerPoint presentation. So don't fucking come at me talking about you don't like how I cover things or you don't like how I talk about things. When I got suited and booted and made you a fucking PowerPoint, and then y'all told us now it was too many receipts. First it was we didn't show enough evidence and proof, and then y'all said I went live for too long, I showed too many receipts, and now you can't tell what's going on because there's too much content and you don't have the time to go through it. You didn't have the time to sit through YouTube videos so you could understand what happened to that woman and the community cover-up that the community asked us to document. And then for months, crickets. Where's Nancy? Where's Nancy? Where's Nancy? They didn't have permission to speak for Nancy. Nancy. Where's Nancy? Where's Nancy? They didn't have permission to speak for Nancy. We had permission to speak for Nancy. Nancy says, fuck each and every last one of you, drops a 10-page notarized letter. Reception, more crickets. I said that letter needs to fucking matter. So now we're going to be at their heads. We're going to be at their head, neck, and fucking shoulders every day until they have Nano CON. So simply we can say, we tried. We tried like a motherfucker. So I want you to remember that when they're telling you I'm a misogynist and I'm a transphobe and I'm disrespectful and I'm turning everything into a gag and I'm on it. No, I'm trying to deliver fucking content. And I do what we've always done over here. I've been doing this for years. I've always played music on my shows. I've always cut promos. I've always done pro wrestling over here. That's not new. I'm literally not even in fucking character. Did shows for years, fully in character. And I've always covered fucking substance. My content has always been better than all of your fucking content. Duh, I'm a goddamn professional. Of course, my content substantively is better than y'all bullshit. I'm a professor. I have to teach with substance or else I can't get paid. So having substance, that's just me being me. It's who I am as a person. So fuck off. Because all that tone policing y'all do, all that aesthetic policing y'all do, all that be more serious, all that, well, be straight and buttoned up and be scripted and edit your videos and make it tight and make it snap. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't make a difference. And you're gonna let them make sure it doesn't make a fucking difference. Because the racism this community has always shown me, it is now using to blame me for all of this. And since you don't want to be associated with me and the mess I've created, you won't cover the structural issues that happened at NanoCon either. You will be part of the cover-up. You will be part of the effort to make this about Elliot, so that you can get the boost to your proximity, power, payola, prominence, and power. So you can play the white savior while the black man who's over 100 hours deep into covering the community conspiratorial coercive cover-up that almost got somebody killed live on YouTube is scapegoated so that the white supremacy, patriarchy, and capitalism can continue unabated. Enjoy your glow up.
We can be atheist and that be the only thing that we hold in common. And I found that out pretty quickly, right? Because I'm one that I do value relationships. I do value friendships. And I got that same slap in the face awakening, that the exact same thing that happened to me when I left the church was distance. No more, no more calls, no more texts, unless the texts were, you've hardened your heart towards God, and it was that, like that, it was eerily familiar, right? So why do I share that? Is I don't have I have not had a connection or a community, family, whatever feel with the quote unquote atheist community for a hot goddamn minute, right? So that part of me, or former part of me, is not connected to this at all. So that part, there's a complete disconnect there, right? What that also means is when there's names getting thrown around, whether it's someone's real name versus screen name, motherfucker, I can't even tell you who the most popular or not unpopular YouTube atheist streamers are today. I could have, 5 years ago. Now, no fuck.
And again, I've been trying to draw your attention to this. This is Oz, our brother from another mother. Oz has always been, a good dude. And but y'all have to start to learn the difference between a content creator and somebody who's in your community. I talk about how Twitch really started this, where streamers were all using community. And again, it's fine. I'm a community organizer. I value community. The problem is I mean it when I say it. Like, as in, part of the reason, there's a lot of structural racism and community bullshit. That's the reason for, the fact that I don't focus on channel growth around here. But there's a community reason why I don't focus on channel growth here. And that's because I always was focused on, again, our community, which is a smaller people. It's not about growing. It's not about the numbers. It's not about profit. It's not about payola. It's not about growing influence. It's about being part of a real, tangible support system for people who need it. Right. And so there's a small group of us that have always been able to not just enjoy content together, but to be part of each other's lives off air and, be there to celebrate each other's wins, support each other through the losses. And sometimes we have to provide material support from each other. Sometimes we have to send money, send checks, send whatever we got to send technology, send whatever we got to send. We do that. And to me, you have to make those choices. You have to make the choice to build and focus on and be in your Discord. A lot of streamers who have Discords are not in their Discord. I'm not always in my Discord as much as I want to be in terms of being the most active person in it, but I am in the damn Discord and I do engage in my Discord, which is going on. And even if not then, I'm always in Discord with people that are in my community, in this chat, my mods and friends and different people like that, in other Discords, in other group chats, and other, DMs and stuff. But there's so many content creators who talk about community, and they're literally never engaged in their own Discords. You'll let a lot of these content creators, they don't even have public, you can't even email these people. You couldn't reach and contact and communicate with these people if you tried. They're literally minor celebrities in some weird way, but they're not part of this community. They don't watch any of these channels. They don't know who any of these people are. They don't know who any of you are. They don't even know who their own most consistent viewers and chatters are because they don't really engage. They may engage with the comments, but they don't engage meaningfully with the commenters to be knowing like even an established pattern in history. It's one of the things I noticed years ago. One of the early divisive sort of situations was, because it is divisive. It's us figuring out, we don't want to fuck with these people. I don't sidestep that. Should be divisive. If you're on the other side of this shit with Nancy, yeah, we shouldn't be friends. But the Pine Creek thing, I was one of the early people to expose Pine Creek. I don't even think Pine Creek's around anymore. When I go after a motherfucker, I get him. May take a while, but smart people eventually wise up. And I realized that Pine Creek was losing a lot of viewerships as he made his hard right turn into leaning heavily into his politics. And I noticed he was unresponsive to our pushback in the comments and chats and shit. But then I noticed he was like trolling and being antagonistic towards certain people in the community, certain viewers. And I was like, he's a fucking idiot. He's not treating this person as though those are people who have been supporting and promoting his content and in their own regard are a huge part of his popularity. Part of the reason he's popular is because these are the people who've been promoting his content and spreading it, and they've been the most active, and he doesn't even recognize who they are. He doesn't care as long as the viewers and the numbers are going the right direction. They don't care about the turnover. So that was one of my early lessons in like, oh, people don't want to see the problem, and then they don't give a shit because, again, they're not part of the community. They don't watch these streams. They don't watch these channels. They don't know who any of these people are. And as long as their numbers are moving in the right direction, they don't give a fuck who comes and goes in their comment section or in their quote unquote community. Now, listen, if you just have some atheists and you like the fucking way that they break down the religious bullshit, I mean, I think there's better things to listen to on YouTube where you might actually either get something more of educational value to you or something more substantive in terms of how you can actually make a difference in the world than just continue to listen and regurgitate bullshit about, God not real. Like literally even in my classes, like I can just handle it in a day. Like you just get to the end of class, you're like, we've been building up this comparison between science and religion throughout the semester. Boom, slam it home with one video from the hitch and call it a day, right? And that's it. But you know what I'm saying? If you're just gonna be like that and watch that shit, that's cool. But just understand that like you're just watching an entertainer. Don't trick yourself into thinking you're in a community with somebody who's then gonna turn around when some real shit happens and act like they don't know anybody. But Oz, I want to send you love for calling this shit out, for talking about the bullshit on your channel. He's done it more than once. And he's called out the structural bullshit, and he's telling his story here again about him. Again, how he learned about the structural bullshit, how he was doing his own thing. He was trying to organize conferences and get shit together at one point, and he realized the toxic shit then, and he realized the same structural problems, and he realized, that it was going to be on the fuck shit. And he realized it was just like the shit that they be calling out about the churches. So again, you have four brothers coming together, not coming together, but independently on our own, just all realizing we've seen enough. And we got to talk about not just what happened at NanoCon, but how this whole atheist online YouTube turned professional, half amateur, wannabe professional organizations where they're trying to professionalize this shit and grift it and turn it into patriarchy, capitalist, white supremacist power structures. And they're telling you it's not just what happened at NanoCon and Nancy, but this whole fucking space has been rotted. What has our playlist been called from the beginning? This community is rotted to the core. So they know that I have been on that same message since day one. So it is not accidental that I have been made the villain in all of this. And again, you have the opportunity to be. Here's what's so crazy. Before I transition into the actual content, because I prepared content for y'all. I didn't even get into the content yet. And it's like, what is it? What time is it? What time is it? It's like fucking late over here in this bitch. It's motherfucking 11:30 over here. It's 11:30 over here. I don't have to get up early tomorrow. I'm at y'all head, neck, and shoulders. Y'all know how I do. But yeah, let me think about this. What time do I need to go? I have to bed at some point. All right. I'll take care of that later. But look, I'm about to get into some content for real, and the content is related to what I've been talking about. But before I do, I wanna stress something about the structural problem that y'all are dealing with right now. Let me change scenes real quick. All right, how do I put this? What's trippy to me about this is I mean what I said about the racism of white saviorism. Watch it play out. It will play out. It's played out in this community over and over again. So just watch it, and then you'll finally realize they're exactly who I told you they are. There's eventually going to be too much momentum, too much out there, and eventually, again, the tide is already turning. More and more people are going to talk about it. They will enter the game late. I'm sorry, y'all are already late. We've been talking about this for 3 fucking months. We've been talking about this since early December. Y'all are late. Y'all are late. And remember, y'all didn't even get serious about it until the victim wrote a 10-page notarized letter. That doesn't make you the hero. That makes you part of the failure. If when the sister wrote a letter to you, you didn't do shit, you failed. If you were at NanoCon, heard about shit, and didn't do anything, you failed. If you think that it's okay that a victim had to write a 10-page notarized letter addressed to a YouTube community and have it read publicly on air by her sister in order to be believed, and here we are weeks after that, and you still ain't done shit, but now you want to show up and talk about what happened to this woman, and you think you're a fucking hero, you could not have failed this assignment harder. But congratulations. You're failing it less hard than everybody the fuck else, sincerely. Late, but trust me, better late than never. Trust me on that one. And so here you arrive late to the party. And now what gets to happen is all the white savior content creators get to swoop in and talk about Nancy, Elliot. And then we get to applaud them for being the ones to finally say this has gone too far, this has to stop, and swooping in and saving the day and get us to all take this seriously. And then again, we get to put all the emphasis on Elliot. He gets to get out the back door. The structures get to say, and people power get to say, hey, we removed Elliot, we got Elliot away, okay? And now let's all move on from this. Then those same white savior content creators get the rub, and they get elevated into positions of prominence, popularity, and power. Okay? That's gonna happen. Just watch and pay attention to who it's happening to. At the same time that happens, those people will be careful to make sure they ain't gonna be interviewing Uncle Bobby about it. They ain't gonna be saying, hey, Dr. J. Bundy, would you like to come on this larger broadcast and talk about all the structural failure and how you were able to cover it for over 100 hours on your channel and nobody wants to talk about it? And you documented it so thoroughly. Nope. Won't be any platforming of me or no. We're all in the me, all Kubani, anybody associated with me, our ilk. We're already cast all the way out into the fucking unsavorables land, which is fine because we don't want to be part of shit anyway. But watch how that happens. And then as we're scapegoated with the structure. So then nobody that gets the rub. Notice how the people who get the rub will be the people who focus on Nancy, and Elliot. Not the people who talk about follow the money because there was a community-wide coercive cover-up to protect the payola. Those will not be the people that get the rub. And that's the racism. They're able to use the stank associated with my channel and its drama and divisiveness, which has really always been racism. It's always been racism. They've said that about me for years. Every single time they do some fucked up shit and I call them out on it. But it will work because you want to make sure you can call out this in a way that is safe. And part of that feels protective for you because you want to help Nancy, right? And so the thing that white people always love to do is hyper focus on one specific aim and ignore the sidebars and the other issues. And so they're like, well, I don't want to cloud Nancy's story with the controversial stank over here of the drama and the divisiveness. So then they will also want to sidestep the drama and divisiveness, which will reinforce the hyperfixation on Nancy and Elliot. Because in their minds, they're just trying to help make sure it stays on Nancy and supporting her and not on the drama and divisiveness. So that is the racism of white saviorism. How the larger structural issues get overlooked and how people of color and marginalized groups have always had to resist and counter those structures. So we're the ones in position to call it out, but those same structures, patriarchy, capitalism, and white supremacy, will not allow those structures to center and elevate us because our very existence exposes the power structure. And so since we expose the power structure, that would lead to new gatekeepers. If people like me were running the show, you'd have to have qualifications like Uncle Bobby before you can get on here and talk about women's issues and safety and all that shit, especially as a man. Now, as a man, you can't say shit about shit to do with women until we see some motherfucking qualifications up in this piece. And we ain't talking about, oh, I grew up with a sister. No, we're talking about professional qualifications. Like I have to teach this shit at college, or I teach how to, I literally teach sex and gender to women, or I teach women how to fight so they don't get raped. That type of shit would get you in the room. I had a sister, not gonna do it. I think it's real fucked up the way Christianity covers up sex crimes. Fuck you and your opinion. Qualifications. So since centering black men who are qualified would have y'all looking around at everybody else like y'all all of a sudden not looking as qualified as these very talented black men here, they want to make sure you don't pay too much attention to us because that would expose their coercive power structure and the ways they weaponize that coercive power structure to promote some people while prohibiting others. And now your homework is to go to bed and ask yourself, does that sound legal to you? Here's
People
Seth
who
Andrews.
are on the outside, they lean into usually the first name they hear.
On his channel, his business, re-sharing his side of the screen for content from the line. Again, big hero Seth Andrews with almost 400,000 subscribers, not a word about Nano CON. Here's the line. Oh, their second channel, The Line Edge, and here they are. Here's Erica and Forrest. Call Erica and Forrest and talk about Caller comes back to faith through conscious universe. So they want you to talk to the good old biology evolution people, Forrest and Erica. I wonder why they would want you to feature white students of biology instead of black professors of biology. I told you I was going to make it about me today. Yeah, today I'm going to go there. I've had to watch for years as every time people want to talk about biology, evolution, yada, 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 they go to white students instead of the black professors. Except for people like Dr. Dan, who happens to also be a university professor. Almost like game recognized game. And amateurs stay stuck on stupid. It's crazy because years ago, Guts Gibbon even made an entire stream about me. You would think when Guts Gibbon, everybody's favorite biology evolution person, features this black content creator and says, hey, everybody, this dude worked in the most famous experimental evolution lab on the fucking planet. Which, by the way, they knew who to call when they try to get me fired. So they knew who to call when they try to get me fired, but they always want to act like they don't understand my qualifications. They knew my qualifications when it came to be time to get me fired, but they'll never know my qualifications when it comes time for platforming. Very interesting. Very interesting. Here's that same scared Drew. Man, that's almost like the explosion thing we've been using in our intros recently, isn't it? Crazy. Crazy.
Leaving your faith can blow up your entire life. And while the rebuild leads to new freedom, it also leads to new questions, new challenges, new chaos. And that's why we've created Life After Faith. A new live call-in show helping...
Damn, almost like a show where we could talk about life beyond religion. Almost like that call we had. Hey, I've been setting this up for a minute. Damn, where did I get the idea to talk about all this other shit? Damn. This is the, and I don't know if those of you that don't know anything about structural racism, but this is how it works. Black people be on shit for years. White people finally see it, realize, hey, none of the white guys are doing this shit. Wonder why none of the white guys are doing this shit. And then y'all start doing it. And then all of a sudden, even though we've been doing this shit for years and it's been crickets, now all of a sudden y'all start doing it. Oh my goodness. Oh my God, y'all want to do life together. Y'all want to start talking about structures. Oh my God, y'all want to start talking about life and politics. No, they just want to grift. They just want to grift. And they realize people getting a little tired of that whole atheist rap. You know, let's mix it up a little bit.
Folks navigate life after God stuff.
He's going to help you navigate life. This bitch ass motherfucker whose wife found the victim and has said nothing about it. Apparently him, his wife, and his wife's mother have been under a gag order by Godfather Engineer in his ilk. But he's going to tell you how to do life over on Skeptic Haven. Which, by the way, has been the Skeptic Haven for Elliot and AJ and all the flying monkeys this whole time. And yes, they knew. Oh, God, did they know. Again, it's almost like we documented that in December and you're asking me for receipts I provided months ago. But you care so much, right? You care so much. You care so much. You care so much. You care so much. Y'all don't give a fuck. Y'all don't give a fuck what happened to this woman. Here's your boy Drew, everybody's favorite white boy. The American Humanist Association, when Texas massacred its free thinkers 6 hours ago. Boy, they be making whole movies up in this bitch. Whole movies for you on Genetically Modified Skeptic. But nothing to say about NanoCon. But I thought Drew was so genuine. He's such a good guy. He's so amazing. Drew either don't give a fuck about this community so much. Here we are almost a year later and he has no clue what happened at NanoCon. or he bought on the Flying Monkeys bullshit and didn't care enough to look into it, or was too stupid to fucking see how obviously ridiculous of a fucking smear campaign that was. Or number 3, at least prioritizing that payola, doesn't want to step into the quote unquote drama. And then they get to use not wanting to get involved in the quote unquote drama to get that golden white boy pass on not doing a goddamn thing. While the brothers don't even ask for a pass, we're just like, oh, that shit was fucked up. Let's talk about it. But then y'all never give us nothing. We can't even Uncle Bobby got 500 subs. Nigga he can't even buy a fucking sandwich off of his YouTube income. But all the motherfuckers that sitting pretty, living nice, comfortable lives, got paying their mortgages off this YouTube atheist shit, they ain't saying nothing. What about your hero like her? Life Take Two, ex-MAGA? Wouldn't it be crazy if we was all up in her comment section like, hey, you gonna talk about what happened at NanoCon? She was like, I don't know what happened. Oh my God, I just saw the story. Oh my goodness, would you send me some more information? Oh yeah, no problem. People send her information. She done been talking about everything under the sun. Her man need help, how to fall in love, a man is not a plan, nothing to say about NanoCon. What means you ain't talking to me? She's talking to Becca from Faith Exposed, wasn't talking to me. Has said nothing. I wonder, since Maya Atkinson was in there telling her these people are trouble, don't listen to them. I wonder if we're not trying to tell people or ask people to speak out, or do you think maybe the flying monkeys are still flying monkeying? And there's still some sort of pressure going on to make sure certain people don't speak out about this. While the same people who are caving to pressure to not speak out about this are getting that payola as your white saviors and heroes of secular morality and secular leadership. Your heroes, your heroes, your heroes. And here I am asking them to play the hero. So before I jump into the actual content for today, this is the shit I want you to take with you. Think about what I just said. I called it structurally. I called my shot before I knocked that ball over the fence. I said, they get to show up, play the hero, make it about Nancy, make it about Elliot. They don't have to say shit about the community drama. They don't have to say shit about structural failure. They don't have to say shit about organizations. They don't have to say shit about shit. Nothing about coercion, nothing about cover up, nothing about Bre almost dying, none of that shit. They can leave all that drama over there on the Black Guys channel and don't even mention me, because then you'll get the stank on the whole situation. So don't even do that. So they could just show up, play the hero, and they will get platformed over it. They will end up getting more power, prominence, and popularity for showing up and playing the hero. The opportunity is right there for him. All right. Here's what I need you to think about. They still won't say anything about NanoCon. That golden ticket to be the whitesome and delightsome content creator who finally breaks through all the bullshit and says, this happened to this woman. We are going to deal with it, and we are going to deal with it now. And to get the whitesome and delightsome white savior, round of applause from the entire community, including the big boost to their popularity, power, and prominence. And for some reason, none of them are taking that opportunity. I'll tell you something about challenging power. You always follow the money. You start. I don't say you stop. It's not the only thing involved. You start. Who's getting paid? What are they getting paid? How are they getting paid? What are they getting paid for? Who's paying them? That's not the end of it. That's where you start. Now, when you start playing games that are really about power, there's one thing that should be the biggest red flag of all. That's when people the biggest red flag when studying fucking corrupt power structures is when people start leaving easy money on the table. When there's a golden opportunity like this, show up, be the white knight, be the person that says enough is enough. I'm standing for the victim. We have to deal with this and we have to deal with this now. And everybody can see plain as day that will result in what should be an obvious round of applause and a boost and elevation in your popularity, power, and prominence. And nobody wants to take it. Something's going on there. Something's going. Do you understand that being a YouTube creator, these people created YouTube channels to use their YouTube channels so that they could grow their YouTube channels, and they will sell their fucking baby up the goddamn river if they think it'll result in 30 more subscribers on YouTube? Now all of a sudden they get to be the champion. They could be out here doing what I'm doing literally every day, making content, covering the assault at NanoCon, making it a whole series, assault at NanoCon, like I do, all dramatic and shit, and then talking about all the horror details. And then everybody just sitting there eating it up. Like their opportunity to really talk about some real shit. And nobody wants to take it. Mm. Mm.
Wealth. Now, I was going through some post-World War II planning documents, old housing files, census reports, urban renewal notes, that sort of thing. And I found something that made me stop and go, wait, what? Because while this country was celebrating the post-war boom, the federal government was quietly tracking where Black families built wealth. Not to support it, not to expand it, of course. Just to keep an eye on it. So let me explain what was.
Ooh, look at that. There's Filbert. When I said I was going to do a video and start talking about this, I got a message on Facebook Messenger from AJ Ruley. From what I've heard, a lot of people are getting these messages from her. Thank you, Filbert.
Actually happening. Right after World War II, several federal agencies, they started making maps and reports about where Black middle-class neighborhoods were forming. Not poor neighborhoods, middle-class ones. This included the FHA, the old HOLC system, which, by the way, their redlining maps were still influencing decisions being made, the Census Bureau, the Department of Commerce, and city planning boards. And what were they tracking, right? They wanted to know where Black families were buying homes, where Black-owned businesses were growing, where Black income was rising, where Black professionals were moving. So basically, mapping Black prosperity. And the language in these reports, you know it wasn't positive. You'll see phrases along the lines of Negro income concentrations, areas of rising Negro prosperity, shifts in racial stability. And once those neighborhoods were identified, the pattern just becomes obvious. In cities across the country, Detroit, Chicago, DC, Atlanta, St. Louis, and plenty more, Black middle-class neighborhoods were flagged as risks to the existing racial balance. And after those neighborhoods were flagged, here's what tended to follow. Highways cut straight through them. Zoning changed to block business growth. Mortgage access tightened. Schools gerrymandered. Urban renewal targeted those areas. These weren't random decisions. They showed up right after the mapping. What the planners were worried about wasn't poverty. It was Black stability. Black families using the GI Bill. Black home ownership going up. Black business districts getting strong. Black upward mobility to them meant political power. voting power, economic influence. And the planning documents read like they were trying to keep that from growing too fast.
Will part of their insecurity be Black scholars who can expose atheist grift on YouTube because we have legitimate professional expertise and don't need YouTube money to pay our bills? Keep watching me closely, baby. I'm glad you're paying attention.
So here's the part that made it click for me. By the 1950s, these maps were being used to justify decisions that were made to break apart Black neighborhoods, thriving Black neighborhoods, highway reconstruction, redevelopment, denial of loans, neighborhood clearance, school lines drawn to keep districts unequal. Not because the neighborhoods were failing, though, because they were succeeding. Planning boards literally described Black middle-class areas as something that needed to be managed before they influenced nearby white suburbia. So here's the real takeaway. Black prosperity after World War II wasn't something that the government just noticed. It was something they monitored. Different decade, different wording, same pattern. Track it, limit it, redirect it, contain it. And once you understand that pattern, a lot of what we see in modern housing just starts to make more sense.
You putting the pieces together, y'all? Are you paying attention to what the professor is trying to teach you tonight, gang? Are you putting together the pieces? When I went live with her to make sure I didn't get read as just trying to start drama. And that was used against both of us and the victim and the whistleblowers to lead to a very public smear campaign. Not just against the victim, but all of us as well. And we have been trying to document the community level structural failure from that very first broadcast in December. So while your great white hopes, who were getting paid like a motherfucker, Justin, continue to grow
in the real world.
Living, laughing, and loving in the real world. While women around them are almost dying. For some reason, while these women are almost dying, preacher, DJ, women's self-defense instructor, and a college professor are trying to tell you the same fucked up shit. That's the reason all the real ones that watch us and have been following us for years and will tell you before you finish the word YouTube that Jay, Uncle Bobby, and people like Oz are amongst their favorite YouTubers, and keep asking, why don't you guys have more viewers? Why are you guys so criminally undersubscribed? Why don't you guys get the opportunity? Why don't you get the pop? Why don't you guys have bigger platforms? More people need to hear you. The answer is literally same reason Nancy from the Apostate Sisters was thrown down the fucking stairs, sexually assaulted, strangled, and nobody has said shit about it. Patriarchy, capitalism, and white supremacy. It is almost like we keep talking about this three-headed monster around here for some reason. And for some reason, there's a structure around here in place that will not let these black guys who have been trying to tell you about the fucking danger of the structural bullshit going on in the atheist YouTube community. There's something going on that will not allow those black men who have stepped forward voluntarily to warn people about the fucking danger of the structural bullshit in the atheist YouTube community. For some reason, there's a structure that will not allow them to go up the fucking incline and will not allow these silent white gatekeepers who we cannot beg, who we cannot successfully beg to wake the fuck up, get real, and talk about what happened to that woman. And for some reason, they get to be the fucking heroes of the day. And in the end, when they finally fucking face the music, it'll be Elliot. Elliot will be the scapegoat so that nobody has to fucking talk about the structural fucking failure, so that nobody has to talk about the patriarchy, the capitalism, the white supremacy, so that nobody has to talk about the atheist YouTube grift. So the wheels on the bus can go round and round, and they will get to be the saviors, and they will erase simply by omission the reality that qualified black men that they refuse to actually pay any attention to were the actual ones who led the charge in saying, not only did Elliot do something terrible to Nancy, but this entire atheist YouTube bullshit, fucking power structure, cock fucking circle jerk shit almost got somebody fucking killed. And then there was a fucking coercive cover up. Be so fucking for real. Be so fucking for real. You don't recognize a coercive cover up in your face when it's happening like this. But for some reason, at the end of the day, Elliot will be the scapegoat for all of it. He will slide quietly out the back door, literally unscathed. All the power structures and all that shit will stay in place. The wheels on the bus will go round and round. The checks will get cashed. The mortgages will get paid. NanoCon 2026 will be drowned in sexy time at NanoCon content this summer. And the good, whitesome and delightsome people will be the heroes and saviors and defenders of women. Just you wait. Just you wait.
This is literally the first time in history that we have ever had access like this. We literally have the world at our fingertips and have direct access to people. Generations before us did not have this. In order to have success or any kind of access to education, opportunity, or even large-scale marketing, they were either literally physically limited, or if not physically, their opportunity was capped due to their lack of access to capital. Growing up, I didn't think I was going to become an entrepreneur, okay? But the signs were there. I've always been a little rebellious, okay? I'm an artist, a creative soul. bubble. Okay, you can't confine me. And I've always loved the internet. But seeing how huge of an opportunity this was started when me and my mom started our paint and sip business. Okay, we started off doing like 10 people in a backyard, and it was awesome. Okay, I loved it. It was very boots on the ground with my community. They were always sending me home with food. I loved it. But at the same time, you know, it wasn't sustainable. I needed to be able to scale that. So that's when I really started learning about digital marketing. You know, I learned how to make videos showcasing our experience. I started working with local businesses. That way we could collaborate. They had an event space, they have drinks, they have food, we can host. And all because of that, just because I made a website and I started being consistent on social media, we went from being just 10 people in backyards to consistently booking out 80 people events back to back every weekend. So much.
All right, let me be so fucking for real with y'all while we're here. We're really here to talk politics. For real, for real. That's why I got into that whole fucking bit about campaign strategy. It's go time, y'all. This is Coach calling you in on the huddle, telling you, I get it. You're going through a lot right now. You're busy. You're stressed. You don't know what to do. We ain't got time for all that bullshit right now. We ain't got time for you sitting around feeling sorry for yourself. This shit's difficult. This is hard. It's heavy. All that good shit. Remember, there's been a team. First off, Patty and Nancy been carrying this for like a year. Patty been carrying it by herself that whole fucking time. Okay? But since December, it's been like, for real, like 3 women. It's been like me, 3 women, Patty. Now we got some people leaning in and helping us, okay? But we got 94 days in this bitch. We ain't here to boycott Nano CON. We're here to shut that shit all the way down. The goal is for Nano CON to not even start. Too many sponsors pulling out, too many speakers canceling, too many tickets getting canceled, too many people canceling their travel plans, too much mail, too many emails, too much social media pressure, too much heat, too much. It's supposed to be hot. It's supposed to be hot. Now let me keep the reality with y'all. We're not winning this campaign. Oh, y'all think what? Y'all think I keep it glossy for candidates? No, you're the candidate. No, I don't keep it glossy for candidates ever. You got to know when you're winning, and you got to know when you ain't gonna win. And you got to know you ain't even got a fucking clue. You ain't even got a chance. You ain't even got a chance of winning. Okay, those are all very different campaigns. That's why. Yeah, you can win in all of those situations. That's the key. You can win in all of those situations. When you're winning, when you're dominant, when you're the lead dog, and you're definitely going to cinch this thing and this office is yours, you're good. You're going to get your power, your shit. You're good. That's a win, okay? When you're fucking in it and you might be able to win if everything falls in your favor and you pull a couple rabbits out of the hat, as we like to say, couple lucky things go your way. Or the other way, it's not guaranteed. So it's definitely not a confident thing. That's a different situation because now your wins look different. Now you can win and you have to play for the win. You have to play for the win, but we can't all the way play like we're the lead dog because it's not in the bag like that. And if you don't get it, you're not going to be in position to hold the weight down like that. So you also have to run your contingency. Your contingency is what are the other things you want to achieve with this campaign. Sometimes the goal of this campaign isn't even this campaign. See, that's how real political strategists work. Sometimes the goal of this campaign is we knew we was going to lose this campaign. The question is, do you really want to do this? If you really want to do this, your opportunity is the next campaign 4 years from now. This was just to get your name out there so that you're in the collective psyche going into the full cycle next time, and for you to get a preview for what this is really like to really decide if you're really ready to quit your day job. Okay? That's what that's like. And that's the conversation I'm having with the candidate through this. We already know we're not winning this goddamn election. We've been knew that. We knew that. I told them that when I took this. I said, this is over. Okay? Right? So that's what's the benefit of the last group is when you're in the last group and you know your candidate is going to lose, you're not trying to win the election. You're trying to get victories throughout the campaign that signal that your candidate is the future. If you can successfully signal that your candidate is the future, and one of the goals is to win the next time, that's a win. What's one of my jobs? I'll tell you something I pulled off for a losing candidate in a major election. I got their strategy endorsed by the newspaper. That was a huge part of shifting the dynamics there, was working with them on their plan. The other guy had put out his plan. His plan sucked. I looked at his plan and it sucked, and we was like, yo, this plan is bullshit. Like, and so we weren't even gonna bother with something like that, right? And one of my things was like, no, like his plan sucks, but it's all he ever talks about. Every time he opens his mouth or says something, he's talking about his plan, and his plan sucks. But you can't not put your shit on paper. I know what you're gonna do is better, but we got to get our shit down on paper, and we got to make sure our shit is right and thorough and comprehensive and a real fucking plan that's like reads like people know what they're doing, because we knew what we was doing, obviously. So we got the shit together. So then one of the key things is when you get those official endorsements where people have been forced formally to have to read and evaluate your candidates and compare their plans, their plan is the one that people say you should go with. Why? Because if they're interested in future office, now they've already had the value, the win of being positioned and looking like the future. Boom. And now they have a win of being able to say, well, you know, they told you last time my plan was already better than his. Y'all wasn't listening, but if you would have paid attention the last time, they tried to tell you our plan was better than his the last time. See? Big win. So now pay attention. With this NanoCon shit, there's a lot of wins. We can shut down NanoCon. This is on some YouTube shit. This shit don't happen without some YouTube shit, and they can't pull this shit off in the face of too much YouTube pressure. So you got to do everything you can. That's why I be telling y'all to make content about this, even if you're a small content creators, because one of the things you do as the small content creators is you start building what I call bulk. Like, your channel may not have a ton of viewers. You may have like 50 subs, but if 10 of those 50 subs watch that shit and they don't watch my shit, that's 10 new people who know and are talking about it or thinking about it. You see what I'm saying? And then if everybody start doing little shit, even if it's just shorts, even if it's just clips, even if it's just posts, it starts to be all this other shit people can link to and pass around and show, and it starts to be a thing. And so eventually, if you're a bigger content creator, it starts to look really, really bad that you're not doing anything about this, because now all these little content creators are made. So you got to try to get out in front of it, or, you know, try to get ahead of it, because it's happening and it's bubbling underneath you. Also, even though you may not have a lot of viewers, I don't have a lot of viewers. Right? I don't have a lot of viewers, but I have enough viewers that the people who watch me are never more than 2 or 3 YouTube connections away from people with much larger platforms. That's why, even though Matt Dillahunty likes to pretend he doesn't know who I am, he also felt the need to address what was being covered on my channel on a New Year's Eve broadcast on the line. And then when he also realized I ain't one to can play with, and yeah, he has shown his ass, and I got his ass, edited it out. See how that works? So they like to pretend I'm too small for them to know my name or who I am, but I very much understand that I have their full undivided attention. So you could do the same, right? And so then if a bunch of us are just doing this little stuff here and there, eventually it all adds up. It all adds up. So y'all got to get so fucking real. We got 94 days and we can all lock in. Now, there's different ways to contribute. Like Wayne did the website. That shit is beautiful. Now you can take Wayne's shit. I got to put it in the starter kit and put it in the links. That's me. I got to do the same thing. But let's grab Wayne's website, put that in your shit, link that, send that shit around, spread that around, cover that. Do a stream where you just talk about the website, go through the shit that's on Wayne's website, talk about where it is, link it through that, boom, and you good. Some of y'all do art for people. You could go through my playlist. You could decide, like, Jay, these are streams you did out of this whole shit that are like really important, or I think people should really lock in, or there was something I really liked or thought was unique about this particular broadcast, and like do a new thumbnail for it or some shit like that, and I'll switch it. You know what I'm saying? And you could do that for other content creators. You could help people kind of like take the content they're doing and make it pop, or give them a new avatar, or, you know what I'm saying? Like do some graphic, give them a new overlay for their streams or whatever the fuck, or, you know what I'm saying? Like help out like that. Some of y'all got technical skills. You can help people, you know, set up their little streams and shit like that. Some of y'all just have good communication skills. So if you just got good communication skills, you can email people. We have a starter kit in the Discord. It has links to resources about what's going on. You could just take that. You could just be emailing people. You could start with the sponsors of NanoCon. You could then move on to the speakers of NanoCon. It's almost like every show we be telling you about the sponsors and the speakers of NanoCon. You could start there and you could just be emailing them. Then you could go to their websites. You could figure out who's in their leadership. Email them. You know what I'm saying? Send them the content, send them the stuff, send them the letter. The letter, I made the letter searchable. So send them the letter. Just send it. Just send the letter. It says in the link in the description. Spread it far and wide. That's what you can do. You can spread it far and wide. Drop it in Discords. All the Discords you're in, just go in there and be like, hey, this is going on. Reach out to Christians. They don't really like me, but reach out to Christians. I'm telling you, if you want to put all those years of Christian debate skills to motherfucking good use, when I tell you this is the time to give the Christians a win, gang. Listen, let's do a little bit of quick counter apologetics just for fun. Christians never get to win. They never get to win. They never get to win the debates. They never get to win like the fucking conversations. Christianity's kind of silly. We know this, right? Let's give them a win. Let's give it to them. Let's be like, Christians, listen, atheists are covering up sex crimes at NanoCon. The atheists are covering up sex crimes at NanoCon. I'm telling you, Christians, boom, here it is. Here are the resources. Here are the links. I told y'all we snitching over here. Help us. Help us tell the Christians on these people and encourage those Christians to make content to shame and humiliate the online atheist community. Yes, join us in this treacherous effort. It feels amazing. So I'm telling you, just spread it far and wide. Now, everybody lock in. We're gonna listen to this lady, so y'all could get a break from me. We're gonna mode and cheers, get a little break from me, and just think about how you could lock in and use your skills to help us with this digital group project of shutting down NanoCon.
So that people were literally like, are you going to do this again? Because it's sold out. Like, we want to do this. And the aspect of this that's so important, I think, and why I say black and brown people. Look, I'm obviously not black, but my neighbors, my whole life, my coworkers, I've always grew up in like working class environments where it's just in LA, it's a lot of black and brown people. And real quick, because it just drives me crazy, there is a lot of anti-blackness in the Latino community. So whenever I include black people, just know it is always just because I want my people to see how similar our struggles are. We do nothing being divisive. Okay. The systems that are against us, they're the same. We have unique, different struggles, but there are many similarities. But anyway, like I was saying, the part that makes this like so beautiful and why I really stress and emphasize people of color in general is because our culture, one, it's been profited off. Oh my God, shit. I wasn't even going to say this part, but it just pissed me off right now. It's been profited off of in media, in so many different forms of entertainment. The artistic eye. Other people have profited off the backs of our culture, and the internet allows us the opportunity to profit off of our own culture. If anybody's going to profit off of it, it should be us because it's ours, And this really was apparent to me when we started that paint and sip business because look, at the time, there was not people doing a lot of paint and sip. There was like one girl in Whittier and she was killing it. Okay. At least locally, there was not. And the people who were hosting the other ones, it was more of like those painting with a twist places, and they just do like landscape and shit. And it's like, it's cool, but like, I don't want that shit in my house. We wanted art that represented us, we wanted cute ass shit. We were doing loteria cards. We had a freaking Toxica and Toxico night. Like, okay, shit that reflected the music that we like in LA. We had a Tupac and Biggie night. We had a fucking Selena night. We had a Vicente Fernandez night. We had so many things that represented us. Okay, look at the art that we were doing. This was not something that people were doing before. And we were able to fill this gap in the market for our people and scale our little backyard business because of the internet. And so that led me into a career into digital marketing. I don't host events like that anymore. I may bring that business back, because I hate a starving artist. So if I could bring that business back and I could put some money in the pockets of artists, I will. But as of now, that experience got me really passionate about digital brands because I saw the power of the internet. And thank fucking God, because if y'all are new and you don't know my story, a year ago, my dad was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer. And because it was the first time that I was fully self-employed because I was doing social media management, I was able to move from LA, from California, okay, pack up my laptop, move across the country to Florida and take care of my dad throughout his whole cancer diagnosis. And I got to be here with him, okay? Helping cook him breakfast, be in the hospital with him. And I literally held his hand until his very last breath. And obviously it hasn't even been a year, so it's very fresh still, but that experience, I thank God. I thank God I took the leap, you know. I thank God I followed my calling, you know, because if not, I wouldn't have been able to be here like that, you know. If I had a job, you know, like a 9 to 5 job in LA at the time, I would not have been able to just move and be here with him. Maybe I would have, but like I would have to get another job out here, you know. It just wouldn't have been the same where like, you know, I'm able to just pack up and have my laptop, you know. I was able to work right there, you know, next to him in the hospital. Me and my family were trading off hours, you know, like waking up in the middle of the night. And, you know, I'm going to stop talking about that because obviously I can't control my crying, but I would not have been able to do that. And I thank God every day. Let me get myself together. Okay. Thank y'all for holding space for my emotions. It's a universal thing, you know. I don't wish it on fucking anybody, but it's something that we are all going to go through is, you know, grieving someone we love. But yeah, you know, I was able to get my own apartment. I was fucking working by the pool, you know, and during that time, I really needed that. I needed some kind of duality and polarity for that extreme situation I was going through. And I just thank God because it's like, it wasn't the internet like in this influencer way, you know, it gave me ownership over my time, you know, geographical freedom to work from wherever I wanted and no cap on my income because my clients that I've got clients in states that I was like, I'd never even been to, you know? And so I just want to emphasize, you know, this opportunity of a lifetime of having the world at your fingertips. Because like I was saying, like to bring in the historical context, especially for people of color, we did not have access to the same opportunities. This is why we don't even have really many conversations around ownership and shit in our community, you know? It's only been a few generations that people even have had the same, like this is insane. It's literally only been a few generations that like people have had the same opportunity of access to corporate environments, higher education, even representation in media, you know, and we know that that's just still lacking. Like it's still lacking in every fucking form. At least if you come from a lower class background of these communities, like we know that there is not enough representation, you know, there's not enough emphasis on ownership. There's not enough emphasis on higher education. There's not enough emphasis, you know, on representation because this is just something new. It's literally something new. That's why we're going crazy because of Bad Bunny at the Super Bowl, you know? That's why there needs to be affirmative action. That's why that they even have diversity hires and shit. Why? Because historically this access was limited. The people in power did not look like us. We did not have control to the narratives, okay? We did not have control to distribution. We didn't control media. And the internet breaks a lot of that because we can talk directly to people. You don't need to go through a gallery, a publishing house, a TV network. The internet really removes a lot of gatekeepers and you can build something for yourself. And it's so important. It's so important. And I just feel like
shit down, y'all, is you have to first remove the gatekeepers in your mind, right? You have to first stop acting like you can't have a voice out here unless you have the approval of the anointed, you know, chosen, the favored few. You got to realize what we realized a long time ago. If you out here to do you, baby, because they not clocking you. They not, and even when they are, if they not looking for you to help them, or they don't think they can control you or manage what it is you bring to the table, they ain't trying to put you on anyway. That's why I've never given a fuck about calling out in this community, because I knew you have to remember how people play in motherfuckers' face. You have to understand, again, my real qualifications and how I have to watch how this community cosplays this obsession with scholars. When most of those scholars that they elevate are literally motherfuckers related to the Bible, philosophy, or nothing as materially relevant to people as the shit I actually teach in the real world. And then to be totally overlooked at every turn, to the point that the shit I teach in the real world is the shit y'all talk about on broadcast all day long, every goddamn day. Evolution, philosophy of science, all that bullshit. And then come to my field and want to talk to white students instead of me. and not even think at one point to just even put a brother on and have a conversation and just let me just kick it with you for a little bit, let the people hear from me and move on about your business. Y'all women, you have a motherfucking lethal weapon in Uncle Bobby, who has an endless catalog of real life heroic motherfucking football stories. I don't know what could be more fucking coded to your goddamn target demographic audience than an actual fucking football player who's a real life lethal weapon martial artist who teaches women how to fight so they don't get raped. And y'all are like, nah. So you got to realize that's who these motherfuckers are. And realize, like, that's why they acting this way over Nancy. They hate women the same way they hate black people. They only use women of a particular demographic and aesthetic because it advances their business model. That's not women's empowerment. That's patriarchy and white supremacy being capitalized on in a form of capitalist exploitation in your secular humanist face, in your eyeball areas, playing all in front of your face about it. Mm-hmm. And then calling me a misogynist for noticing. The fucking professor whose job it is to teach his students about how he notices these things. Moving along. My point is, gang, let's own it. We up in this bitch. Let's burn down NanoCon. We're trying to have a party. We starting a bonfire. What are we burning at the bonfire? NanoCon. Grab some fucking marshmallows. Grab a stick. Do some shit. Get in this shit. This shit gonna be fun. They got, gang, I'm gonna tell you something. There's two sides to every story. Let me give you a little bit of optimism, and then I promise I'm gonna let her go. Everybody can help out. Now let me tell you something. I told y'all fucking the game up. Step up your urgency. The window is closing. Right? 94 days. I'll wake up tomorrow. 93. It's counting down. This is the window. We got to take advantage of the window. But there's a flip side to this. Mm-hmm. Do you know what keeps them up late at night? We still have 94 days until NanoCon. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So start thinking about what you can do if you lock in for 94 days. Gang, if y'all lock in for 94 days, we can shut down NanoCon. Let's shut down NanoCon.
Oh my God. Like, it's like we almost owe it to past generations to take advantage of this. And like I'm saying, like, this doesn't mean you have to be an influencer. This doesn't mean, quit. You don't even have to quit your job.
Yeah. Matt Dillahunty's a fucking coward and an asshole. He literally like took a shot at Steph. I don't even like why? Again, Matt always steps in it. Matt always gets to the white knighting, and I don't even know why he would bother. But again, it lets you know that he is paying attention. Matt, you can't pretend you don't know who we are when you talk about my shit on your show. You're telling everybody you saw my shit. Now, if you don't know who I am, that's your problem. But then you're going to talk about my research skills. Where's your research on NanoCon, Matt? I want the competition. I'm challenging you. I want the smoke. Take this from me. You do your research on NanoCon. I'm about 100 hours deep. Show me your work after your research on NanoCon. I anxiously await your reply. Or will you make this about some other petty bullshit? I directly challenged you to do your research about NanoCon, and then you show us what you've figured out about NanoCon. Specifically, the assault at NanoCon, where Elliot Martin threw Nancy down the stairs, sexually assaulted her, and strangled her. Now, will you talk about that, or will you keep talking about some other dumb, petty bullshit? Because really, you're just running around defending your woman from her bad decisions. From her very bad decisions. Because apparently, the ego over there in the Dillahunty Hart household is so large that, yeah, that wasn't our best look. We're sorry about that. Is totally outside of the realm of possibility. And so Stephanie Helms, who I don't barely makes content on YouTube and may have a few hundred subscribers, but you definitely know because she's the person who stood up for your woman years ago when the show you were on all the time kept platforming the person who doxed her and harassed her. Oh, you didn't think I knew about that? And then she's been a mod on the line for a very long time. Was a mod on the line for a very long time. And so you thought, since she simply said, yeah, Arden and Ben, what they seemed to do was a little out of character for Arden and Ben. And I wish they'd have handled it differently. And you thought it was a good idea to show up and insult her in her comment section. But you don't know who any of us are. Got it.
You know, but you can build something on top of, you know, you can be an educator and you can spread that education on the internet and write book
babe.
or a freaking digital book or make a program or something, you know. There's so many people that I've learned from online, and I thank God, because I never would have had access to them if it wasn't for the internet, you know. Even fucking millionaires, you know, that I've been able to learn business advice from online. I would never be in the same room as these people. There's so many creators that have been able to build something for themselves. And I just want more of us to do so. The thing, I might make a different video on this, but like building a brand is culture, okay? And we are rich in it. We are so rich in it because it was one of the only things we could own for ourselves. Another video for another day. But I just think many of us are still not using it because we've been taught to shrink ourselves. Or when we show up in this like corporate, you know, buttoned up like way. We water ourselves down.
Yeah, right. We water ourselves down and we get all buttoned up in our shirts and ties, and we make our little PowerPoint presentations, and we make sure we document everything because they tell us we have to show receipts, and we try to do it the right way, and we make sure we find the most authoritative person we can, like the sister, and she's perfectly whitesome and delightsome, and everybody loves the apostate sisters, and we have really nice and pleasant whitesome and delightsome Patty come on camera and just tell everybody the really sad story about what happened to her fucking sister when she was thrown down the stairs, sexually assaulted and strangled at NanoCon. Doesn't matter. Nobody cares. You were just being divisive. You were just trying to start drama. You were grifting. You were making it all about you. You should be fired. You're a transphobe. So it's almost like even when we say, okay, I'm gonna button it up, master. Okay, master, will you listen to me, master, please? If I come and speak to you nice in the King's English, and I prove that I went to school for a really long time, and I learned how to use the language really well, and I say it really politely and nicely. Will you listen to me then? Oh no. Well then fuck you. Now I'm like, get got, bitch ass nigga. If you ain't gonna listen anyway, I'm gonna just be like, get got, bitch ass nigga. Cause y'all don't listen to what the fuck I say anyway, so what the fuck difference does it make? I might as well have fun up in this bitch. We might as well, I'm exposing the whole atheist group. Get got, bitch. You ain't gonna listen anyway. You ain't gonna do shit about NanoCon. You gonna let these motherfuckers get paid after what they did to that woman, ain't you? You don't give a fuck. Thug life. You don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. You gonna have fun at NanoCon? I'm gonna have fun making content about NanoCon. How you like that?
Because that's how we've been taught to succeed. We mimic success. So look, again, I think this is just going to be a whole separate video, but like I've been thinking about Eurocentric professionalism a lot. And for me, I feel like it's held me back because I feel like, oh, if I talk
Eurocentric professionalism holding me back.
like how I talk. I show up how I want to show up, you know.
Get God,
people,
nigga.
am I going to limit my success because people are not going to take me seriously? But for me, I had to get through that because I'm like, look, I don't want to work with those fucking people anyway. You know, if you're going to judge me for how I look, you're going to judge me for my freaking tattoos, you're going to judge me for my nail, whatever, you know, like.
You're going to judge me for my Rocky quotes. He said, if they die, they die. He threatened our lives. Oh my God, he's so threatening. The Rocky quotes. Oh my God. Oh my God, he cuts professional wrestling promos. Oh my God, I know professional wrestling is fake and it's scripted. And professional wrestling isn't even combat, it's actually theater. But the professional wrestling man is so scary. I have fear for my life when the professional wrestling man starts talking about me. Oh, the humanity.
You're going to judge me for that shit? I don't want to work with you anyway, because especially with that, what I do in digital marketing, I'm putting money in your pocket. So like, I'm not trying to put more money in your pocket. I'm trying to put money in my
I ain't trying to put more money in your pocket.
Or fucking.
I ain't trying to put you. Yo, I'm going to show y'all something. I've been saving this for y'all. But this been a long stream. So if you're still rocking with me, I'm going to give y'all a little preview of my new shit. I don't know. I haven't really practiced this all day, so y'all gotta rock with me. Hang on, I gotta find this real quick. Let me see what we got. Wait, hang on, maybe it's the right one. Where's the right play? Where's the damn playlist? Where did my damn playlist go? All right, I know what to do. I gotta find it real quick. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh brother. All right, here we go, y'all. Get ready. Oh my goodness. Where the fuck is my shit at? Hang on. I don't know why. Yo, why is YouTube playing with my history right now? Why is it when I look up my man's YouTube is really fucking with my history right now? Yo, I actually like low key, I kind of think this is funny. That something I watched this much YouTube is now all of a sudden like I have no idea what that is. I have no idea what you're looking for. Yo, YouTube is really trying to play me out right now. But I found it because I'm an OG. Because I don't give a fuck. I already said I don't really care how the stream goes. I really don't. I'm just doing me. I'm just doing what I want to do. Today I'm doing what I want to do.
Real gangster.
Well, you can tell by the way I hold my strap. I'm a gangster, AKs and 9s. I'm smoking loud and I'm on that drink at the party. Just committed a crime. We took the money, we took his cane, we took his car, we took his chain. We saw the cops, they came our way, but we peeled off and got away.
We taking over blocks and then we run into the ops.
They get hit with the 9, hit with the 9. Give me all your money, you don't wanna be a dummy. You get hit with the 9, hit with the 9. Bah, 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 hit with the 9, hit with the 9. Bah, 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 hit with the 9. Hard, gangster. And y'all love it. And y'all love it. That's a fucking classic. Wait till I start exposing people and that's at the beginning of the fucking show. That's our new shit right there. I've been practicing. I've been warming up for when I expose you. And you get hit with the 9, hit with the 9. Bah, 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 hit with the 9. Wow. judge me by my enemies, y'all. The only thing I wish about the ops, the only thing that makes me worry about the ops is y'all are so fucking bad at this that we worry we're gonna lose our edge. That's why we gotta step up the entertainment value, because roasting these niggas is so easy. We really do worry. I'd be like, PC, we gotta get up out of here because we gonna get complacent. Like we just need better ops. Like we just need a more difficult challenge. Like exposing y'all is literally child's play.
Allies, at least, people who get it, real people who see past all the bullshit, because anything that you're going to stereotype somebody for, like, that's not affecting my capabilities to deliver. Okay. But yeah, a lot of us, we learn to appeal to these certain standards in order to get opportunities. And this is not to talk down on anybody, this is survival. We learned this. We were conditioned for this, I guess it's just because like I come online and then I see people who do try to build things and I can see them mimicking this, and it's like we still water ourselves down and feel like we have to be a certain way, be more palatable. But I don't think that we need that on the internet. Like the internet really changed the rules. We could really carve out and do shit for ourselves. Like even the paint and sip business, just because the biggest corporation, the paint and sip, painting with a twist or whatever the fuck it's called, like just because they're doing it a certain way, and it's more broad and landscape and, open to anybody, that doesn't mean that we have to make businesses like that. We can make businesses that are safe spaces for us. We can create forms of entertainment that are for us. We could create events that are for us, and this is not about just excluding people, but it's about nurturing our community and our culture in the same way that the people in power have done for years. Okay. We can put money back in each other's pocket, build parallel systems, because like I said, the internet is the first time that we can directly talk to each other. We could share knowledge, we could share resources, culture, we could build businesses literally off of our fucking laptop and our phone. Okay. And our advantage is our stories, okay? Our skills. Like I said, our culture. Everybody's always been profiting off of it this whole time anyway. We need to profit off of it. And even that, like the skills part, like I was talking to my homegirl the other day and I'm like, girl, for what you do at your job, you can also sell that skill to other business owners. You don't have to work for this corporation. You can use that experience that you have worked for a multi-million-dollar freaking company and you have the skill set to do this. And you can also kind of freelance on the side, and close some freaking high ticket sales. Your skills don't need to be used only when you're given permission through an institution. We don't need a middleman anymore. The internet really opens that up for us, but I think a lot of us, we're just still using it as consumers. We're just scrolling. And I know so many people want to start because I have a shadow work guide and I make y'all answer on there, like what is holding you back. So many people, it's the fear of being seen, overthinking. We're on the internet, we're watching other people, we know that we could do it, we want to join in, but we're holding ourselves back instead of actually leveraging this opportunity. And I don't even, like I said, I don't even say that to look down on us, but it's just because we have been conditioned to not think like owners. We have been conditioned to be workers. Okay. We have been conditioned to water ourselves down and make ourselves palatable. And these are not necessarily conversations around ownership that we are having at large scale in our communities. And all
right. So obviously there's a healthy dose of capitalism, but the message to me is not about that. It's about like using the internet and for what it was made for, remembering its democratizing purpose and foundation. It's not perfect, and therefore you have to understand that even in the secular atheist YouTube space, it's not a fucking meritocracy, right? There's structure, there's institution, there were the people who got here first that wanted to turn it from a hobby into a business, and they did so, and they created the structure and influence and shit that they needed to do that. So it's not just some, neutral medium where the best ideas and content creators prevail. It is fraught with all of the structural problems that plague the wider society in which it manifests itself, namely patriarchy, capitalism, and white supremacy, of course. But once you recognize that the atheist secular YouTube space is based on that same patriarchy, capitalism, and white supremacy, and you start to deconstruct from that, you recognize that, again, you've been allowing that structure to gatekeep participation. You've been saying, I'll start my channel when, I feel like I have enough to be the person in front of the camera who can do what? Say the Bible's sitting on some bullshit. These niggas ain't qualified to do nothing. baby, get on in here and get in the game because it's YouTube. Like, you ain't gotta have no real qualifications to do this shit. I try to bring y'all some shit, but that's just who I am as a person. You don't have to be a whole ass educator on your YouTube channel. You could just be a motherfucker that got something to say, right? Or whatever it is that you want to do. But like the thing is to realize that like once you deconstruct from the atheist cult shit, you realize like, oh, that's been kind of holding you back. And now this is an opportunity. This is your why to like actually step up and be community. And then what's beautiful is that, again, silver lining, because I do once in a while give you a positive thread. But notice how I make you watch a long time to do that, because the positive thread is for those who earn it, who the motherfuckers that participate in this labor of love with us. But the positive thread is that, again, Nancy was failed by community, but the people that are trying to honor what happened to her, the people who are trying to still hold it down and hold people accountable for her, the people who are still trying to make sure her story counts, are also it necessitates a community response. In other words, a community failed her, but a community has to recognize that failure. And if the community can recognize that failure in time, the community can honor her contribution, in particular, her 10-page notarized letter addressed to the atheist community saying, please help and do something. Recognize that that was coercively overlooked and silenced as well, and then shut down motherfucking NanoCon. And then go to Nancy and say, hey, Nancy, we can't, correct whatever fuck happened or did not happen with Elliot. We cannot correct or get rid of all the community failure. We can't, ask you to come back to the community or, make it right. There's no such thing as making it right. But we heard your story. We took it seriously. We recognized there was an opportunity on the table to hold the people responsible, accountable, and we did not delay. We took that opportunity. We said, we got 90 days up in this bitch to shut down NanoCon. Let's make sure on day 90, they like, NanoCon, there will be no NanoCon. That would send a very loud and clear message to the power structure. Fuck around and find out. Fuck around and find out. Y'all let this shit happen. We shut down that pocketbook early and often. So the silver lining is the community can still pull through for Nancy. And we can be led by Nancy because she took back her power, said, fuck the bullshit. I see your smear campaign, and I raise you 10-page notarized letter. We need to say, Nancy, I see your 10-page notarized letter, and I raise you. We shut down NanoCon.
I just truly think that many of us should be building brands. We should be sharing our perspectives, our skills, our knowledge, documenting what we know, and creating multiple streams of income for ourselves. If there's anything that like this past few weeks have shown me, is that there are people who need to hear from you specifically, okay? Some of the videos that I have that are doing the best on Instagram and bringing in followers is like me sharing my story. And I hesitated because
and let me keep it real with you right now. White people, we need y'all. White people to the front. White people to the front, white people to the front, white people to the front. We are in a patriarchal, capitalist, white supremacist hellhole here in atheist YouTube. And boy, when I tell you women's bodies are being fucking sacrificed in the process, it's a mess out here. And when I tell you black voices are silenced, I'm trying to tell you what I know. So this is your time to shine. They only really listen to y'all. And I'm going to tell you what we've already known. Black people always been fucked up by racism. They only stop fucking us up when white folks get tired of watching us get fucked up. When they just fucking us up And white people going about their business, they just gonna keep fucking us all the way on up. And the wheels on the bus go round and round. It ain't be till white people get some skin in the game and say, "No, I don't really like turning on the TV. When y'all turning on the TV and I gotta watch you beating black people's ass." I mean, I can't just turn the channel, but I feel bad when I turn the channel because now I just turn the channel and y'all beating the ass of some black men. So I can't really have y'all doing that. Yeah, because then it ends up on the news and then I'm flipping through the channels and I see you beating up black people and I don't really like that shit. That's the only time they start whooping on our ass, at least that openly. You know what I'm saying? But it does make a huge difference. So y'all gotta use all this privilege. They built this whole atheist YouTube shit just for y'all. Straight up. They built it just for you. So now you gotta use that and step forward because they ain't gonna try to get you fired. There's something about me where for me talking about NanoCon, they're gonna try to get me fired. For you talking about NanoCon, they're gonna try to get me fired. See how that works? So don't even worry about it. Don't even worry. They're already trying to get me fired, so don't even worry about it. They ain't gonna try to get you fired. When you start talking about NanoCon, they're gonna try to get me fired for it. So it's all good. Go ahead, start talking about NanoCon. Let's shut this shit down.
I was like, I'm not at the level of success I want to be at, you know, but I have had wins that are inspirational to people. And I've gotten so many messages and so much love and support from my community. And a lot of it, it's like people who just come from where I come from and they're like, wow, like that's awesome what you've been able to do. And I'm like, oh my God, thank you. Like, again, like I said, I'm not where I want to be at all, but like, I don't know, you don't need to be perfect. Like you just need to be real. And we all have something to offer. And sometimes the way that we are going to offer it is going to resonate with the people it needs to, because nobody's going to do it like you. Everybody, yes, there's so many people who have similar skills and talents and whatever, but nobody's gonna do it like you. And life is abundant. Like, I don't know, we think that things are so scarce, you know, but life is pretty fucking abundant. Honestly, even with what I do in like digital marketing, I don't need that many clients to sustain myself, you know? So if there's other people doing social media marketing and shit, like good, you know, like there is more than enough to go around. Like it's not taking out of my pocket. Like again, even with the paint and sips, like that's why I've been thinking about, you know, reopening that to freaking help artists put money in their pocket. If people are doing these events in different states, you know, in different areas, great. You're just making more events for community. You're not there. It's who cares if it's a saturated industry? It's not. But even if it was, everyone's going to have their own little flair to it. You know, there's only so many that you like people that are going to be able to do it. And I think a lot of the time too, we think that there's so many people.
And let me be honest with you. That's why my content is so much better than theirs. That's why Uncle Bobby's content is so much better than theirs. For what it's worth, that's why Oz's content is so much better than theirs. Now, Durante's done something different. He's kind of done what they do, but realer and kind of like his own little thing. I don't really want to get too into it because it's more typical of that whole space. But again, he's done his own thing because he realized they wasn't going to put him on like that. And so he just did his own thing. Ain't really kind of what I'm into, but, you know, he doing his own thing at least, right? He built it for himself. And when you look at somebody like Uncle Bobby just goes live. And he just goes live and he just talks. You know, he did learn how to actually share his screen. The old days, he used to just play the audio of that shit and respond to shit. But you know, his shit just keeps it real. But that's what makes it different because it doesn't follow the formula of everybody else that does quote unquote what works and then is mimicking the same success. I always just tell y'all that's why this shit is not creative. A lot of times when you're creative, the evidence is actually that you're not instantly picked up and absorbed into the machine because the machine only recognizes what fits well into the machine. So the reason a lot of these people get the rub is because they style their whole fucking presence on YouTube to mimic what they think already looks successful. But the motherfuckers that don't give a fuck and just doing their own thing and doing what the fuck they feel like doing, people gravitate towards that because they're like, oh, it's different over here. Yeah, because we do what the fuck we want to do and we don't really care whether it leads to opportunities with them because we realized a long time ago they was never going to give us opportunities no matter what we did. So we just said, fuck it, let me just do my own thing. So we got to do the same thing. Like, stop waiting for them. Stop waiting for approval. Stop waiting for larger content creators to do shit. Put pressure on them people. Like, let them know, like, how the fuck are you not talking about this? But don't wait for them to talk about it. Fuck them. Fuck them. Y'all, you see they're grifters. If you don't see that by now, your suspicion from now on, you have to change your assumption. I'm going to tell you something. It's like the way AI has changed education. So one of the things I say to my students now, like at first, it was sort of like all my students had to go through external checks because that shit, the AI shit gets detected. But now I straight up tell them, my assumption is AI wrote your blog. So you're required to go through the external checks and you're required to, do that. But at the same time, I'm just going to assume, even if you pass the checks, because a lot of them just pass the checks, however, that AI wrote your blog for you. So it's now your responsibility to prove to me that you actually wrote your blog. Now, what do I know? If you actually do your shit, it's very easy to prove that to me. Why? Because you're going to read your shit. You're going to give me your original thought, and there's going to be no way for me to think that fucking AI wrote this, because none of my students write perfectly enough for me to think that AI wrote their shit. And I can tell when they're just spitting from the dome versus some super polished shit that they probably didn't write. So rather than having to sit here and play this dumbass guessing game, I just tell them very clearly, I'm going to assume AI wrote your shit unless it's obvious to me that it did not. When you change the expectation like that, they produce much more natural writing. What you need to do with these YouTubers from now on is stop assuming that they are good faith actors. You should be assuming they're grifters and then deciding that if they're going to continue to receive your support and their loyalty, you need to see some actual evidence that they're not. Now, instead of you giving them a pass and then sitting back with your fingers crossed, hoping that they'll say and do something, do the right thing, now you're like, no, I'm suspicious of all you motherfuckers. And my assumption is that you're a petty ass, fake ass grifter until you prove otherwise to me. So now you're suspicious everybody's a fucking grifter. And then you're hitting them up like, yo, talk about NanoCon. Here's a 10-page letter. Do you need more information? How can I get you more information? I would love to hear what you have to say about NanoCon. Because you'd be surprised how many people we do that with. And they come back and they tell us the cops believe her. The cops believe him. And she almost had false charges pressed against her. And he's the real victim here. And I feel really bad for him because he's been traumatized. And you'd be like, oh, shit. Got another one. And then other times, you just never hear anything at all. And you start asking yourself, how could they be in this quote unquote community professionally and have no clue any of this is happening? See how easy it was once you flipped your assumption? And instead of assuming good faith, you assume motherfuckers getting paid off this shit or grifters. And now you want to test them and make them show you they're not? Yeah. Yeah. That's how you should handle it.
Doing something. But I think there's a lot of people trying to do something, but not many people taking it seriously enough, you know? So a lot of the time, like, your competition, it's not even really all like there's not even that many. And like I said, how much do you really need to sustain yourself? And like I said, you don't even have to do it as a full-time thing. This could be to start putting money to the side so you could put a down payment on a house or whatever, you know, invest it into something for your kids. I don't know, college, whatever. Like, it doesn't even need to be.
No, you're not. When you're in college, you should not use AI to do your writing unless your professor tells you explicitly that you can. You're evaluated on your own thoughts. So my students don't have any pressure to write because they don't have to write about anything. They can write whatever they want. The only requirement is it has to be their own thoughts and that they can't summarize, because we all read it. I don't want a summary. I want to know what you think. I want to know your reaction connected to it's just blogs. But yeah, when you do college writing, you need to do your writing. You can use AI to help you think. You can use AI to help you research. Use AI to help you solve problems, but you shouldn't use it to actually do your writing for you unless your instructor tells you that you can.
Be you quitting your job, but it could be you creating more income, side income. That way, you know, you don't have to quit your job, because I get it. Like, there's many jobs that are great that have healthcare benefits and whatnot. It gives you security, trust. That is one thing about this, like not having security. It's been scary at points, you know, But at the same time, I talk to so many people who have degrees and shit, and they are not making enough money. They are not making enough money for the value that they bring and for their knowledge and their skills. And I just think that, you know, it's time that we realize the internet allows us the opportunity to share those skills and capitalize off of our own knowledge and skills outside of just how we've been taught to as a worker, you know, only within a certain.
Now, here's something that's interesting about this. I actually don't disagree, especially because again, I'm way past socialism at this point, maybe, but at least a socialist, if not more to the left of that. But I exist within a capitalist system, and you do have to try to find a way to sustain yourself and thrive within that current structure. And I do think any sort of autonomy you can gain, both financially and just in terms of, like I said, autonomy, like your ability to control your time and how you flow and how you use your resources and energy, is good. The thing that I think people should avoid doing, though, is making that center around atheism and skepticism, and so, like, it's trying to build an empire that's about the antithesis of nothing, right? It's about saying religion is bullshit, and most of the philosophical nuance around it was also bullshit, right? And so then trying to take that and then take opposition to that and then turn that into your thing. It's like, you could do it. I'm not saying people don't generate money from it, but part of the reason it becomes a grift is because there's really nothing of substance to it. It's much better to take that same kind of entrepreneurial or creative, you know, economic incentives you may be interested in and spend it doing something that will, one, potentially lead to you having opportunities outside of this whole cult and counter cult type really oppressive social dynamics, and then also in the process of whatever it is, even if you start small or start as a newbie, you know, at least you'll be growing into something material and something real, like painting or cooking or whatever you're into, woodworking, or, you know, going back to school and then getting a new education and making content about that, you know, like whatever it is, knitting, I don't know, but just like do something that's not, oh, I don't have religion and let me just talk about what I don't have. Like, build something that you have. You see what I'm saying?
Institution. Take the power back, baby. And it's not just about fucking money, okay? It's about shifting access and ownership for our communities. Who is represented in positions of power, okay? And I don't know, when one of us learns how to do it, you know, we are able to show others, and we can create opportunities that never existed before. Whether that's creating paint and sips that have Chicano inspired art so that your community feels represented, or you build a huge ass corporation and you employ hella people, you know, and you have a fucking healthy ass work environment and people are getting paid what they are meant to get paid, and they don't even gotta work 40 hours a fucking week, you know? They have time to be with their family. I don't know. We could build parallel systems. I'm not here to say I have all the answers and I'm like gonna change the world, but fuck, I might spark the brain. You know, there's a Tupac quote and he says, I might spark the brain that does change the world. So it's my duty to share this message, you know, because God put it in me and I'm passionate about it and I will never shut up about it. Okay, so that's why I talk about this so much. Like, I've seen what happens when you learn how to use the internet intentionally, and if you got to the end of this, you know, and this resonated with you, it's probably because you know that, like, you're meant to do something, you know, you feel like you're called for more. You just got to start, okay? Because the path unfolds as you walk it. And if you need help with this,
so this is where it's interesting too, because again, it's like, I'm not one for the religious language, but at the same time, I'm not going to let it get in the way of a good message. And you know, I wonder how many people react to that. And it's like, at the same time, it's like, but what about you? You see what I'm saying? Like, we're literally trying to do this with atheism. If y'all want to say that, okay, you don't need religion for all of that, and like your friends can't come to you and be like, yo, our friend got fucked all the way up at last year's NanoCon. Nobody did a goddamn thing. And then there was a coercive cover up to make sure nobody did a goddamn thing. And then they wanted to make sure that the whole shit was silenced and just went away. And then they elevated the dude, and the flying monkeys that supported him thought the shit was cute, bought t-shirts and sold merchandise. And now the few people that take that shit seriously are like, yo, we're trying to shut down NanoCon. Can you help us? Does this not sound like an opportunity to have some motherfucking purpose in your life? Does this not sound like an opportunity for get up off the motherfucking couch, get out there in the world and be somebody? Your motherfucking friends is coming to you like, yo, they fucked our friend all the way up. We trying to shut down Nano CON. What you waiting for? We need all hands on deck. We need all the help we could get. Art, editing, make YouTube content, post, social media, emails, pressure campaigns, whatever you can do to help other people get organized, spreading the shit far and wide, bringing it up in Discord, getting in arguments with strangers on YouTube. I don't care, whatever you want to do. But damn, like, if y'all looking for some hope, meaning, and purpose outside the church, make your meaning to shut down Nano CON. Hope we can shut down Nano CON and find your purpose in shutting down Nano CON. Then you could be like, save the religious language. I got hope, meaning, and purpose. I'm trying to shut down motherfucking Nano CON. See how that works? See, Christians could give you a good message. Christian could tell you, I thought you said you was called for more. And I could come right there. I thought you was called for more. You said you don't need the God shit to have hope, meaning, and purpose. Why won't you let Nancy be your hope, meaning, and purpose up in this bitch? It is time to shut down Nano CON. What are y'all waiting for? Because if I wake up tomorrow... after doing a 5.5-hour stream tonight about the racism of white saviorism, and these punk-ass white saviors ain't making content about Nano CON when I wake up tomorrow, I guess I'll have to be right back at their head, neck, and shoulders. We'll see you next time.